everyone, how are you all doing? Let me go ahead and get this guy on. And oh, timer's already started. How lovely is that? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I hope you've all been well since yesterday. Let me go ahead and get that roll call going. Let's start on YouTube here. Welcome in, Cutie Pie. Welcome back in. I'm not sure if it was you yesterday who was asking about the character size. It's 16 wide by 32 tall, though I'm not sure if it was you or if it was someone else, but welcome in all the same. Then hold on here. Let me get on Twitch's side of things. We have here Katza on keyboard, as well as, was it Atrix? I think, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And welcome into you as well, Dimitri and Skin and Bros, possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong at the name there too as well. welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And I just realized that I slept search and somehow. Happens to the best of us. Oh my. And hi, Yoshi Creep Plays. Maybe Yoshi Creep Plays. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Fish. Yeah, fish. Oh, you know what could be fun to draw? Now that I'm thinking about it, I remember being a big fan of Big Mouth Bass. Hold on, Big Mouth Bass. Maybe we'll draw some Big Mouth Bass. Or you know what? Maybe it would be better to take suggestions. I think that'll be a lot of fun too. And let's see here. Hi, Matt. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. Good afternoon and not so good air. So weather is really hot outside, and it'll be like that in my city for tomorrow too, reaching 38 Celsius. I have no clue what measurements are. I assume that's really cold or either really hot. And thank you for the subscription. Oh, I tell you, I don't remember how to say it. Aeoltrix. I'm gonna go with Aeoltrix. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you indeed. Let me slide this guy over here. Let me slide all of you up here, and let me slide this guy here, and Skin Tea and Bros. Skin Tea and Bros. Was that a little bit better? Let me go back to you here. Click on you here. Have these guys open up to there. That there. That should all be good, hopefully, fingers crossed. My day's been going well so far, though. It's always the thing of, I never know how much of a study I think I'm going to need until we actually do it. So I wanted to try something a little bit different this time around, though. I'm not sure if this difference is going to be a good different. And at the opposite, Celsius isn't a joke around. It's more universal everywhere used outside the US. Yeah, the thing is, if you were to tell me the difference between a mile and a liter, that is just not a capacity I hold in my mind to remember how to say it. But I know one of them is super duper big. A lot. I just can't recall which. But I take it. I just said, let's see. Yeah, the opposite. So super duper, I believe like 100 Fahrenheit is very hot. So that's like super cold, right? And then 90 Celsius is maybe like super hot. Possibly. Oh my. I was like, the thing is, it's like conversions. Conversions were always a thing I couldn't do. If it were converting tablespoons to teaspoons, I do know it's 3. But half, a quarter, liter, pound, those things like that. It did not compute. But the good news is that I don't need it. I do need it technically just for full round knowing, but in day-to-day life, I don't need to know what a liter is. That timer is up, so why don't we go ahead and get started? Hi, Kevin. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Yes, perfect. Lovely. How lovely to hear. Let me go here into, oh no, all the screens are kind of mixed up. That is no good. That's okay though. I have it properly set. It's just mixed up a little bit. How odd. And I guess you're right, 90 degrees Celsius is quite to death for a human body, to be honest. And hello, people. hello, and hi, Pod. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. V. Indeed, V. Today, we'll be focusing on, hi, Walkages. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, and welcome in, the 3 of you. Hold on here. I need to change the title of the YouTube stream, as we won't be drawing dolphins, we won't be drawing sharks. I could not find enough of that animal. We'll be drawing octopus, fish, and crab. Those are the things we'll be drawing. Crab. There we go. That makes sure the YouTube thing. And I think it was someone else asking about the size. I see. No worries at all then. I'm surprised it's not letting me see the YouTube thing, Majingy, but I can hear you all loud and clear. And welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. And leaders, this is America. We measure in soda cans. Freedom units. Today, we'll start off by doing the Pixelart of the day, then we'll talk about resources, and then we'll get into drawing. And the idea behind this is that we'll take a look at real-life animals, try to draw them on our own, then we'll take a look at the animals in Pixelart. Pixelart is who have drawn those said animals, compare and contrast with our animals that we drew, and then repeat, rinse and repeat. The hope is that we'll be able to get through all three, so hopefully we can do octopus, fish, and crab, and hi Nemo, welcome in, welcome in, hello, and the little smiley face or D. Thank you all over again. Oh, hold on, let me go ahead and do slash shout out, hold on, shout out at Wakajas. There we go. Thank you for the raid all over again. And then at the very end, we'll do the community review, and I'll talk about that when we get there. I'm going to look for the stream as I have to make clip edits for one of my streamers I like watching of. Have fun studying Pixelart, Iris. Well, thank you, Dimitri. Thank you, and I hope you have a lot of fun clipping. There we are. I'm not a big fan of editing, but as long as you're enjoying it, that's all that super duper matters. What I can go ahead and do is if I click onto Pure up here, it should bring you into the Pixelart of the day, and it does. How lovely. Alrighty then. Welcome into Pixelart of the day, a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend about 8 minutes taking a look at some Pixelart I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere of the likes on the internet. In this case, I found this lovely art by Fran Rec. If you enjoy it, I would consider giving them a follow on Twitter, as this was the Twitter art I was able to find. An Omega Squid! And how long you doing game dev? Could you elaborate what you mean, Cutie Pie? Do you mean how long have I been doing it? Or how long I do plan to do it? Or what exactly? If you mean how long I've been doing it, for about almost 2 years now. How long I plan to do it? I want to keep doing it as much as I can at the very least. The idea behind Pixelart of the day is that we spend 8 minutes taking some look at some Pixelart, and the hope is that we can hone in a skill that I think a lot of people don't know about. They know that they have to learn how to do something, but you also need to learn to use your eyes, your observation skills. The idea behind it is that how can you don't want to reinvent the wheel. If something exists already, it's good to get that knowledge and information so you can take a look at different artists and think to yourself, man, I like the technique they used there, or man, I really like the colors, or man, I don't like the outlines they did there. And then you're able to apply it to your own art. And as you go along, you'll become a melting pot, a mixing pot of different ideas and styles, and it'll create your own style. It's just the hope of all of this. The Omega Squid, I did read that as well. Lovely. And hi, welcome in as well, Puff Manager. I don't know if I said welcome. I know I said your name, or I know I read your message, but I don't know if I read your name, so welcome in all the same. But that said, what I can do is if I click on you here, the timer should go. 8 minutes is on the clock now. Alrighty then, so usually what I look at when I'm looking at Pixelart and trying to take it apart and critique it is I attempt to dissect the colors first. I usually find that I tend to like Pixelart when it's between 3 and 5 colors. How many colors do you think you see in this Pixelart? And that's big squid, isn't? I think it's adorable. I see right off the bat a white. We have white, and hold on, let me make sure this is for Doko. Let's see, I guess Nunito works too. We have white, we have you know what? I'm going to say green, maybe. Green. And I say maybe, but this I would count as green. It's black, but it's a dark green. Then again, I see this guy here and I know for certain that's not green. But you know what? Maybe as consideration we could call that green. I'm willing to squint. So I'm thinking white, green, blue, gray, and red. I think those are the 5. Or rather, and I've seen this before, that when people are counting colors at least, they don't count the basic colors, so they wouldn't count browns, whites, or black. I don't know. If we don't count the white and the black or the brown, it would be white, green, blue, gray, and red. A gray could also be a color we don't count, but you know what? I'm adding it on there too because we did have black as well. Black and this red, it's a brown. I'm calling it red. So I'd say in total it has about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 6 colors, I'd say. 7 or 6 colors. And as I'm looking at all of this, I'm thinking to myself, man, it's not a lot of colors. And when I look at it, I don't see a lot of colors. But upon trying to take it apart, there's actually a lot more colors than I first realized. And black shadows could be classified as green, gray, slightly pink. Black shadows, but could be classified as gray, green, slightly pinkish gray on the rock, green, yellowish, white, blue, red, greenish, orange. Yeah, if it's close enough to the color I'm counting it. For example, these look like either purple or red upon doing close inspection, but I'm just willing to call it gray. This entire thing gray here, gray. This could be considered maybe brown, but I'm gonna call it red because it's part of this red guy here. This here could also be considered brown, but I'm calling it red here. So I'm saying, yeah, red, green, let's see, red, green, gray, I think are the three main colors of the whole piece, and then kind of some white and some blue in the background. Very little of it. The next thing that I look at once I'm done taking a look at colors is I next take a look at outlines. Are there any outlines? Is there a style of outlines being used? I've noticed before that if it has a very dark, thick outline, it tends to look cartoony, while no outline at all gives a more realistic feel. And hi, Chapel, welcome to the stream, welcome in, and welcome back, Goatee. I hope you've been well, and I hope your morning's going good so far. I'm getting a kind of sunset vibe. Interesting. This feels midday, I guess because of the colors, but maybe you get sunset vibe because the squid could be considered a big old sun. I think there are no outlines in this piece. As we take a look at these leaves, no outlines. It could also just be because of how far it is. I'd say no outlines here either. No outlines on the squid as well, and it makes it feel more realistic, which is something I've noticed too. Outlines, I say none feels, none feels realistic, R-E-A-L-I-S-T-I-C, realistic, and P-A-I-N-T-E-R-L-Y. Feels realistic and painterly. And actually, let me move this guy down here to make things easier to see so you can see the person while I'm zooming in and out. And chillin', how's y'all's day been? My day has been lovely so far. It's always a fun day when we get to do a bit of studying here and there. And I'm glad to hear you're chillin'. That's good, big chillin'. Outlines, none, feels realistic and painterly. I think that's good to go. What's another thing that I can note then? Aside from the colors, aside from the outlines, why did I think this piece stood out to me a lot? I think it is because it's using composition. I'm going to say good composition, C-O-M-P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N. What do I mean by good composition? I mean that the piece is laid out in a specific way that's very natural to the eye, in the sense of everything that's really close to us is super duper dark, everything that's far away is lighter, and this guy is pointing directly at the squid. So our eyes get drawn straight to the squid, and everything leads up to the squid. So our eyes naturally kind of draw towards it. Even the slant directly points to the squid. So there's a lot of parts in this piece that point to the squid to make it stand out and be the thing that is right there. Even the white lines, which are the brightest color, lead towards the squid. So I'd say good I don't know the word specifically, but I see a lot of different methods for composition at the very least. And honestly, for me, it doesn't look as big as it should, I think. I would try to experiment with anything on this type of drawing in the aerial perspective. Aerial, ooh. And so things becoming more big and more blue the further they are. That's the thing. Different attempts or different methods can be used. While this may not be realistic in the sense of how things from far away kind of get a fog towards them, I think it was an artistic liberty taken here in the sense of they wanted the squid to be clear so that you could see all the detail. If there was fog over it, it wouldn't be as clear. There is a piece I can show you afterwards that takes advantage of the idea of things being far away, having a lot of fog. But this here, the focus is on the beauty of the squid. So they made the squid super duper clear and everything else less detailed. So I'm gonna put on here, most detailed, M-O-S-C-D-E-T-A-L. Most detailed is squid. We'll say then foreground, F-O-R-E-G-R-O-U-N-D. Foreground is dark, D-A-R-K, pointing or rather leading lines, L-E-A-D-I-N-G, leading lines towards squid as well, squid S-Q-U-I-D. And oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just kind of thinking out loud of making the big effect more prominent for me. Yeah, that's the thing, Nima. It's the sense of by looking at this, you get ideas on how you could tweak it or do things. And hello. Hi, Alien. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Now, I wonder at least, technique-wise, are there any techniques used? T-E-C-H-N-I-Q-U-E. And when I say techniques, I'm talking about, and the only techniques I know about at the very least are dithering and anti-aliasing. You'll usually be able to spot dithering if there's some sort of patterns going on, and anti-aliasing if you can kind of find random dots here and there, and I'll let you know if I do find any, as they feel like random dots until you take a better look at it. For example, there's like a dot here and a dot here. You could say that's anti-aliasing. The idea behind it is that you're trying to blend two colors together. So you have a light green on this side, a dark green on this side, a medium green, and the hope is that when you zoom out, it doesn't feel as harsh of a line. And you can even see here, another dot there, another dot there. So I'd say this piece definitely uses some anti-aliasing. Not everywhere, but I did spot it there. You could say that it could be dithering in the sense of you can kind of see a pattern going on here. As I'm looking at this guy here, this definitely, I don't see any anti-aliasing going on here. And the dark shape on the squid, could you, as dithering, do you mean, Nima? I could see this as being dithering, and it's just the shadows, but they imply shape. Yeah, the thing is like, dithering, yeah, I could see this spot right here being dithering. Not dithering? Really? I could see this as being dithering at least. You have a dark color, dark less, but the shade, the shift from these two guys here, I can see being dithering. I can definitely see it. And the idea that you're taking a lot of like circular shapes and slowly transitioning, and while dithering is something different, I think, and squids also have molted skin, so implying texture. Dithering is also a way. I would say, and so by the way, how's your throat doing? A lot better, a lot better. Not singing better, but a lot better. I'm feeling much better. Oh boy, am I. Thank you for that one at the end. I'll put on here dithering, D-I-T-H-E-R-I-N-G, and I'll put on here specifically squid shadow, squid, S-Q-U-I-D, squid head shadow. I would consider that dithering. Dithering isn't always about using checkerboard patterns. It can be a little bit more subtle like this, where there's a shift between two colors and you slowly mold them together by taking colors in between and adding a little bit of shaping. So I would say, yeah, dithering. And yay, thank you. Timer's up already, my goodness. Anything else I can note? As there's a lot to note about here. For example, the way the shapes are added into the grass to show that they're grass, what's it called? Grass leaves? What do you call grass blades? Grass blades. This bit here looks like grass blades because they're going in straight lines, and just by adding that, it gives it a texture, even though, technically speaking, from that far away, you wouldn't see the grass texture like that, because this would be if it's really close up, but it's so far away, you wouldn't really see that bit, but I like how they do it, in the sense of it feels like grass, and I love the unique dithering. Yeah, I think it's pretty. I really do like it. We didn't even talk about this bit up here, which is cool. I think it's so neat. And I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is a blending of dark to light. I searched it up, and the definition of dithering is actually the checkerboard pattern. Only the checkerboard. I've seen dithering done a ton of different ways, and I think you were here for it, Mima, at least. But if I go to draw here super duper quickly, there's like even a dithering brush in Aseprite here, gradient tool, and I have so many dithering options here. For example, there's a line guy here, hold on. If I grab this color here, we grab this color here. There's this guy here, line tool, line, like this guy here, line here. This would be, I would consider dithering. This isn't a checkerboard. Oh, that's a checkerboard. I mean, hold on. I can prove a point here. Hold on. That's also a checkerboard. Hold on. How about this? Yeah, kind of, sort of, not as much. And yeah, but it's about repeating patterns. And the thing on the squid wasn't repeating. I'd say at least like these circles around it were. I know when I look at water, specifically, I see a lot of dithering if I go back into PureF here. But then again, it could just be a thing of opinion. So yeah, I would consider this specific point dithering, even if you may not, which is fun. The idea that we have different ideas, which is interesting. Let me slide this guy down here. Thank you all for participating in the Pixelart of the day. With that said, let's talk about some resources, and at least not predictably. So dithering is usually classified as predictable patterns. Is that what you mean? And I consider it pseudo dithering? Yeah, it's ditherent. I can agree to that one right there. And oh, hold on. How unfortunate. I didn't do the command properly. It should pull up, but it's not pulling up. Let me see if I can fix that super duper quickly here. What a shame. If I do this guy, that guy there, yeah. And then we do this guy here, and then we do this guy here. Let me see if I can fix it. A-N-I-M-A-L-S, there we go. And then we have this guy here. And then if I do one of these moves here, hopefully it can fix itself. I click on you here, we go to you here, yep, Hold your horses here, we click on that guy there. Then we do the hokey pokey, we turn itself around, and I believe, oh, no, it's not showing up at all. Oh no, it just disappeared. Oh, that's no good. Hold on, yep, that's good to go. For some reason, the icon disappeared, but that's okay. It will be redone. Oh my. For now, the sea animal will apparently be cow. Oh, that's quite silly. Let me click on this guy here. And if I were to do exclamation study, you should now properly see it. I just can't believe the cow is the one that worked. Alrighty then, let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Yes, indeedy. For those of you that don't know, hello, I am Eris Ezra, a game developer who tries to study all things game development. From learning how to do programming to pixel art to voice acting to music, I try to do all aspects as I do want to learn different parts of game development. And what we do weekly is we do these pixel art studies where we take topics that maybe we haven't done before in a while or haven't done before at all and try to dissect them, try to draw them, as the hope is that eventually we'll be able to have good art and put in our games. Be it we're making art for a visual novel, or be it we're making it for a speed game. How about that? Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, move this guy to here, and here I think the circle patterns are to show the rough texture. And yeah, apparently texturing is specifically not dithering. Oh, would you mind leaking that, Nima? I am quite curious where you found that, as I would love to learn more. Dithering and anti-aliasing is something I've only recently learned about, in the sense of I've been learning pixel art for maybe like 4-ish years and only learned about it in the last 1 to 2 years. So if you can share it, I'd love to see it. If you click on here, you can go to irisezra.com, and from there, you should be able to click on resources. Hopefully, within the coming weeks, the website will slowly start to be updated. I have a lot planned. Whether or not it's properly done, I'm not too sure, but the UI of this guy will hopefully have a prototype I can show all of you. That said, what you'll notice right away is that you're linked to Sea Animals, which has a cow. This wasn't a cow before, but I guess it's a cow for now. Oh my! Ignoring the cow, what will be here? And hi Alex, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been fine and well and dandy. And why are you doing all this work with just one hand? Oh, hold on. Why are you doing all this work with one hand? It'll be easier to use both hands. You see, Cutie Pie, I am a magical being. I have magic powers that allow me to use my telepathy. Telekinesis. So don't you worry about one hand versus two. I've got the mind power for it and the brain fortitude. And sea cow, yeah, sea cow. And I'd say it's not dithering, but it's also not dithering. Yeah, ditherent. What you'll see before you is a slew of resources, and the hope behind having a guy like this is that it allows you to get started in learning how to do something without having to go do a lot of research. One thing I learned when I was trying to get into studying is that I spent more time searching for resources than actually doing the studying. So the hope is that, say for example, you want to get into drawing sea animals, there's a video here, or playlist here. And the hope is that if you're more of a visual person, how odd! Things aren't working correctly at all. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that. That should not be what it is, but it is. How odd. There's supposed to be a playlist. You know, we'll come back to this during the ad break. There's supposed to be a playlist of all sorts of pixel art creatures that's just not popping up at the moment in technical difficulty states. So it seems we got a interesting discussion. Thank you, Nima. Thank you. Oh my. Yeah, so it seems, how surprising. There's supposed to be, and let me see if I can pull up the playlist super duper quickly, as if I go here, click on this guy here, remove this guy for just a quick second here, I can show you, hold on here, which should be linked. Oh my. If I click on this guy here, then click on this, you should be able to see it now. This is the playlist that should pop up, and it has videos from pixel art to non-pixel art. And the idea is that pixel art's a pretty niche art type, or at least from what I've seen. There's not a lot of videos out there, so often we have to take ideas from other mediums and apply it to pixel art, which is a lot of fun too. The fact that pixel art's pretty flexible. So for example here, if you want to learn how to draw mermaids, you don't have to learn, or you can start by watching videos that aren't pixel art specific. I tried to search in Google, for example, pixel art mermaid tutorial. I wasn't really able to find any. So you start by watching videos that are digital art or even traditional art. For example here, there's some videos on how to paint fish, and I think it's handy as getting the feeling of the paint down and watching people put on layers after layers. I think it can help in the thought process. At least it does for me. But if videos aren't a thing, if you're more of a, there weren't any articles apparently I could find. But what I can say is that there is this website called the Writer's Resourcer. I don't know why it's called Sprite. Oh no! Oh my! I don't think the website saved from the last time I edited it. I think that's what happened. Okay, that'll surely be fixed. Don't you worry. But the Writer's Resource is a website I use daily practically when I'm doing pixel art. It's a great website, and it's helped me the most in learning pixel art and getting better at my pixel art. If you're a fan of games, I'd say it's a great website for you. People who are fans of games upload assets, upload sprites to this website, and what you can do as a pixel artist, as I click on this guy here to give you dark mode, pixel artist, is you can download these sprites and use them as references, which makes it easier to understand when you're looking at pixel art. For example, when you're looking at pixel art online, if I go back into this guy here, and reading more into the article they sent, man, dithering semantics are complicated? Ooh, and you should give it a read. I don't know if I'll remember the semantics. I think that means a lot of different words and naming and classification, but I do love a good read. So yeah, I definitely will, Nima, and maybe we can take a look at it near the or after the ad break as well. That could be a lot of fun. If you wanted to draw something like this, where would you start? Would you have to download it, then see if you can upscale? Would you have to kind of go in and start doing using certain numbers of pixels, which you have to kind of just eyeball it. When it comes to pixel art, choosing the size of your canvas can make a big difference in the end result. And if you wanted to make something like this, if it's 32 by 32 versus 128 by 128, that'll give you a different result entirely. And congratulations to Alex on 3 consecutive stream streaks. Thank you, and welcome in all over again. Hold on here, let me see. Is there a message attached? There is not. Oh, well, still lovely. Oh yeah, 3 big B. Oh, lovely. And no, it's not all bad. It's actually pretty useful. Ah, I see. In the wiggle. Congratulations. And let's see here. I did write as well. Lovely. Yes, indeed. If you want to draw something like this, it's a little bit hard to know where to get started. Maybe you get a little bit overwhelmed. So what a website like the Spreader's Resource does is, I should have, if the program works or if the website works properly. I don't think it likes that it's about to be replaced.
Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Please, redeem is still gone from yesterday. Yes, I am still indeed recovering. I don't want to push it this weekend. It's getting better, but I don't want to wait for... It's like when you're taking medicine and you think to yourself, man, I'm getting better, so I'm going to stop taking the medicine. No, we're just going to do no for this week one, and I can't type. No worries at all, Nima. No worries at all. Hydration? Sure can do. And what I do is just search for reference images for whatever I want to draw and try to upload it in Pixelart. Yes, that's kind of what we're doing today, Cutie Pie. Yep. The idea behind this website is that I, at least, don't know a good stopping point when I'm searching up references. So when I tell myself, yes, I'm going to study pixel art for 1 hour, only 10 minutes might actually be studying, and the rest of that 50 minutes is spent Googling things and searching things up. And chat, finish your antibiotics. Very important. Yes, indeed. Let me get some water here. Tasty. And yeah, I misheard it says about not using too many things at once. Okay, the article definitely says dithering can be used as texture. I see. Let me click on these guys here. So all of these games here I've linked have fish in them, sea animals specifically. For example here, if we go to Curses and Chaos, the very top one, what you'll notice is that, I believe this one had a shark in it. And say you wanted to learn how to draw this shark. Well, you can click on this button and download it into your Pixelart program of choice. In my case, I use Aseprite, and if I were to drag it, if I were to drag it into Aseprite, I can get a lot more information on, what's going on here. For example, if I go back to this guy here, delete that guy, hold on, background, convert to layer, there we go. This shark, which I wouldn't have guessed, it's about 32 by 32, which is surprising. I would have thought the shark was maybe 32 wide by 48 tall, which I guess you could fit it in, but it's about 32 by 30. It is 32 by 32. Never mind. And I think that's super neat. As well, if you're trying to learn animation for pixel art, this can also help too. As you can see, there is like a animation here, and it's got even water droplets. So if you're interested in learning animation or just getting into the nitty-gritty of pixel art, or maybe even your favorite pixel art games, I would suggest the Spreader's Resource. And like both being in texture, yeah, I have heard that before. Let me click back into you here. So along with that list of guys here, we also have, hold on, as I click on this guy here, we also have down here, itch.io. And this shouldn't be here. Oh, the website I think didn't save. That's okay, does this still work? Is this properly working? It is properly working, okay. Well, if you're a game developer, you probably know about itch.io. It's a website where you can upload assets to put into other people's games, download assets as well to put into your games, or you can also play games on here too. But as a pixel artist, have you ever considered using this website for study? And not fees. And the idea is that you could grab free assets off of here. For example, this octopus, jellyfish, sharks, and turtles. Pixel art here, I think it's free. Hold on. Yeah, 100% free. And if you're trying to learn how to draw sea creatures, like we are today, you can also download these guys like you would for the Spreader's Resource and take references for them too. So this is just another avenue aside from Spreader's Resource that you might consider, as while the Spreader's Resource is official big pixel art games, this here is more people peer-to-peer. No, actually, we might have to take this to use. This is good. But the idea is that this gets more nitty-gritty into the download. I would consider it like a Twitter of sorts. That said, that's all there is here. And music, at least, oh, hold on, audio's broken? Oh, everything really is breaking today, isn't it? Hold on, we'll do a restart. Oh my. And okay, how about now? Are we good to go? Let me also pause and start here. Yeah, everything's apparently breaking. We should be good now. I restarted everything, but if not, good. Lovely. That's good to hear. Thank you for letting me know. Alrighty then. With that said, that is all of our resources. Lastly, what we need to take a look at is, if I bring you into our planning screen here, and then I click on this guy here, there we are. What I can do is do exclamation Discord. And at the end of stream, and I thought it was just my headphones, the thing is, sometimes it doesn't, and I just have to refresh it, and then it works again, which is always nice to hear. If you do, or if you join the Discord, at the end of stream, I'll be taking a look at everyone's art. So if you happen to have drawn some fish, or rather, sea animals, not just fish, but if you've drawn sea animals in the past you'd like to share, or if you happen to draw any during stream, feel free to share them on the Discord. And the reference doesn't need to be Pixelart, other forms of references also helps. I agree, Cutie Pie, 100%. The idea is, and I'll show you what I mean, we'll be drawing from actual animals, then we'll try drawing, or yeah, well, I'll show you. It makes a little bit more sense if I show it instead. If I click on this guy here, it should reveal the Discord, and it does. Welcome into stream, Cutie Pie, as well as Artiverse, as well as Harg, and thank you for joining in. What you'll do is you'll scroll down from the welcome page here, and go to the Pixelart study with me, and what you'll see is that there is a slew of Pixelart, hold on, there you go, pin it, there. There's this slew of previous studies we've done. So, like what we did before with the Pixelart of the day, you can find people who have drawn Pixelart, and you can think to yourself, man, I really like the way they did that one thing, or I really like the way they did their outlining. And at the end of stream, so you don't have to, you don't have to post this when stream's happening. If you want to discuss that certain topic here and post your art or post references or resources, feel free to do that here as well. Specifically, if you posted the sea animals, we'll be taking a look here at the end of stream. So that's there too. And Chick makes the best art. He does. I do agree. And I'm just curious to see as well the thing that Nima posted. Pixelart dithering. When to use and when to stop. Maybe we can take a look at that later. That's lovely. Thank you for sharing that as well, Nima. With that said, let me bring you back into our, well, no, we are on planning. Lovely. So, Pixelart City, done. Resources, done. Now you get to draw. And this is where I'm not too sure. I definitely don't want to start off with drawing Octopus. I think we save Octopus for second, just in case we can't get to the last. But I wasn't sure if we should start with fish or crab. I'm thinking fish, but you know what? Let me know what you think. An octopus. We'll definitely do Octopus, but I'm not sure which other one to do first. If I do /poll, I think that should work properly. If I do poll here and then I click on enter, yeah, okay, that works. Which thing? And then we'll do fish, or crab. There we go. And we'll set this for a total of 2 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and do that there. So consider voting on the poll. And if it happens to be a tie, I'll do a coin flip. And let's see here. I'll do it also on YouTube here. So if I do start a poll, let's see. Which thing? And then we'll do here, fish or crab. There we go. Yeah, we'll either do fish or crab first, and then we'll do octopus, as I think we have to win a crab tentacle fish entity. We can't mix and match just yet, Chapel. We gotta learn the basics first. I don't think I've ever drawn a fish before. I think I've definitely drawn an octopus before, and while that vote is going, what I can show you is the previous octopus drawings I've done, which are here. Now, a long time ago, I say, as I should have had the information up here, but I'd say maybe 2 years ago, technically speaking, I drew some octopus here. We have Harold, Bobby's brother. We also have here Geraldo, and this is the first sighting of Bobby here. This right here, first ever. And hired Harold and Geraldo, indeed, and fish. Bobby, indeed. Bobby has a brother. He has two, and he also has an older brother. I don't remember his name, but here he is. I even learned how to draw a little octopus animation for him too. That took me a long time to figure out how to draw, but I'm quite proud of Greg. You know what? I do quite like Greg. Maybe we'll go with Greg. He's always been unnamed, but I do quite like that one there. Oh my. So these guys are the previous octopi I've drawn, and one reason why I really wanted to draw them today is because I've been struggling to draw Bobby from different angles. The last time, or the most recent version of Bobby, is this, which I do like. I think it's quite adorable. However, I believe we can go bigger, better, faster, stronger. So hopefully by the end of the stream, we'll be able to draw a more high definition looking Bobby. I can't say though that I have drawn a high definition Bobby eye, but the issue is I got creative. Because I didn't know how to draw Bobby, I just drew his eyes, because I thought to myself, if I can't draw the body, maybe I'll just draw the eyes. And we've been doing a lot of eye studies, for example, so I drew the eyes. But I want to draw the whole body and pull it completed. Lovely. And when they went above C, and it was an octopus plastic toy, and that one gives me Squidward toy vibes. Well, you mean the SpongeBob SpongeBob episode where they went above the sea and they all of a sudden changed into different creatures. I do remember that one there. And fish. Alrighty here. So for the votes, we have 2 votes for fish, 1 vote for crab. And then on Twitch's side of things, we have 1 vote for crab and 4 votes for crab and 1 vote for fish. So in total, doing some big math here, fish has a total of 3 votes, crab has a total of 5 votes. So we'll do crab. All right then, let me go ahead and end the poll. Thank you all for voting. Let me go ahead and end the poll here too. If I click on close, lovely. So crabs speaking, I wasn't sure specifically what crab to go with. I think it could be fun to draw a pancake crab specifically. Maybe we should draw the basic crab as well. And I hope us to get through all 3 of these guys as I'm closing all of these. I don't think we'll need them specifically. Maybe we'll need that one there. Yes, indeedy. So I'm thinking at the very least, we get some pancake crabs. Oh, right, before I forget too, let me show this to you, Nima, because I think you'd like this. If I click on this guy here, we go back to Imperial super duper quickly. Draw a fish that underwent cartization. Is that death? I don't know. This is a piece by Navier YK off of Twitter. Take a look at this, Nima. They use the idea of there being a depth as you're going far away, and I think it makes it look super duper ominous. But this is what I think of when you mean like scale and from super far away, how you can barely see the things in the far. Yeah, isn't it pretty? And carcinization is the process of evolving into crab. Oh, carcinization. Is that it? Carcinization? Maybe. Huh, interesting. Here I thought you meant a cartilage. Is that bone or is it carcass? Carcass. There we are. Carcass. I thought you were talking about carcass. But yeah, I wanted to show this because I thought that was neat too. And I literally wanted to draw like pretty much exactly this, but with Bobby for the study. Great minds think alike, so it seems. Let me bring you back in the jaw here. And that's cool, isn't it? I think it's super duper neat. There's so, and we'll also get to take a look at this Pixelart later in detail. So that'll be great. I have a lot of different references, but I wasn't sure where to start out when it came to specific animal breeds. So with that said, let me grab some pancake. P-A-N-C-A-K-E, pancake crab. And does anyone have any other favorite species of crab? And you saying you turned to a crab? Oh my. What comes to mind is a pretty cool looking crab though, is a pancake crab. But if I click on you here, it looks a little something like, if I click on you here, then click on you here, Subnautica 2 crab, real life crab, Nima, real life crab. We're going for real life at the very moment. I do want, and I'm thinking it could be a fun idea to do, I think we'll do a 2-parter for the sea animals, and then I want to make, I want to do like a Pokemon study where we make our own Pokemon and we can make Bobby into a Pokemon like a 3 evolution. I think that could be fun to do, and I'll at least check because they're so funny. Crabby. These here, they look like little pancakes. I think that could be fun to draw. It's not what you think of when you think of crab, but I just think they're so cute. So we'll keep trying to draw them a go. Maybe we'll try to draw the default red crab too, but pancake crab, oh boy, is there another name to go by possibly? They're called, hold on. Oh, that's great. Hold on. Do you see this? I googled pancake crab. We have real, cute, juvenile, forbidden. Oh, that's good. Oh my. Let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Red egg. Is that what it's called? Red egg. Red egg. Red egg was food. Oh, no. Red egg. Never mind. Not food. Red egg crab. There we are. Get some images here. These are, yeah, they're called red egg. Oh, yeah, red egg. There we are. And just showed the thing. Yeah, red egg crab. A crab that looks like a pancake is known for carrying bright red eggs under its shell. Oh boy. Also, if any of you have any sea animal facts, lie them on me. I do like animals, and at one point I wanted to become a biologist, but things went south. And no, it is that. Yeah, next to forbidden. So we'll try giving a try at drawing this pancake crab here. Specifically, I want to pay great detail to the claws, the eyes, as well as the legs. Let me see if I can find one more image here that's a really good like close-up of the crab to make it a little bit easier to see. There's this image here which looks like the same exact image, the image that I'm looking at it, but maybe more in detail. And arterial. You'll see. You can't just throw a Latin name out there. I think that's what this crab is. Yeah. Interesting. I wonder how you say it specifically. Huh. There's this guy here that we could also take a reference from. So I'll grab this image here too. And we'll set the timer for I think about 40 minutes of just trying to draw this little guy here. There's also this image here, which I think is handy to show us. Hold on. There is this guy here too. Yeah, lovely. I think we'll take a look at all three of these. There we go. Crab. And this one shows us the underneath and top. So we'll take these. I love Latin. I'm definitely going to use it in my game because it just captures the vibes. Yeah, I do want to add it for my spell casting game. I think it could be fun to type in the spells of Latin words and also feel like you're actually doing magic and random things. So I think it's a great idea. I'll go ahead and see this guy. And there's a different pancake crab as well called the floral egg. Hold on here. Floral egg crab. That's not how you spell crab. C-R-A-B. Floral egg. Ooh, fancy. Oh, that's super duper neat. Take a look at this one here. It doesn't look very floral. Maybe like coral, but I do like the look of it. When you said floral, I was expecting pink. The gray, not the gray. Brown. The brown's pretty nice too, I'd say. Let me save this guy here. Make you a little bit smaller. Drag you about over here. Drag you to be about here. And let's attempt to draw this crab. If I click on you here, we'll slide you about, I think, here. Then make this guy a little bit bigger. And we'll do you about, let's see, here. And one thing I usually like doing is I like finding a palette online and then going from there. I don't go one-to-one with the palette, but I try to find colors that I enjoy the look of. And in our case, I tend to use two different palettes. I either use a palette that I tweaked from a Minecraft texture pack called Dandelion, or I use one of a very popular called Resurrect 64. And we'll see. I'm just looking for a pretty red here. I do like the way this red looks, for example, so I'll grab that red. You could also just eyeball different reds in different colors, but this is the way I tend to do it. And it's also called the green egg. Hold on, green egg crab. Why are they called eggs? Oh, yes, because they have the eggs grown underneath. Ah, how neat. Yeah, green egg crab. I'll let it do its searching. And, woo, fancy. Oh, that is it's called the egg crab because of the eggs that are produced underneath. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's so neat. Let me save this guy right here. There we are. Okay, so we have this color here that I think is a great starting off point. So I'll grab this color here. But as I'm looking at this guy, the color's more of like burnt pancake, which isn't very red. It's got more of a darker red tone. So if I had to describe it, it's probably like an orangey, darker red, maybe like that there. Definitely darker. Darker, like more so maybe that. Could work, maybe a little bit more red, so we add that there. I think that's a close enough color. Burnt orange, yeah, burnt orange is the best way to describe it. And I like how the baby is also just a lighter pancake color because it's still young. We'll keep going with that. And it might be dependent on the individual. Yeah, I could definitely see it being the case on just a different sizing. I'm thinking to myself just color-wise, I think it could be fun to go for like a pancake color, but I think right now, let's just do the basic with a red. Red, I think, will be handy. So we'll go with, I think, possibly a red-orange, something like this, maybe, or something that's a little bit easier to see in the eyes. Maybe that red. It doesn't matter too much since we'll be modifying it as we go, but I like having options to start with and then kind of tweaking them after that. So we'll save this guy here, and sizing-wise, I think we'll make our crab either 32 by 32 or 48, or not, 32 by 32 or 48 by 48. I think we'll go with 32 by 32. I think that's a good enough size. And I do see the pancake part now because American pancakes have the whitest. Is that not common everywhere? Oh, here I thought it was. We'll do the crab from the front view, and I'll also use the mirror tool here too. So I'll grab this guy here. We'll grab, hold on if it lets me, grab this guy here too. I didn't know that. Then again, I'm not good at making pancakes. Usually my pancakes end up looking like this pancake, when my hope was to make a pancake that looks like this. So my pancake skills aren't very nice. Oh, wait, what do you mean American pancakes? Oh my. Let me zoom into here. And to start off, we should try blobbing out everything. As I label this guy here our palette. So palette will go here. We'll move this guy up top here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything on YouTube side of things. I don't believe I did. Nope, not at all. Beesh, that's all I saw. Let me slide this guy back up to here. We'll make this our background layer. So make that BG. We'll make this guy a little bit of a darker red just to make it easier to see. And I say darker red. That's not dark red. That's more of a gray. But I wanted to lighten it up so it's not as off. And I think maybe probably green, because green and red go together. So maybe this color here, so we can see things a little bit clearer. Something like possibly that. Yeah, that makes things a lot easier to see in terms of colors. So I'm gonna go here, save this guy here. Oh, give me a second to clear my throat here. All right, we're all good to go. And hi, Ame. Welcome to the stream. Welcome into Crab. I hope you've been well. What I usually like to start with is I like to start with blobbing out the shapes. What are the things I want to pay attention to? I think the big two things are going to be the eyes and the claws, the big front claws. And I want the big front claws to kind of come out a little bit more, I'm thinking. So probably something here. They're quite narrow though. They're not very thick, are they? So I'm gonna lower this guy down a little bit more and slowly see if I can start chipping away at an idea I like the look of. And Crab looks like a pancake. Yeah, pancake Crab. Isn't it delicious? Take a look at this one, Abe. There's no denying it now. Hello, good. I'm Nima. Oh my. We'll go ahead and remove this guy here. And then because it is a pancake, yeah! Just about, I'd say. We'll grab this guy here, I think. And the thing is, the claws are pretty down low. So I'm guessing we can move this guy up a bit. Now, question is, do we want to have outlines for the crab? Or do we want to go with it being more on the realistic side? I think outlines could be fun. So we're going to keep to the outline idea. Make this guy a little bit smaller here. And oh boy, save this guy here. And maybe keep it here for now. I think then we'll go for a lighter tan color for the underside, just to get an idea of everything. And I think tanner color, tan, that's like a good tan. This guy would go just underneath, it seems like, so possibly here for our tan bit, and then kind of go up and over. And this is where the rest of the crab would go. And this is a very flat looking crab. I can't say that to start. Oh, fire, little guy. There we are. Okay. And then I'm thinking at least it looks like these guys go back a little bit more. So we might go for like a darker color here. I'm just getting a blob down. And I was in the middle of making a joke. Oh my. We'll have these darker colors go here to show that it's coming from the back. This guy here again, I'm just blobbing in starting shapes. I'm not sure how this is going to look in the long run. These are just ideas. I might say then I'm going to copy this guy here, paste this guy here. That way we have a backup in case things do go wrong. We'll add a little bit more underside because I do think this guy has a little bit more like teeth underneath. So we might do this guy here instead, which gives it more of that look. And the yummy crab gets the worm! Oh my! We might add more dark color here in this area as well. And I might do something like that there too. And then there's the little legs that come underneath. And for these guys, I might just go with a darker red here. And then as we hue shift a little bit, make them come underneath here. So for example, it looks like they go inward a little bit. Maybe we can do like a little lightning bolt idea here and then have them come outward a little bit more. So maybe lightning bolt here, have them come out just a smidge here like that. And then have you come out a little bit more. So something like that could work maybe. And I'm happy. Yay, happy. Oh my, how sweet. And then we'll also add a little bit of a guy, tiny guy back there, I think, possibly. Though I'm not too sure yet. These are just ideas. And then from here, what I'm thinking is we'll grab like more of an orangey color for the top of this guy here. So maybe more so like an orangey reddish color about here-ish. And I mean, I agree so. Oh my. Let's go about here, I think, for this color. And we'll have this guy go all the way up top as it looks like eyes kind of go at the very top of this here. So we'll have this go here, have this go here, I think then. And it looks like it's a bit coming around this area. So actually, we have to go downwards, something that goes more so like this, it seems. So we'll go for something like that there instead, something like here and here. Have it come downward a little bit more so it's going flatter. And then there's an underneath side. So this is where we choose something a little bit darker. So we'll grab this guy here. And this is where the bottom of the crab would go. So something like this here. And it seems like this kind of goes up a little bit up and down. So maybe we can have this guy kind of go up a little bit more about here-ish. Just using things at the moment temporarily. We then have like a darker color for the eyes. So maybe for now, we'll just have the eyes as like a color here and maybe have them go here and here. I do think that's cute. And we'll save it. So we have our base crab. Now we get to modify and tweak it to see if we can add a little bit more definition as we tweak it here and there. I do think it's a cute crab. I think it could work. Maybe the thing I would add is like making instead this guy, let's see, grab this color here, and instead think about maybe looking at a like a stalk eyes, like a stalk like that. I think that looks like a crab too. I can see crab to that as well. It's more of a Mr. Krabs, or actually, what would Mr. Krabs be? Wouldn't it be more so like this, right? And then it would be I think something like that. I don't remember how his eyes look though. Oh my, SpongeBob boy. Let me get a little bit of water here. Tasty, indeed. With that said, though, we can kind of start to modify things. For starters, I want to have like a dark red outline around everything. So let's add that. And to do that, that's an easy enough thing to do. You would just select all of these guys, you Shift O, and it gives you an outline like that. You can do outside. Skinny. Oh no! What have we done? He's been shrunk. Or you could go outside too, and the outside is the one we're going to go for so that we have a bit of definition here. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and slide this guy up then. And now we can kind of start to slowly chip away at the other pieces that we were trying to get across, but not quite doing as much. So for example, here I might take the little leg and might add a little bit more definition here, and then remove this guy so it's not as clear there. And then we might add in that guy here. So maybe the leg segment can go something like that. But I don't know. It's always a thing of just trial and error. For example, I see how the legs kind of have an outer, it goes out then in. So it makes me think, if it goes out then in, then likely what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to sacrifice. I'm going to have to move these guys in by like 2. That way we get more space to go out than in. Either do that or make it wider, in which case it won't be 32 by 32 anymore. We're keeping it 32 by 32 though. So let's see if we can make it a little bit less wide up here, possibly, but then our crowd doesn't look as wide as the issue, so it's making me wonder, maybe it's a thing if we can flatten this guy up here? What happened to your brain? I think they're much flatter in the photo. Yeah, they're much flatter. Yeah, but that's too flat what I just did. I made it way too flat. We also need to make it move in by like another one here. She always goes to the brain like a zombie. I'm no zombie, I tell you. But this guy here, yeah, pancake. I need to make it flat like a pancake. That would make a lot of sense here. So we're gonna erase this guy at least. Make this guy go, I think, down a little bit more. So something like this maybe, as we have this guy go up. And I don't think it's too flat. I think it's perfectly flat. Fine, as flat as it is. Oh my. I do like the idea of making this guy a little bit thinner. So for example here, having it go possibly up more. So it goes up like that. They're up there as it kind of wraps around. I can see it wrapping around. It looks like a little mustache. Oh, that's cute. We have the ad break in a second, but he's so fancy. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here, Neva. I don't know if I should be scared of that or not, though. Anyway, I'm gonna poop now. No worries at all. Athea, no worries at all. Have a good stream. Thank you for coming and chatting for a bit. I hope you have a lovely rest of your insert time zone here. Oh my. Well, go ahead. The ads are about to start, so we'll let the ad break do their thing. And while it's doing that, we can talk about different species of octopus while we're waiting on it. And oh, the little mouth. I'm thinking at least, well, the inspiration for Bobby, I believe, was if I just type in OCTOPUS, octopus here, and honestly, Earth, I don't know which of us should be more scared. Am I becoming more like you, or are you becoming more like me? We have this pretty cool looking octopus. It says free majestic underwater octopus image. The little head's super important, but Bobby doesn't have any ear here. I think that's in here, possibly, maybe that's in here. There's also this image here, and I'm looking specifically now. There are a lot of cool different looking octopus. For example, there are Dumbo octopi, hold on, Dumbo, D-U-M-B-O, Dumbo, which I think are adorable. They look like a little cute fish like this, Dumbo. Like what would it be? I think it's called Dumbo because of the big ears, or the big look of ears on the side here. There is also, actually, I think the Dumbo octopus is the only one I remember. Oh my, what other cool looking octopus? What if I type in cool looking octopus, O-C-T-O-P-U-S, cool looking octopus? There is, ooh, that is pretty cool looking here. Let me click on this guy here. Oh no, they're breathing holes. Oh, so it's like a mouth, but not a mouth. Bobby can't breathe like a nose. He doesn't need to breathe. He can't, you know, do things in space, so. Actually, he's probably in space, yeah. See? Oh my. Let me see about this guy here. There's a giant Pacific octopus here, which is pretty cool looking. Oh my. We'll click on you here. And I do like the look of the giant Pacific octopus, so maybe we'll save that a little bit later for here. There is also, let's see. Ooh, look at this one. East Pacific red octopus. It looks like it has like a netting design on it. I think that's super duper neat. There is also here the human walker. Human walkers? Hold on, if I just type in human walkers, is that what it's actually called? No, okay. Oh, no, reanimated dead humans. Okay, no. It's just what they're deciding to call it. Okay. Anyway, listen, been too light, I need to dial my brain back. Nonsense. Oh my. There's also this octopus called the coconut octopus here. Take a look at this. Coconut octopus. It looks like it's almost glowing a little bit underneath, which I think is super duper neat. So we'll save that there too as well. I think that's a pretty cool looking one there. Maybe we'll draw this. I do quite like this. That one's pretty good. And the fact that it's an actual photo too. That's good. I quite like this one. Oh my. Let's see. There's also this one here looks like a yada. That one's cute too. I'm realizing all over again how cute octopus are. Ad break is over. Welcome back. You've missed nothing but me looking at different octopus species. I'd like to show you, I'm not sure what species this is, but he looks like he has places to be. And octopuses aren't dangerous. That one there too. There is also this one here, which I thought was pretty neat. Look at the little glowy bits. Just Iris, be careful because Pixelart loses the details, so people might get the wrong idea if you draw that one. I'm picking up. He looks like he's holding 2 bags here. Oh my. And also the Dumbo as well as a giant Pacific octopus, which I think we'll be drawing later. But Eric's over. Welcome back in. Shall we continue our pancake crab? And Bobby must be feeling jealous. Oh my. What's going on? I like the giant. Yeah, I think the giant has the most detail. Probably because it's giant. Who would have thunk? Oh my. Let's go here a little bit. I do like the way you can see the little crab arms. So we'll see if we can take inspiration from that. So slide this guy upwards so you can see it a little bit more. And who would have thunk? Oh my. I do like how it also has like a black tip, it seems like. So maybe we can add a black tip, though it's a little bit hard. Maybe if we add like a gray for the black part, possibly. Maybe if we do like a gray, blackish, orange part, that kind of looks black. That's pretty good. And what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to use the grayscale. And for those of you that don't know how to do it, if we go to sprite here and go to color mode, you can set the color mode to grayscale. And this allows you to see if the colors have a lot of contrast. And what I'm looking for is I want the gray color to stand apart from the red. And as you can notice, it does not. It blends right in. And I tend to enjoy art that has high contrast. So I either need to make the gray lighter or darker. I have a plugin I use that lets me just do it with the button here. But, interesting. This grayscale is different from Godot's, not Godot's. It's different from Aseprite grayscale. I wonder if it's like a different algorithm or something, because when I do it through the plugin, it looks like there's a difference. But when I do it through Aseprite's grayscale, that's an interesting one. Huh, I wonder what's the difference. And here's thunks, not thanks. Who would have thunk? I did write thunk, I think, and so that's why. Let me click on this guy again so you can see the little crab legs or crab arms here. But that said, let's go ahead and go back to our crab. And I want to add a little space between. I think that's a good idea here. So what I want to do is pay attention a lot to our pointy bit here and see if we can really add a pointy sharp bit. By adding a corner here, it makes it look sharp. We can also do this guy here to maybe make it look like it's going downwards, but I don't like how the bottom of the belly is aligned with the crab arms. It makes it kind of hard to see what's going on. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to delete this guy here. And what is it like to thunk? Thunking's hard, all right? Very, very hard. So I'm going to move these guys maybe down here instead, and maybe we can choose a different color too to help with it not seeming like it's part of the arm. But I think 100%, just moving the arms away from the body can help it have a little bit more definition. And you can have him hold a gun. Bobby, you're the crab. You gotta be specific here. We'll add a little arm here, and I do like how the arm kind of goes around. And I do like taking a look at the anatomy too, because I think it's helpful in the sense of you can get a full 360 of what's going on here. For example, we're seeing the top of the crab arm. I didn't even think of seeing the top. I just did the side. Direct side, which is not kind of the case that we're seeing. So it's interesting, and that's the case, or if that's the case, and since it's the case, let's lower the eyes down here a little bit more, just something like this here. And then let's add this guy here. Then let's make this guy a little bit flatter here all over again, about here and here and here. We can then remove this guy here as he's kind of getting a little bit flatter. Maybe we can even do something about here to flatten it a little bit more so that it's a little bit curvier. I do like the idea of that. And the thing is too, that if I'm struggling to draw this guy here, another way you could approach this, and we maybe might do this instead, is I noticed that he's an oval shape. So maybe if it's a little bit tricky to draw the entire body, maybe what I can do instead is draw a little oval like this guy here. So draw a little something like, let's see, like that there. That could also be the shape of the crab. So maybe we take the flat shape of this guy here, then we can fill this in with this color here, grab this guy here, add in our outlines here, and this could be another just starting off shape of the crab. I don't like how wide it is, so we can always narrow it, but this too is a way to get started if the shape you're going for isn't what you're looking for exactly. So we'll grab this guy here, go all the way up for these guys here, and hold on, give me a second for my throat here. There we are, okay. And we'll grab these guys here and grab them here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this guy, I think, a little bit more narrow. I say up, then I squeeze him by a lot. Oh my. And we actually need to do this one more time here by a little bit more. There we go. And I think this might work out a smidge better than this here. And we already have the idea that we're going for too, so it can make it a little bit easier. So from there, I know that about halfway we have that line. So I might say, let's see, maybe we do a two-sided line here at least and have it go down a bit more. So something like there, I think, can maybe work. Maybe we can have it go like that bit there, then have it go downward a little bit more and have it come up to the side here. So maybe we can add a little bit more of lining around this area here to make it seem like the line's coming up. And with this guy, what we can also do is have the dark line here for the outline. I don't know about this color specifically as I go for the outline here. And yeah, I don't quite like that. So what I might do instead is do something like this here. Give me a second. My throat not going too good. Hold on. There we are. Okay, we're good to go. So something like this, and then maybe we can have it go inward, but that's very tall, isn't it? So maybe instead we don't do that. And hi, Mr. Mash and Gas. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Another peak live. Well, thank you. How sweet of you. Welcome back in the stream. I hope you've been well. Let's see here. Maybe we can add in this guy up here to show that it's kind of going over, but I don't know. I don't quite like the color. I think it's too bright. So if we maybe go for something a little bit darker here, something like that there, I think that might work a bit more in our flavor, bit more in our favor. And then we have this guy as our dark bit here. Yeah, I can see that working. Then maybe we can drag this guy down by like one here so that it's more underbelly side. So maybe we can go for something here and then remove that guy here and go for something like this. And then we can kind of fill this guy in here and here, maybe here. So it gets more of a rounded area as it's going down. Something like that I think can also help too. And then the next thing I would think to do is we can also add a little bit of brighter color here since it's a lighting area. So maybe that can go up here, something like that for the brighter bit. And then this guy down here definitely could go for a darker bit. And you know what this is looking like? This is reminding me of the Pixelart, not Pixelart, Pokemon, the Pokemon crab specifically that has like the big jaw. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember the name of it, but he's got like a big jaw and it looks like this here, like that. Do you see it? I'm not even sure if that's how it looks, but I remember it looking something like this and then it has big eyes. I don't remember specifically, but it looks like that in my imagination at least. Oh my. And the bottom bit doesn't really look like the bottom of the crab, as in the ridges of the crab in the photo is sharp. Like an umbrella, it's not smooth transition, if you know what I mean. Could you elaborate a little bit what you mean, Nima? And it's a Muppet. And that went from Pokemon to... Let me slide this guy over and save this too. Oh boy. Do you mean in the sense of that it's the bit here? So how it goes down a little bit and then this part comes out for the arms? Is that what you mean, Nima? And let me save this guy here. With that said, I think then we can have this guy go possibly there. And I love your drawing style. Thank you, Mr. Mash and Gash. Thank you. I haven't done much already, but I'm glad you like it so far. I then think we should have this guy up here, and now our little arms. This is where I think blobbing can be pretty important, and I want to pay specific attention to it as well. I also want to figure out the eyes too. I feel like the eyes kind of going diagonally, so maybe not diagonally, but different. Something like this I think can help. Something like that there too. I do like the idea of that. And then maybe we can add a little bit of an underline, an under bit there to show that it is a dark part of the crab. And then this bit here would go over top. So actually, we're going to need to slide this guy in by like 1, it seems like. let's slide in this guy here, but like one over here, and then we slide into this guy one over here, like that there. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to have a dark, or I want it to go up and over. So something like this instead for the part of underneath our eye. So something like this here, I think, can make it feel more like it's going up and over. That was the hope to do with that there. And then we have this bit here for the eye, and I'm not sure what color specifically to use, but we can for now go for something a little bit darker. This is also where you could add another outline for the eye, but I think we're fine. I think also that black color, it's not even noticeable, so maybe we don't use it. Maybe we just use like a brighter color here. And but the answer to your pseudo question, did you mean cloth? I think it's craw something. And I sent a Vin stream because I can't explain it. No worries at all. Oh, hold on, Nima. I will take a check. Klawf, cloth? Cloth? No, it's not cloth. Just for those of you that are curious. Cloth looks like this. That's not what I'm thinking of. Is it the crab? This is gonna back me. Crab Pokemon. Pokemon. No, it's not a... it is Krabby or Kingler. This one. This is the one I thought of. I got pretty close, didn't I? I'd say that's pretty accurate, all right? Crabby. Maybe the eyes are a little bit too big, but my point stands. This is pretty one-to-one. Oh my. Let me slide this guy back over to here. Let me move you over to here too for Pokemons here. And slide you back to about this switch here. And then let me take a look at what Nima sent as well. If I click on our planning screen here, and let's see. If I click on you here, we can take a look very quickly and see the idea behind the ridge coming out. Oh, the outside. I see. Yeah. Okay, I think I get it. It kind of comes out and over. I do like the arrows. Sharp. Got ya. Yeah, it kind of goes out and over. I got you. Thank you for sending that, Nima. Alrighty then. So, to be a little bit more lore accurate, what it would actually be is something more along the lines of coming up to be, say if this guy here, have you go here, we can do something more so like this here, and have it kind of come outward here. Maybe have it kind of do something about there, and then maybe have it come up there, and then we have this guy here and here and here. Something like that instead then. Something, oh, that's very exaggerated, but I do kind of like the exaggeration. Maybe we can have it come down a little bit more here. Yeah, kind of do like a 2-2, and then maybe have it come in here and here, so something like that instead. Yeah, like that, right, Nima, I think? And we'll save that there. Okay, so with that said and done, what we can then do is see about our little arms here. And for our little arms, it's just me being a nuisance. Oh no, don't worry. I do like all the extra details. I think they're lovely, so I do appreciate them. We can then see about adding in our claw now. And what I want to do first is figure out our little legs. And this is the tricky part I'm not too sure about. I think we had a second image, possibly. Kind of this guy here, maybe is a little bit easier to see. But the little leg here, as I slide this guy over to be a little bit more visible here. But the leg kind of comes in 2 parts. There's like, or 3 parts. There's like a chunk here, and then a chunk here. If I grab you here, click on draw, I can kind of show you what I mean. There's a chunk here, like that, and then there's a chunk here, and then there's a chunk here. I don't know if we're able to describe all 3 little chunks, but that would be preferable. So what I'm thinking is at least, it kind of goes underneath, so maybe we have this guy kind of come down here. So this is where we'll separate them. We'll modify this in post. But I'm thinking at least their chunk here, and then the very bottom, the chunk goes inwards. So possibly something like that there. That looks so wrong. Modular legs. It does remind me of some sort of like robot in a way. I can see it. Oh boy, it's beautiful. I don't know what you mean. It's a claw machine. Okay, trust the process. Yeah, okay, then draw the big claws. I think, hold on. I wanna see about adding a little bit of modification, just a smidge here. For example, I'm thinking at the very least, we can grab a lighter color for our darker guy because it's going underneath a little bit brighter, so possibly we could do something like this here. And then we can see about adding in a lighter red on our separation bit, so maybe we can do this guy here, this guy here. No, that doesn't work. Hold on, Let's see, copy this guy here and paste this guy here. And the legs on the photo are a bit more to the sides and shorter. Yeah, they go out by a lot, but we don't have a lot of space is the issue. So we have to take a little bit of liberty here. I'm wondering, maybe it's the case that we don't set that to be the bottom, but do something like this instead, with like a little lightning bolt here, so it looks like it's a section, possibly. And if we do a little lightning bolt about here, like that, does that also make it look like it's a section? Maybe, kind of, sort of. Definitely looks like this guy would go down a little bit more and be a little bit skinnier here. Maybe you could slide this guy in by like, If I had to guess what the shape is, it goes out then in, right? So maybe what we can do is and this is where might just be a case of modifying, or not modifying, but what's the word I'm looking for? Figuring out how to make it work in the way we're looking for. So I'm thinking at least we have this guy go outward like this here, outward maybe there-ish, like that. And then it goes out again, and then it goes down. So possibly something like that. It looks so silly. You know, either we draw the front claws first or the back claws. Maybe, and we do have this saved up, so if need be, we can always go back. Maybe the answer is to start with the big claws, because the big claws are the main event. We would do big claws here, I think, and we can actually make this guy go up a little bit more if need be, so we can have more space. But we would grab this guy here as I slide this guy down, and big claws. We know that the claw is pretty thin, and we also know that there's a bit of top, or there's lighting on the very top of it. And again, we're not going for one, so we don't have to worry too much about the detail, but we can get it a little bit. And I think you make the big claws work and then give the impression. Yeah, I'm gonna focus on the big claws since they're the main attraction, and then think about the smaller ones. I think that's the best bet. Yeah, I agree, Wakajis. I agree 100%. And then we go for here. Maybe this guy can go then here. I do like the idea of it rounding out just a little bit more, so possibly have it come up here. Maybe we can have this guy then go up here a little bit here, like that there. And I do like big claws. So even if this guy doesn't have very big claws, maybe we can give him big claws just because. And I'm thinking at least maybe we can move this guy here, have it kind of go down here, have it go around here, maybe have it go up there, maybe there. The issue is that I already have outlines in this area. So likely you would think outlines in every other area. And that's the tricky part. Yes, reconnected. Are we good? Did we die? Oh no. Oh my. I hope we're all good and dandy. My goodness. We'll see about adding in the outline here then. And for this claw, since the pointy bit is on the inside, we add the point there. And let me double check to make sure Twitch is good to go and YouTube's good to go. If I save this guy and refresh it, and the pincers are pretty small at the top, one from my experience. In Croatia, last year I found one. Oh, how fun. Let's see. This is good, and then this is good too. Yeah, I think we're good. And actually, let me try and send in a video. Oh, how fun. And yeah, I did that as well. The pincers, I think, are the pointy bits of the claw, if I'm not mistaken. We have this bit here, and I'm thinking at least we can kind of make that, no. I kind of like that going a little bit smaller then. Having this guy go up a little bit more, possibly like that there. Like that there. And I want to have the pointy bit also come here, and I want to have a bit of space. So if I want that to be a point, we might make that go in by a little bit here, have this guy go in possibly here, to have it kind of come up and around and down. Then maybe we can have it go in here and have it come inwards like this, like a little C. But I don't quite like how thin the bottom one is, so I might say that we can move this guy in by like a little bit here, like that. I do like that. I think that works out well. And then we have this guy go here. Yeah, I think that can work. And then we have this bit here. And this bit is the very front, all of the front of our crab here. And what I know for sure is that we also have a bit of a brightness bit, as well as little crab arms too. So that's something we'll have to pay attention to as well. So what I'm thinking is, at the very least, we can have little arms as I zoom in here so we can see specifically what's going on. It either looks like there's little arms going on, or not little arms because there are arms, but it looks like there is either a light shading or dark shading. I kind of see like a tannish color, and again, I'm not worrying too much about it because it's the idea of just getting the feel of it down and not worrying too much about the entire thing as a whole. So I'm thinking at the very least, we can have this guy maybe come around here, out here, out here. Maybe we can have it even come out here a little bit more, something like that there. Possibly could definitely work. And as I'm looking over here, I don't like how the claws look at the very bottom. So I'm going to see about doing is maybe making it come down a little bit. Maybe we can grab this guy and make it go up by like a smidge by one. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold your horses here. Maybe then we can make this guy go in here and have this guy go in here like that. Maybe, possibly. I like them going down more though. So I would say possibly have it come here, and then we have the point go there. But I want the bit of spacing. So maybe we just do this guy here. Possibly. I don't like how wide it is though. That's the tricky part. So maybe we can grab, save this guy here and grab this guy here. Go back up here, Yeah, it doesn't look quite as, ooh, I do quite like that. I think that's cute. So we'll go for maybe something like that. I think that works well. So we'll save this guy here, save this guy here. The only thing I think I would change is making it come out by like one more. So maybe we can have this guy go out by like one here and have this guy go out by like one here, possibly. Then we'll grab this guy here, go for this guy here. And that's a lot of lines going on. So in this case, what I would do is I would either add a line in some areas or remove a line. So I would either add the line to here as it's coming out and around instead of having a line go up against the line. So the idea of what comes in front of it, is the claw going in front of it or is the claw coming from behind it? In this case, I think the claw actually has a little bit of spacing from it. So in this case, they're not even touching. In mine, they're touching. So it makes me decide, okay, do I want the claw to come in front or behind? I think the claw coming from behind makes a little bit more sense. So we'll just first modify this bit here so it has a little bit more oomph to it in this area. And actually, I'm going to modify this bit here to give it a little bit more area. There-ish, I think, can work, or nah. I think that will probably be our best bet. Maybe we can have it kind of come outwards, or no. Yeah, I like this. I think this works better. So I'll have this guy go here. Maybe then we can have it kind of go down here and here, like a little zigzaggy bit. And I can read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So let me click on this guy here, click on this guy here. I do like that going there. And then let me save you to be there. And then our little legs, I think, are where we're going to have a bit of issues, but that's okay. We're only starting now. So with that said, we have this color here. And what I'm thinking of doing at the very least is that color? Ah, that is that color. Okay, so what we can do is to start off by having our bright color come in. And this guy here, is this the bright color? No, this is the dark color. Is this the brighter color? Yeah, so we have a few reds. So what I want to do is have this guy here come out as the very top of the claw. So I'm going to have the little red bits come in here at the very top to show, and it seems to be the case that there's actually black tips along the edge. So I'll see about adding in black tips at the very, very tip edge, there we are. And the issue is that because of the way these guys are, it's a little bit hard to do a black tip because of how dark it already is. So let's see about maybe making these guys even darker here, and at the very tip of this part here, and as well as this part here. And then we can see about adding like a really dark red, or our dark red of our choice here, possibly, but I don't know how I feel about that specifically. And then we add this bit here, add this bit here. It kind of looks like a black tip, kind of, sorta. The issue is that our black is very dark compared to everything else. So in this case, I would grab this color. So I'll just grab do new layer here. I would grab this color and make it a little bit brighter. That way our darkest color still stands out. So I might make this guy a little bit darker, so the contrast is a lot more. For example, this versus having it be this. It's a small difference, and then we can also see about maybe even it going lighter. And if that works, then it helps add more oomph to it. So I'll copy this guy here, undo, 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 undo. That way you can just see what I mean as I do click on this guy here, do that guy there. I'll then grab this guy over here, slide it over here, and then paste the new guy in. It's not as dark, which is unfortunate, but there's a few things we can do to modify it. But I think it helps overall in showing off the differences with what's going on. For example, though, we could always just have this guy as well go here and let me make sure this guy fills in there, as I do like that more reddish feel to it. And we'll add in this guy here, maybe have this guy kind of go in, and maybe have it go up and in, so maybe we can have it kind of go up here. Something like that I think can work, though it's interesting how many colors are actually going on here. For example, there's like a little bit of a tan going on as well that I don't know if we can even add because of how dark it is, but we can see. For example, maybe we can add like a little bit here that shows a little bit of tan bit action, and then maybe we can have this guy kind of go in here, Gus going in here. I think this could work, for example, and then we can see about having that's that color there. Maybe we can see about having it come in, having this guy be the bright area. So this guy here, there's a lot of different things you can do, and it might be doing too much just because of how small it is, but I do like the idea of having this guy here. I think that's nice. And with that said, this guy, since it's at the very top, would have our bright outlining, so you would kind of have it go here, have that bit go at the very top, and then this guy here too, because it's at the top, would get that bright outlining as well. This guy here is at the very bottom. It's the darkest outline. We'll keep it for the claws. That way it has an oomph for the tips. So we don't have to worry about that there. And then what I'm thinking is at the very least, I kind of don't like the outline going on here, the mixing of the colors. If we take a look at the black and white, it doesn't look too bad, but I think we can modify it and add more areas. What I'm thinking is at least we can do something here to here, still have that bit come around and out, but I kind of like the idea of not doing an outline there. It feels nicer to look at. What I might do instead is have this guy, and that way we can add the little mouth in, I think, too. So if I click on you're here, because the claws come outwards already, we might see about adding in this guy here, adding in this guy here. That way, this bit comes gradually up and over. So something like, I think this here might work a little bit better to blend it in. And then after that, what I would want to do is see about adding in our little mouth. And our little mouth kind of looks like this. Looks like there's some sort of separation too. So maybe we can see about adding in a bit of a curve, probably here. And he looks like a guy. Hold on. If we just add some... It's beautiful. I'm gonna save this. Undo all this here. Oh boy, what have I done? Nerdiest crap. Oh, he's beautiful. I say beautiful. We'll zoom it to here and save this guy to be here. A gentler laugh than usual. It's really beautiful. Hi, Noe. Welcome in his name. Welcome in and welcome back indeed. That's still a little bit all over the place, so if I start really laughing, that's not good for my health. So I'm trying to keep it quieter than normal. I'm glad you can tell. Oh my. Let's go back to this guy here, have this guy, and then I want to have this as a darker outline. So we'll do something about here-ish. And the hope is to make it not seem too close to the outline that we already have. And we'll just have this guy in here at the very bottom. So this will be our shading. So if anything, it would be more so this guy here, and then this bit here as our shading as we're going in underneath. So possibly what we could do is do something like this guy here, have it then kind of go down and have it go as the underground, the other bit underneath though. Now that I've seen beard, I can't really unsee it. So we've got to fix that. We definitely have to fix that. I do like how this kind of goes in and maybe up here, though it makes it look like the, then you really have a problem. It looks like the, I don't even remember what it's called, but the, oh my. We'll go ahead and save this then here and keep going. And I did read that. So lovely. So let's see. I like the idea of having this bit kind of come out and maybe having it go the... It's beautiful! I agree, Neva. I agree. My only question is, how do you do this bit here? It looks like it's maybe coming out this way and then having it kind of go inwards and then inwards here. So kind of like a roundy bit in this area, possibly. And then this is the darker section about here-ish. And then you have it kind of come inward here and here. Maybe have it kind of come in outward there and then have it kind of come in there. And then maybe have it come in about down here. That could definitely work. Definitely. I could see it being the case. Maybe we can make this guy a little bit wider or no. How about if we move this guy then to about down here and move you to be down here, Yeah, okay. I think that's good. I think that can work. This can work. And I just came back from watching One Piece and that the quieter laugh sounded like something that would come from a nostalgic backstory or flashback. That's very specific. What an interesting one. We'll add this guy then here and add this guy I think here and here. Maybe then we'll remove or add this guy to here and here. Nah, I do like the bit I had before. I think this is close enough. Good enough that it would feel accurate. So we're gonna keep it as it is. I don't think we have to go over everything. So we'll go here and then we'll go here. I do like the idea of adding like a darker bit underneath the eyes, but I don't know if that's possible. We can see about maybe making our bit up here taller. So what if we were to make this crab part taller up here? And that way we can make this part up here a bit higher. And that way there's a little bit more separation going on here, but there already is a lot of separation underneath the eye. But I'm wondering at the very least, if we do that, then we'd be able to add in like a darker shadow here, which I think could help possibly, maybe. Because One Piece is the god of flashbacks. I've cried this other times to One Piece backstories. Oda never misses in backstories. Oh, that's sweet. I know at the very least I can't stand sad stuff, so I could never get into sad things like that. But I'm glad that it exists for people who do enjoy this. There are people who enjoy crying for fun. I don't know how all of you do it. we'll add in this bit here, add in this bit here. I'll see about maybe making this kind of go up a little bit more, so possibly like that there, though. It doesn't look as pancake as I would have hoped, but I do quite like it. I think it's cute. And what I also want to do here is see about the little legs that we can add in the background, possibly. So for example, here, I want to see about adding in, Also, I'm noticing that this guy here at least goes up more so like that, and if we flip it, it's more so like that there, right? And then this kind of goes here, like that, and then this bit also gets darker, something like this. I think it's more accurate to what's going on. And yo, Crab, you've improved in Pixelart. Thank you, Sir Desire. Thank you, and welcome in the stream. Well, great Crab. I see. I thought you were calling me Crab. Yo, great Crab. Ah, well, thank you. And I see you've improved in Pixelart. Well, thank you, Sir Desire. Thank you, indeedy. How sweet of you to say. Yeah, this guy has like an up look, but I think we're going to go for a down look just because I think it reads nicer. So we'll have this guy go here. We'll have this guy then go here. And then what we'll do is we'll have the little legs. So for our little legs, I'm thinking at least, probably we can see about our attempt over here. Possibly. Let's just copy this Crab just in case. Just in case. And then we'll grab you here, and then let's just see how well it works. So I'll copy you here, here, and here. Copy you, then we'll slide you all the way down. And actually, we're going to have to probably make it go behind the layer. So I'm going to new layer here, then paste them just in case. Indeed. Kind of like that. Kind of sort of works. I think a darker color would be better overall. Even if we can't see all of it, I think the feel would be nicer to look at. So something like this guy going here, maybe. Have it kind of come out here. You know what? I make the rules. I'm breaking the rules. I think I like that a lot more. Yeah, that looks way nice. Maybe you could even say, right, if we're gonna break the rules at the very least, I would put this guy here and then have this guy kind of come outward here, something like that, I think. And that One Piece is not meaninglessly sad? Well, no, that's the thing. The worst parts or the worst things or worst sad things are the things that are really good and that aren't sad for a reason. They make sense, but I don't like crying. And it's genuinely because this is deeper human emotion in there. Yeah, I can't really explain it, but One Piece is never needlessly dark. No, I never said needlessly. Not at all. I just don't like sad things. And it's the goofiest story there is. Yeah, that's the thing. It's goofy, and because it's so goofy, the sad parts hit even harder. If it were sad all of the time, then it wouldn't hit as much. But because there's very good highs, and it makes the very good lows even better. Oh my! Let's see as I make this guy go out a little bit more. Maybe we can squeeze in this guy by like 1. I think we can do it. Okay. What I'm going to do is possibly see about adding or removing this guy here, adding this guy here, having it kind of go down here, having it go, I think, here and here. Possibly we could do something like that and then add this guy all along here. I think I had it and I think I lost it. Possibly we could see about doing something like that there. Yeah, I like that a lot better. So we'll go with that. And then maybe we can see about adding in like another little leg here, but that doesn't look like a leg. Maybe we can add like a little leg here, possibly if we do something like that there. No, I don't see leg. I think this just might have to be, oh, you know what we could do? We could do the tale as old as time trial thing of adding maybe little legs in the background here. No, that doesn't work. I take it back. She's drawing the blood of the claws to make sure we align with, or no, I would have to scoot it over by 2 things, wouldn't I? Never mind. Here I thought we could get away with just sliding it over by 1, but no, we would still have an outline piece missing. Never mind. Oh, that's a shame. That's a true shame. And maybe it's a question of light and dark on the legs. Maybe it's a question of the light and dark. Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. For example, we can make this bit at the very bottom go a little bit brighter. So we could say, for example, maybe up here, because it's coming the light a little bit more, having this guy go outwards a smidge like that there, and then having it come inwards and maybe having it do something like that. And there's also ways you could have it separate like that there, which I think looks nice. It adds the definition of everything, and then maybe you have the bit here at the very bottom. But I kind of like this. I think this looks nicer. Having the bit kind of have like a chunk. It reminds me of something they maybe would do for Shovel Knight, but I don't like how the legs kind of look like they're coming from back. So I would see about adding in maybe something that would come up here and then kind of go up and up and up. So I would do something more so I think here, possibly. Something like that there, I think would be my more so turn of action. And then we can move this guy more so down here, I think, and move that guy to be there and there. Something like that, I think, is what I would do for the crab back area. It's dark enough that the very front still feels like front, but it's just the darkness is really, really dark, and I already have everything else blending in. It's because of it's kind of a double-edged sword, but his claws are obfuscating the other leg, so it's less job, but the anatomy may suffer. Yeah, it's a little tricky. And the issue is as well that I wanted 32 by 32. This isn't specifically 32 by 32, but it was more of a suggestion, not much of a requirement. So you know what? I think I'm gonna keep it as it is here. I do like the little guy. I just think he might get confused here. And if that's the case, if I think this area is confusing, is there a way I can make it less confusing? Perhaps, for example, what I could do is see about adding a middle color here and the darker color here. Yeah, okay. Maybe what we do is we use the middle color and maybe we do sugar-ticky. How can we make this bit here feel less layered? We could always just do this guy here and have it come in the background. That could definitely work. Maybe it's a case of adding that there, and then we could have the light bit, so all of this here and all of that there. So what I'm thinking is maybe we could do something like this here and this here, and then we could have it kind of go maybe more so a little lightning bolt here, lightning bolt there-ish, possibly something like that, and then you could add the darker color here and here. But I think it might be better to just leave it as entirely dark outline. That way there's no getting confused with what's what. I do think that works better. I actually love feeling emotions. Since forever, people tend to believe things like feelings is weaknesses, so not at all. As someone born with a max sympathy star stat, I tend to feel things feel for things that most people wouldn't, at least not anyone around me. To me, feeling emotions is what makes human most human. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I love it. Oh, that's sweet too as well. Let me go ahead and save this guy here, save this guy here. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're a-okay and good to go. With that said, there's a few other things I would like to add. One example here is I would like to add a little bit more shine to our very top here. So I would take a little bit of a smidge of a light color here, add it all the way to the very top as this guy here. I would then see about adding in a little bit of a lighter area for a color here. It's not too much of a difference, which is the whole point. The whole point is not to make it feel too different, as this is all our other area there. I can see this being at the top. That's fine and dandy, good to go. We'll then add this guy up here, add this guy up here, and I could see it being the case you could add, for example, maybe a dot there or a highlight there to make it feel as though there's things going on here for highlights. That definitely can work too. And then I would also want to see about adding a little highlight there. Speaking of highlights, I do like adding little shiny bits and bolts. The thing is, this guy here does have some patterning going on, so maybe we can add some bits here. The thing is, when you're adding single images, when you're adding single dots, it can make it harder to show texture. Well, no, that's not the way I'm trying to say it. When you're adding single dots, they're called orphan pixels, and it can make it tricky to see what's going on, and it's usually a big no-no. I'm going for not a fish scale reflection, but I can see lots of dots here. So I then think to myself, add a lot of dots here. But the more dots you add, it might not start to feel as nice as it would have if you have more pattern. So for example, maybe I would add more of a dithering thing. I could also just leave this blank because of how small it is. And I do like the idea of maybe going for like a little small dot line here. I like that. I do tend to enjoy that. So I might add this in here, and then we can add in this bit here to make it go underneath. So it's possibly something like this here. I would then see about adding in this guy here, this guy here, this guy possibly here and here. Maybe we can even have it coming down a little bit more so it's more of a two-step. And then I would add that guy there for more of a roundy feel. Maybe we can see even about having this guy come around, so maybe more so like this guy here to make it feel rounder. It's actually studied on a guy that was missing a part of the brain that is responsible for emotions. He couldn't make easy decisions like which socks to choose for a couple hours. He could still solve puzzles and stuff, but it shows that without something like emotions, you also can't really have logic. Well, people view them as opposites. I do remember, what was it? I am the right brain, I am the right brain. That, I don't remember where it's from, but I remember that. I work really hard to the inevitable death brain. You got a job to do, you better do it right. Let's see, add that guy in there, and then I would see about adding in some pixels. So we'll add in bits here. Let's add a little bit of anti-aliasing. I would add a dot here, for example, and the hope of anti-aliasing is to round out the edges so they're not as harsh when you take a look at them. So I would add a dot here, I would add a dot here. I'm going for more of the 50%. And actually, if anything, I would see about doing possibly have these guys go up there, have this guy go down here then, and have it kind of go up there for more of a curve. I do like the feel of that. We then grab this guy here, go about 50%-ish there, and have it come out about here and here. I think there, and there's probably our best bet to make it look a little bit rounder. I would then see about adding in some bits here, though it's a little bit tricky just because of how there's already a lot going on here, so I wouldn't want to add too much to it. But I might grab these edges to make them not look as super duper sharp here. So let's cut any unintentional jaggies! And I just came back, looks so good. Thank you, Mr. Mash and Gash. Thank you indeed. How sweet of you. We'll then see about adding in, add in maybe a darker bit here for underneath, like that guy there. I could see about adding in just to make it come around a little bit more. I could see also about adding in, a darker bit here, darker bit there, just because of how it's coming inwards. But again, it's just a preference thing, and I don't want to add too much detail. And for some reason, I imagine the crowd being able to have a luchador mask, like the one in El Concours Pasa has. Not the full mask, actually. I don't know if that's quite a luchador mask or not. I haven't, or I don't, nothing comes to mind immediately when I hear El Concours Pasa. I remember El Tigre. That was always a really fun thing I watched. Let's see, add that guy in here, add that guy in there. I would then see about adding in possibly a bit darker guys here because they're underneath, but that's already super dark. Let's see, maybe we can add a darker color about here and here because it's coming up and it's separated. But yeah, actually, I would add a dot there, possibly. Maybe, maybe not. There's just so many different things you could do. And actually, do we add a dot there or do we not add a dot there? Decisions. I think maybe we can get away with doing a lighter color or darker color than this. Anything darker that we have? Nope, not at all. That's okay. I think we can keep it then. Just save this guy here for what we have. And then something that you could do is see about these guys here. So we did those edges here. I'd say add that guy in there. So that takes care of this area here. Let's see. We can see about adding in a lighter bit here. So go about 50%. Add that guy in here and add that guy in here. Possibly could make it look a little bit less pointy. For example, maybe we do this something like this here. Maybe you can then see about adding in that there. That definitely makes it high definition, and it's supposed to go upward, not downward. So I'm already kind of failing in that regard, but it's okay. I hope it's interpretation. That was always the wish. So we'll add in this guy here, add in this bit here, add in this bit here so that the eyes aren't as harsh. Then I'm thinking at least we can add in a little light to our eyes. So I'll go up here a smidge, maybe go up to like a yellowy color, up and bright color is what we're looking for. A bright color, never mind, I take it back. Bright red, never mind. And El Concours Pasa is an umatsume based off of a real horse. Oh, it's a horse. I should have known. And Monon reference. Oh my. I want to add a little bit of a light here and a little bit of a light here, but I don't know how fair that's going to do. For example, I think that could work, but there's no outline to the eyes, so it doesn't make it look as maybe charming as it could be, unfortunately. For example, we'd add that little light there, add that little light, but it might be hard to see just because of the eye color. So maybe in this case, something I would do is see about maybe making this guy brighter in this area here, for example, and that might add in more bits to the eyes that you can see, add more definition. Then maybe, for example, you could add like a little highlight here. So maybe we can add in like that guy there, add in, let's see, oh, actually it would be more so I guess here because the eye, looks like the eye's going sideways. The eyes are going sideways. So you know what? Actually, yeah, you get sideways looking eyes. And we'll add this guy here for a light reflection. See how was that? It adds a little bit more oomph to the eye. I'm looking here, I'm detecting, I'm seeing that there is still a little bit more anti-aliasing you could add. So I could add probably that guy there, probably that guy there, maybe that guy there to not make it look as harsh. Maybe we can add then this guy here, go about 50% I'd say. Here, likely there. Anywhere else, we have a little bit of a pass here. So we could definitely go like 50% here, grab this guy here, do about there for more of a slope look. And then we could also add it here and here and here, and I'd say here. And then maybe also one dot there. There we go. I would say something like that. That's a lot of anti-aliasing, but I always think, especially because if it's small or not, but this would be anti-aliasing without anti-aliasing. Hold on, where'd you go? Why are you there? You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be there. There we are. No anti-aliasing with anti-aliasing. It's heavy. I would definitely say this is heavy. But I like it, and the goofy eyes are coming together. The only thing I think I would change about this is I would add in outlines to the eyes, like something here, to make the eyes a lot more noticeable. And maybe we do that, something like this here. It makes the eyes noticeable, though. It looks a little creepy because of how dark the eye looks. But I would add in one spot here to make them stand out more. That would be the only difference. So let me copy this guy here. Copy if I can. Copy, undo, and we'll leave both pieces up. With that said, let's go ahead and take a look at how people usually draw crabs with our little crab here, and let's go ahead and compare and contrast. And hello, Canadian Brit from Cali. Oh, that's a mouthful. Canadian Brit from Cali. So you're a Brit who's from... No, I can't even try to think of geology. Thank you for the subscription. The resubscription, in fact, for 4 months total. And welcome in. Thank you all over again. And I go a little crazy. The references gets bluish on the top of the environment. No, we're staying away from that. We're staying away from that sort of art, though. I get what you made. Oh my, there's so much more detail you can do. But if we want to get into doing fish as well as octopus, we can only go so far. Oh my, with that said, let's take a look at what everyone has done. So we'll start off with the game. Now, unfortunately, I did not have time to sort all of the references. So we'll be taking a look at areas of references. For example, there's this entire thing now. I gathered all the references together, but I didn't have time to sort them individually. I don't get that joke! Do you mean for the color, at least, Noi? It's the idea of bounce light going on here, where because of the ocean color, the light here specifically is flashing off of the crab. So adding details like that, going really nitty-gritty over there. So I'm guessing Noi means, or not Noi, Sortzazar means. Let me go and save this guy here. So these are all fish, but they have not been sorted fish. And I'm hoping next time around, so hopefully, oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, next week's the celebration. I'm taking the week off of that. So 14th, 15th, 16th will be the week that we continue this guy here. And a reflection of the light. Yeah, reflection of the light. You can see, this is from the game. Let's just go through these very briefly. This is from the game Stardew Valley. We have some turtles here, and I would love to do like a sea turtle study reference. And this is also from Stardew Valley. It could be fun to also draw a mermaid. Oh, scary fish. We have here from Traveler's Rest, crabs. I think if we're going to take a look at crabs, probably Traveler's Rest is our best crab here. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just going to make a new layer here. We're going to call it a ref layer. And anytime we come across crabs, we will take a look. So I'll save this guy here, make our sprite canvas size way bigger. That way we have space, lots of space here. And this is Traveler's Rest. There we are, Traveler's Rest. So there's these guys here, and taking a look at them, what techniques do they use that I didn't use? Just looking at them overall, their crabs to start off are, if I look at theirs versus mine and I grab, actually I do like this better. I like this, the eyes. The eyes are way easier to see when I look at it this way. So I'm going to grab my crab here, and just taking a look from the very beginning, their crabs are a little bit, oh, actually no, their crabs are just about the same size as my crab. If I click on this guy here, yeah, their crabs are a little bit bigger, but they're about the general size. Their claws are also set in a way where they're forward more, so they're a little bit more. This looks more like a top-down reference of the crab instead of mine crab. It looks more of like a top-down reference, and they did what I did too, with the idea of having the outline for the eyes specifically. There's outline for the eyes, outline for the eyes, and is that Krabby the Pokemon? I do have, I think, Krabby on here. Hopefully, if I did things correctly, Krabby should be in this area. So we'll see. And holy crab! Indeed, lots of crabs here. What's another thing that we can take note of? The idea that in Traveler's Rest, there aren't any shaded colored outlines, but there are colored outlines. The idea that anything red is done with this color, anything brown is done with this color, though it seems to be the case that for this black area, it's still kept as red. So it's like a simple colored outlines, which I think is interesting and super duper neat. I also like here how they do the highlights. That's what I was trying to do here. Maybe I need to be more bold in my highlights. For example, maybe what I could have done as I copy this guy here and paste this guy here, bold, brash. Let's see, let's go up a little bit more. So what I can do is see about going up higher here. Maybe I could go for this color. Hold on, if we go up to, let's see. And wow, that crab has muscles. Isn't it a pretty looking crab? I could say so as much. If I'm looking at our blue here, this is regular blue, and it seems to go brighter, and it's going more saturated, and then super saturated. So if I want to mimic that idea, I would grab my bright red here, we would go brighter, and we would go upwards like more so here. So if anything, it would probably be this color. This is the color I'm trying to do. So I'll go ahead and I'll put this here, 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 and here. What do you think? Does adding that there add a big pop to my my crab? Now, granted, I think I might have gone a little bit overboard on the color here. But you know what? The whole point is seeing and testing exaggeration. So maybe we have this guy here, that guy there, have these guys as little dots here and have that guy there. Possibly, it looks a little bit too much. And notice that a difference is like a shadow towards his arms cast by his head. Do you mean this bit here? Yeah. it looks more like it's top down. Yeah, pop is popping. Oh my. What we'll do, I think, is we will go extreme. So we will add, for example, here, I think this color, hold on, I got this color here, a brighter color in this area specifically here, and then we'll do a really bright color. So I'm thinking at least something like that there, and then we can add a little bit of like a dot there and there and there. That way it's not too extreme, but it definitely is more extreme, and I think it's still too much, but I do like it more than this. Mine has not as much contrast. Even when you're looking at these in black and white, you can still tell what's going on. That's the hope. You can't even see my highlights as really bright parts, but when you're seeing this in black and white, take a look at how, yeah, highlights are highlighting. I think it's so neat. Now this crab here, I'm not sure what type of crab it is, but it's a very pointy, spiky looking crab. Let me see if I can find a reference for it. S-P-I-K-Y, spiky crab. Is that actually a thing? Oh, so if you search up spiky crab, it's going to think you searched up spider crab, and we've been through this before. Actually, you know what? I'm not. No. Don't look up spiky crab. Don't look up spider crab. I now have the heebie-jeebies. No. That looks nada. All right, this is a cute-looking crab. I will pull up an image, but I don't want to go anywhere near. I don't want to touch it. I lost its muscles when it came that riffle. They're just pointing. Now when I looked at me. Not what I looked at. There's too many spikes. I know there's like a fear of many holes, and it's not even like I can look at it like what's it called? Pufferfish. Pufferfish is fine, but these spikes on the crabs, they looked creepy. Way too creepy for my liking. Oh my! Aside from that, I like how the spikes here at the very tip have a little bit of a highlight, and how here you can even see square. I tried to do that here with mine. Square, dot, which is what they do here. I know that generally looks scary to me, the things you search Noi, or this crab here. I think this is cute. I can deal with this. Realistic crabs, when I searched up spiky crab, nah, you can keep it. You can keep all of it. What you'll notice here at least is if I go to our black and white, as I think this crab is the most comparable to my crab here. My crab doesn't really, it's not very orange and final. Spiky crab! Is that what you mean to search up for? This, yeah, final spiky crab. You know what I think we can try to do? Let's try shifting our pancake color more to orange. I think that might be useful. So we'll go ahead, we'll grab this color here, we'll do a new layer here, or actually, hold on. We'll paste this guy here, then do a new layer here, and we're gonna modify it a little bit more to see if this at all makes a difference. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of our orangey colors here, so all of this here, our blended bits here too that mix with the red. I'm going to grab all of them, and I wanna hue shift them over to orange. So I'll grab all of these guys here, and I'm holding down shift and using contiguous. You can see it's not checked off there. So I'm grabbing all of the same colors that are of this area here. And I want to grab all of our colors that blend in with our orange or our tan and go and give it muscle. Oh my, wait, what muscle was this? Is there even to give? At least from this perspective, the top down, you can see the top and the side. That's why this works. Mine is top down a little bit, but I would say it's more side. Make it strong. Give me 1 second here, I can see. What we'll do then is go to file here, hopefully. And I remember we talked about it last time, but apparently it didn't work in the way I thought it would, but it's fine. So to go to orange, we're at currently this color here. So we need to hue shift it towards the left. Add more orange and up the saturation a little bit. So we'll go for here. And actually, no, let's do this in black and white in a little bit. Then we'll see about a reveal. So we'll go to our adjustments, hue and saturation. And what we're going to do is shift it over to the left because right now we're in yellowish color. So shift it over to the left and up the saturation a little bit. So hopefully keep up the brightness and shift it over to the left a little bit. So maybe something like that. What do we get when we click on here? Ooh. Huh. I don't dislike that. That's pretty nice. Let me copy that and then undo it. Let's try actually looking at it with the black and white, or not without the black and white, and see about orange now. So if I slide you over, this is more like a reddish color, so this is more orange. Up the saturation here by like a lot to make it a little bit more. So possibly going up here a little bit. We can up the luminosity too. There's a lot of different things you can do with settings like these, which I think is just super duper neat. We can see about maybe making it go over to the left a little bit more, adding more orange, upping the saturation by like a little bit more here, though it definitely doesn't look like more of a pancake anymore. But take a look at these alterations with the color. So we have this guy, and let me paste this guy down here too, so that I don't forget. And then I'll copy this bit, oh, if it lets me. I'll copy this guy here, paste this into, never mind. Copy this, let's see, this layer here, and then that's this layer here. There we go, I'll copy this guy here. And hi, Pumpkin. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back in. That's a name I haven't seen in quite a good second. Welcome back in. I hope your week's been well, as well as your current insert time zone here. And wait, I just remembered that there's a Pokemon called Claude that looks an awful lot like it in color. We just talked about that too. No, wait, hold on. If I click on this guy here, I just want to save it for our alterations. And I kind of do like this one here more than the tanner color I went for. The orange feels nicer. But Claude, yes, we talked about Claude earlier. Hold on. This one here, right? Claude that has the spiky brambles. I'm wondering if it had inspiration from the spiky crab. But Claude, yes, Claude is here. We'll go and close this guy here. Anything else we can take notice of? Aside from the dots, aside from the orange being used, aside from the outlines and glasses, crab visible. Oh, I don't even know how I would add muscle to this guy. We have a Muppet crab apparently. We also have a mustache crab. I don't think there's any way. You might just have to add like a Machamp style type of arms. But that said, I think that's a good like a traveler's rest. Let's keep looking. There are no crabs from Undertale and Deltarune. No crabs from this game here. I think those are dolphins. Any crabs here? Nope, no crabs here. No crabs here. No crabs here, no crabs anywhere here. Got ya. This is all from a game called Ragnarok Online. I think it's a lovely game, especially for references. It's going to be helpful for squid, but apparently not for crab, which is a-okay too. And I think that's everything I was able to find outside of Pokemons. So let's take a look at Pokemon. Let's see here. We have crab specifically, I think just in this area here. Yep. So we have Krabby and Kingler. So I'll go ahead and grab these guys. This is from Pokemon Yellow. So I'll copy these guys here and we can take a look at them a little bit more in detail. And muscles are not cute to Timmy, to Aaron. Oh, I did tease the crabs. I did do that cloaking. I did do that. I can do it again though. Hold on. If I go back to the area that we were just at, go back to the reference layer here. Yep, that has been done. Add little guy here, and then add the little two buck teeth. Oh boy. Add this guy there, and then actually. There you go. Oh my. We'll save this guy here. Ad breaks are about to come up, so let's see if we can grab all of them. Well, actually, what you're trying to say is factually incorrect, and the way to go about it is really to calculate the circumference, and once you've done that, technically speaking, when you look into the algorithm, here we have Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. That's not Ruby. Hold on. Is that R? It looks like a B. Ruby, there we are. Ruby and Sapphire here. We should have a crab here somewhere, you bullies! Oh my. Crab. We have lobster. Oh, I know. No, I didn't come across many lobsters, did I? We'll grab this lobster. I think lobster could be fun to look at. You know what? Ad breaks are about to happen, so I'm gonna go through all of these since there's a few to go through to grab them all, and then once the ad breaks are done, we'll take a look at these guys. So, ad break shall commence. Nah, you won't miss a thing. Don't you worry if you do happen to get them. So we'll grab this guy here, and then we'll take a look at them once ad breaks are up. So I won't try to focus on them too much. I'm just yoinking. And I do this all lovely. So we'll paste this guy into this bit here. And is that literally every water Pokemon sprite? No! I just thought, what could technically be counted as a sea creature? I tried my best to capture all of them. For example, I think, most water Pokemon sprites are inspired by sea creatures, so technically speaking, maybe. But I went through all the Pokemon I could spot and find and tried to specifically look for ones that were sea creatures. Did the Krabby not appear in Pokemon? Surely the Krabby must have appeared. Maybe I just didn't see it? Yeah, it's gotta be in Black Ruby and Sapphire. It's like a classic. We have hold on, I'm looking this up. Krabby, Ruby, Sapphire, RUBY, I'm guessing it's gonna be like Generation 1, right? And Storm Drain Cradily seen. Storm Drain Cradily, and yeah, we saw Krabby. Krabby here? Did I just overlook it? Where is he at? Crab. I'm not seeing any crab here. And how's the progress of your game cafe? It's going wonderfully so far. You could even say swimmingly. But it's going wonderful. The tutorial, we've been making a lot of progress. We did a tutorial yesterday, and we're gonna do the tutorial tomorrow as well. And no, it's going great. Let's see, Krabby. He's gotta be here somewhere. Where is he though? Crab. That's like the hermit crab, but we'll skip him for now. I'm looking specifically for the kinger one. No crab, no crab, no crab, no crab, no crab. I'm pretty sure he's generation 1. Ah, yeah, I did miss him. And I didn't see a crabby and emerald, at least, I think. Here we are, I found him. Let me copy this guy here. I'll paste this for future reference too, just in case I do need it. And do I even have any space? No, I really don't have space. You know what? When in doubt, just make more space. We'll just add more space, yep. Surely that won't hurt my computer at all, right? And we'll save this guy here for all of our fronts here. I believe that's front. Yeah, this is the front area here. And, oh, undo, paste here. Hold on. I had a system down. Let's save this guy about here-ish. I think that's, yeah, there you go. Maybe one more over. Nope, about there. Okay, and then this is front, and then we're also going to need the back. Where are you at? You're like in the middle. So we'll grab the front, grab the back of this guy here. That's second generation. No, we need first generation. First generation back too. Are these back already? Yeah, they're front and back. Oh, wonderful. Great. Okay, we got it then. And when in doubt, just make more space. Through wisdom! Oh my. Here we are, this guy here. And we'll grab you there. And then lastly, we need it from black and white, which are these guys over here, black and white. I thought it could be fun to try to compare and contrast all of them. So we'll grab this guy here. It should be just able to do this guy here. Yep, close this guy then. And no, Apric's just about up, but not quite up yet. And do I have the lobster? I don't think I have the lobster on here, but welcome back from the Apric. Welcome back. You've missed not a thing. I'm just grabbing all of our crabs here, and oh, we do also have the little lobster guy, so I'll copy you there. There we are. Okay, let's take a look at all of these guys in detail. And I think it's especially fun to do because these are guys from different games, different styles, different types, but they're the same subject. So I think it's a fun idea because you get to look at the different versions of them. And how do you select by square? You double click on them. The thing is about these sprites specifically is that they align perfectly to the square. So I can just grab specifically because they line up perfectly with the, I think it's 64 by 64, but they're all 64 by 64. So it makes it easier for me to grab, but if you need to, you just double click. And another thing you can do as well is if you double click, you hold down shift and use the arrow keys. It also allows you to move them around specifically that way too, which I also find handy too if I'm specifically trying to go for certain guys and use them by the little blocks. So we'll save this guy here, and then we'll do this here. And she simply wills it. Oh, yes! Well, there's no crab here. You don't get that? Nope, that's for Octopus. That's for Octopus. You've been spoiled. You saw nothing. Oh, boy. With that said, let's take a brief look at the crabs, and then we'll attempt to draw our own octopi. And she simply wills it, and it becomes selected. I use the illusion of the mind. Let me make sure that we got, yep, okay, good, we're good. Lovely. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything YouTube related, but we're all good. I'll click on you here. So for our crab to start off, when it came to Pokemon Yellow, the idea was that for their outlines, it seems to be the case, 4 colors. That could be a fun challenge to do as well. Maybe, I'm thinking, but like Bobby version Pokemon 1 through the different generations. This guy's only made up of 4 colors from 4 different types, which I think is super duper interesting. You have the black outline, and maybe you could consider this anti-aliasing possibly, or maybe they're just trying to round out the areas, which I guess is also anti-aliasing, technically speaking. But it's so neat to just take a look at all of them. The eyes and the different claw bits, because there's not a lot of detail that they can add, they only did the outline of the claw, as well as a little highlight, which I think is interesting. And then for here, the Kangar, oh boy, does he get big. I like how, again, you have the main color and then the highlight color. And Gen 1 really embraced the anti-aliasing. Yeah, it's a lot. If you didn't know what you were looking at, if you didn't know what anti-aliasing was, you would think to yourself, what are all of these red dots? It looks something else, but really it's just anti-aliasing. I think that's super duper neat. It's 1 main base color, and then it's 2 like highlight colors, and then you have the outline color. 1 main base, 2 highlights, then an outline, unless there's like a certain part of the body, which I think is super interesting. We'll skip the lobster for now, that way we can focus on the evolution. Once you move on to Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and hi Eska, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Technically 3-point perspective. I don't know, actually. I would guess, like, if you were to put them in a box, there's one that goes this way, there's one that goes this way, and then there's one that probably goes this way. 3-point perspective, 3-point, there's usually 2-point. 3-point, I'm not too sure. I think 3-point's not as common as this 2-point. If we scroll into here, what we can see are these guys. So now they have been modified. No longer are they 4 colors. Now there's a few other colors. You have the main base color. This one, this series, so Ruby and Sapphire Pokemon, seems to take use of colored outlines by a lot. Still anti-aliasing going on for certain areas, like I would say here, possibly. But now it's moved on to colored shaded outlines, and they do be happy crabs. They look adorable, I can't say it. What do you think of this crab, Eska? Doesn't he look happy? Oh my. Let me slide this back over here. And not just because it has a tiny bit of height, looking from above or something. I don't know if that, I know 3-point perspective. I'd have to remember. I don't remember at all. But I don't know if that plays a part in the idea. I think it's like, hold on, let me just see. There's like the idea of you would take 2 lines. Oh, hold on, if it lets me. You would take 2 lines here. That's 1 point that goes into like this guy here. And then you have another point, which would be like this guy here. So like this point. Yeah, I think it could be considered 3-point perspective. You have this guy here, and then you'd have the other 3rd point, which could be like from below. So it'd be like, I guess from above too could also work here. So you do something like this here, and then you'd be able to draw out your building of sorts from that different angle. So you'd have like a guy that looks like this sort of box here. So yeah, I could see it being 3-point perspective. I have not done 3-point perspective in a good amount of time. Oh boy, is it painful. Let me go back and delete all of these guys here, and then we can continue. So remove this guy in. I'm glad you like my craft, Miska. Surely that was a word of enthusiasm. Oh my. With that said, yeah, shaded color outline seems to be the MO here. And also, would you consider this banding? I don't know. I think it looks lovely. And even if it is banding, this is a good example of how banding isn't bad. It just depends on how you use it. And what are you imagining? I can't see it. And sadly, I have to go. No worries at all, Nima. No worries at all. Thank you for helping. A music breakage? The music's not working anymore? Hold on. I muted myself, not the music. Oh boy. Hi, this guy here. Hopefully that helps. And I do real as well. And sadly, I'd have to go because I have to pack things for Croatia. Yeah. And I haven't been able to finish my artwork, but I'll post what I missed soon in the thingy. Thank you, Nima. I look forward to it. And happy packing, guys. Oh boy. Packing things easy enough, but it's always the unpacking process that always takes a few days. So I do wish you luck, and I hope you have fun. What we can see here is a little bit of dithering going on for some of the shading areas, which is interesting, I think. Bits in the back here as well as here. So it takes care of colored shaded outlines and also bold and brash deep shadows, which I think is interesting. Then for these guys here, again, we have, also I like how there's little sprites here. I don't know if we noticed that as well. There are, these guys here. And for these guys, again, anti-aliasing, they keep it small. 1 color specifically for this, for the top of the sprite, and then 1 color for the bottom of it. And even here, take a look at this. This is the leg. I like that. It's so tiny, it's so small, but look at this. You have it going from one way to the other way. So I imagine it's kind of like a shimmy shuffle. If we do Alt B here, and then I were to do this guy here, and we do this guy here, we add this guy here, and then you were to play it. Oh, that's cute. Hold on. If I do this guy, then here and here, and then we just click on play here. Hold on. Let me see if I can also not make it as harsh. If I grab this guy here, because it's flickering so much, we do Alt B here, and we paste this guy back to here, paste this guy then here, and we do a loop here, so a new tag, then we do that guy here. Okay, there we go. Little wave like that. That's cute. And all of a sudden, rave party. I do like the little arms. I'm surprised his body doesn't wiggle back and forth. Maybe that's just a thing on my, me not pasting it correctly. But I could see him like going left and right instead. If like maybe I do like this here. What would that do? Ah, yeah, I can see it being that type of animation where he does a little shimmy shuffle left and right. It adds so much movement, and it's not a lot of work, which is just so neat. I think the little tiny small animations are the cutest. Let's see, as we're moving along here, shaded color outline again. There's a highlight bit, so 2 highlight colors. There's also a white highlight, which I think is something to take notice of. I don't usually use white highlights, so maybe I should give them more of a try here. And look at him go! Oh, hold on. Can I undo? Hold on. How do I do it? Yeah. And then... Beautiful! Now he's really going! Moving, movement! Aerosthetic! God bless us! Thank you! Look at all this movement going on! This is a crowd that has been given coffee. Oh boy, let me click on back to this guy here and click on that guy. Oh my. Aside from the white outline noted, there's also a little bit of anti-aliasing the eyes too, which I think is neat. He feels colors at that speed. It sounds to me like a crab is getting a phone call. He does look like a little phone. I can see it through the phone ringing. Oh my. Then we have here dithering again going on in the shaded areas. I see maybe possibly a little bit of dithering here too. And then a little guy here. And it's excited to be alive. We We should all take notes. It's adorable. And then lastly here, we have it for Pokemon Black and White 2, I believe, where I think the texturing, it just makes such a big upgrade. But the question now becomes, why do I think it makes such a big upgrade? I don't know the question or the answer to that. So let's see if we can find out why. Why do I think I like the colors of this guy? Hold on, if I copy this guy. This versus this. Why do I like this one more? I say possibly. Maybe it has to do with the colors. The reds are definitely different. This right here, contrast-wise, if I go here and I remove the grayscale, maybe that's it. If I delete this guy here, we delete you, delete layer here, yeah, and we go for grayscale, I think, is there a lot more contrast going on? Is this dark color as dark as this color? I would think maybe there's more contrast going on in this guy. Maybe that's why I like it more. More depth to the shadow? Yeah. Maybe there's more contrast. There's this darker, deeper colors. If I were to put the colors side by side, what do we see? So when I click on this guy here, we just click on this. So this is the darkest color here. We then have this color, and then we have this color here. Compared to it being this color, so it's actually not that saturated as I thought. And this color, and then this color here. So it's a little bit of a shifting. This guy here, hue shifts. That's the difference. Hue shifting. It's hue shifting. Yeah. And hi, Rainworks. Welcome to the stream. Speaking of, yeah, they do hue shifting. That's why I like it more. It's hue shifted. That makes a lot more sense. Ah, we found the difference. And that shadow's more purple? Yeah. It's got a lot more oomph. So then the question becomes, if we were to make this guy hue shifted, would that add a little bit more? Let's give it a go. So if I copy this guy here and we were to paste them into its own layer here, let's try hue shifting it and see if that at all changes it a little bit. So if I go back into here, we go back into here, and we zoom back into here, let's make our darker really darker, or rather more darker. So for example, I'm thinking at least, let's grab, as I see about moving this guy here, doing the new layer here, so we'll grab this color here, which is already pink. Let's go a little bit more saturated and go more on the redder areas here. So possibly this guy here, and do this guy here. Oh, yeah. That also adds more contrast too, which I think definitely helps a lot. And if we grab this guy here and go for more of like a brighter orangey color here from the very top. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe if we go for like white here, so maybe more brighter up here, maybe like that there. But I would like an orangey color, orangey bright color here. Yeah, and then you would go down here maybe a little bit and then go for more like a red color, so maybe more something like there-ish. No, interesting. Okay, maybe we go for something like here instead. So something about there-ish? No. Okay, hold on. What if we go there, and then we move to there and do that there? It loses its saturation. So maybe, yeah, I definitely think hue shifting, boy, does it make a difference. And also, Eris, what colors do you see the dress in? Blue and white. Blue and white. I've never seen it in the yellow and blue and black. Blue and black, not yellow and white. I don't think I've ever seen it in yellow and white. Let's see. If I were to add more, what if we do a little bit more wild? What if we go for like, interesting. Okay, and then if we go for more of an orange guy here. It's so interesting how changing just the colors alone gives a different feel of the art piece itself. Like this guy here, it's wild, it's wacky, but I like the color pop. And just dissecting pixel art like this, taking a look at official sprites, messing around with them, it lets you know your preferences for different things. That's another reason why I like doing this, is the sense of, I don't know what I like, and I won't know what I like until I try things out. So maybe I don't like how purple it feels, so maybe we dial up the purple back a little bit and go for something like this. Well, I do like this. I like how pop it feels. It does look more mischievous with the hue shift though. The original one looks happy and simple. I can see that too, yeah. And curious, I recently taught myself to switch between the two. Though originally I saw white and cold. Really? How do you teach yourself to switch between the two? That's an interesting one there. I am glad we looked at this though. It gives us an idea on the different development. Now I wonder, was this done by a pixel artist or someone who didn't know a lot about pixel art? And then this one was done by a different pixel artist. I wonder, did they do this one here, learn about hue shifting, and then go here? Or was the lack of hue shifting a decisive choice? Maybe it was a technical choice in the sense of there weren't a lot of colors they could use, so they had to be specific with them. And since they had to do a lot of different colors in different areas, so maybe this is them when they're able to use a full color wheel. Maybe this is without the full color wheel. I wonder the story behind it. That said, yeah, this guy is hue shifted. That's the big old difference, but I think it's just super neat to see. And as we're looking more on these, let's save this guy here. So aside from that, we also have this big guy. And for this big guy, again, shaded outline, we have the whites around the areas of the eyes, black. And is it black? Is it pure black? It is pure, well, no, it's not pure black. Interesting. It's not 100% pure black for the outlines. Huh, are you pure black? No, you're also not pure black. All the blacks aren't pure black. How interesting. Yeah, they're a little off-colored. Huh, I wouldn't have guessed that. I thought this would be pure black. And hello, Eris, I hope that you aren't feeling crabby today. Hi, the Voltic Ace. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been well. And I'm sure I shared this before, but on topic of Pokemon sprites, there's an insane artist that made 3D spins and 2D sprites. I will save that for later. Thank you. I know at some point I've really been wanting to. Yeah, you have shared this before. Hold on, I don't know if I can copy this GIF and pull it in. Can I save it? Copy GIF address. I can only copy the GIF address, but I can show it up on screen in 1 second. Give me a moment here as I click on this guy here. So yeah, I think it could be a fun, or no, tracker's blocked, I see. Top 10 blocked from embed. Never mind, I can't show you. It's being blocked. Unfortunate, but it's like a spin, a 3D spin of a creature, which is really nice. I think it's Nidoking, if I'm not, yeah, Nidoking, indeed. And thank you for sending that again, Remarks. Yeah, looking at all of these guys, it just gives me so much inspiration to try doing creature creation. I've done character creation recently, and I can possibly show you if I click on this guy here, and then we go to this guy here, I can show you, character creation. This here, the theme was Chinese pyromancer. So I took different creature ideas, and I would love to do something like that for Pokemon. So these two guys were inspired by dragons, these two guys were inspired by monkeys, and these two guys were inspired by Phoenix. So the idea of changing different things, I think it could be fun. And I think that's something we'll talk about, especially after the celebration week and after the break week. I think it could be fun to go through different iterations and try different ideas and different designs. Character design, I think it could be a lot of fun to do. I like those sprites. Thank you indeed. I had a lot of fun drawing them. Specifically, I don't know if you could tell, this one was very Aquas inspired. But I needed something mischievous since it's monkey. Let's see. I'll go ahead and close this guy here. Speaking of, I believe that's all the crabs. Let's take a brief look at the lobster boyos here. Anything else we can notice specifically? Now, does this guy hue shift? The lighting looks pretty nice on it. The hue shifting is, yeah. So, for some reason, the crab, not hue shifted. The lobster, hue shifted. That's interesting. And just stare with intent. The looking at the top of the dress is easier to switch to gold and white, and at the bottom is easier to switch to blue and black. I might have to give that a try then, Ava. Thanks for sticking around to explain. I do know as you said before, you gotta go back. Oh my. I do like this though. Hue shifting is going on here, I believe. So for some reason, the crab sprites here aren't being hue shifted. But for here, the lobsters are. They're from the same game. I wonder if that's an error or if that was intentional. I think it's also interesting to note as well how the outline of the star here is not like a dark color, but instead like a creamy color. I wonder if the choice is that. And even here for the different color for the shiny, I think it would be called, it's blue. It's so neat to see people play with highlights and shadows. And so think of, maybe I should try switching the shadow to a green or a different color. I think it's super duper neat. Aside from that, anything else of note for this guy here? I don't think so. I think we're all good. Dithering going on for the back and side, it seems like. And then the back of the star here. I do think this is adorable. And then to see the small sprites too, I think it's super duper neat. If we go down here, for these guys, they definitely get a big change if I go and zoom in here. That way you can kind of see the compare and contrast. And if I drag it over here, it can hopefully make it a little bit easier to see. And this one here, they do keep the outline of the star. You know what? I think I like this one more than the new one. I like the feeling of this one. This one, I like. The question now becomes, why do I like this one more than this one? I think I like it maybe because of the posing for one. Then again, this looks, yeah, these look like little hands when they're below, and this looks like something else. So maybe I like it more because of the posing on this one. This makes it look like crab claws, and then this looks like little legs going forward. But maybe they weren't meant to be little legs. Maybe they're meant to be little pincers here. Yeah, leg here. So maybe I like this one more because of the posing, the way the characters pose. Even the star here feels more 3D. It also has a bit of a curve going on here compared to this guy, which is a little bit more flat. Interesting. Yeah, I like this one because of the posing. The composition of the character, I think, works a lot more in this one compared to this one. How neat to note. And maybe also more fitting background color? You know what? Fair enough. Could it be the case of background color? You know what? I am willing to give it a fair try here. You're probably going to do like a soft color of whatever the background character is. So possibly you could say that would be the background color, maybe, right? Because it's an orangey color, maybe you could say it's more red and purple. So maybe more so this color here could be the background color. That does add a lot to it, I can say. I do like that pink. That is a fair point, Mima. Yeah. I would still like the left one. Then again, it could also just be my bias showing and the fact that I like mustard yellow. You know what? But that take into account, I also think it's because of the colors. I think it's the colors and the posing. It's just nice to note about. With that said, let me go ahead and slide this guy down here. Yeah, these two colors here, I really like them. So, you know what? But I can tell I like this one more than this one. So and well, that's why it's the main thing for you, why you like things. And that's a good thing, I think. Yeah. If I get to use more of this color in the background, that's just something new. If I like this color so much, I should incorporate it more. That's the idea behind all of that. Well then, I believe that is concluding the crab portion. We're already at 3:20, which means we have about an hour and a half left, surprisingly. And I'm glad we are doing Octopus second. So I think for the remainder of the stream, as I'm not sure if we'll have enough time to do everything else, or do fish as well, and just why I'm thinking we'll do a two-parter and do fish and then maybe fish, maybe 2 different types of fish and a shark. I think could be fun. I really need to go. No worries at all, Nima. No worries at all. I'm glad I could crab along. And speaking of liking, what's Eris's favorite Pokemon? I am a big fan of psychic Pokemon and ghost Pokemon. Specifically, favorite Pokemon? You can't make me choose. I like, as I said, anything that has like a cutesy, but also cool looking. What always comes to mind are like Lampid and a Litwick, as well as the hold on, what's it called? Let's see. Ghost Pokemon, Ghost Pokemon. And my favorite's Paris. Oh, that's a cute one there. Hold on. Paris. Isn't that like the little pincer? I always avoid that crap. It's always so often I see them that I just decide to avoid them. I'm really a big fan of if I can drag it. Hold on. If I slide this over here. Yeah, these guys here. I'm a fan of the Litwick, as well as this one here. I never know how to say it, but it revolves into like a witch more silver Pokemon. I also like Mimikyu. They're adorable too. But Ghost Pokemon seem to be my favorite. Ghost and Psychic. The combination of those two usually is what I end up enjoying by a lot. With that said, let me go ahead and close this guy here. Close. We'll keep. No, actually, we do need that guy. Okay, so what we're going to do, and Weevil and Buzzwole? Interesting. Hold on. Let me type that in. Buzzwole. Buzzwole. I haven't seen this Pokemon before. That's good. That's really good. All right, let's see. Let me then see about if I... Buzzwole and Weevil. Let me grab Weevil. Let me paste that into there. Oh, the little slasher creature. I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen this one here. Not so much the, Swole. I see why it's called Buzzwole. That's pretty good. Is it just me? It's really funny, really stupidly buff mosquito? Yeah. That's good. I can see that why that's a favorite. Oh my. Let me slide this guy over here, and we're going to attempt to draw first a octopus, and then we'll see if we can just put Bobby colors on it. Now the question becomes, what octopus posing? I did see the giant Pacific octopus, so this guy here I think is our best bet for getting a good size, but I want to do my best to capture all the octopus limbs. That's important. I want to get better at the limb portion of the octopus. So it's important that it's a natural pose, but not too natural. There's always a thing of, how can you... Oh my, hold on. This is apparently how big the giant Pacific octopus is compared to a person. That's pretty scary. Oh, you know what? Speaking of... Wow. Yeah, no. I can see why. That's pretty cool, though. Seems pretty, an adorable creature right there. Looks like it could handle a lot of pets. Let me slide down and see, can I find anything else? And then, oh, that's adorable. This is it as a baby. That's so cute. How it goes from that to that. And wait, is that Pokemon Center but piano? Hold on. It is indeed Pokemon Center but piano. If you didn't know, Noi, all the music you hear is by MUSIC Game Chops. And you'll hear music versions of different songs from games like Zelda, Pokemon, Mario, and I'm forgetting one, but Pokemon, Zelda, Mario. There's one more. I can't remember at the moment. But yes, indeed. Oh, Sonic. So speaking of Sonic, yes, Sonic. Right, let's see. If I click on you here, I'm not seeing any other good images of our octopus here. So we'll agree to the terms of making Bobby, I think. this. I think this is fine. We'll do this here and then turn them. We'll start off by using the colors here, and then we'll see if we can Bobbyfy them, making them adorable. So I'll go ahead and go back to here, make this a little bit smaller, and do this guy here. And then we'll save this guy to be here. So this is for our crab. This is all crab, so this is our crab. So I'll say crab here. And then we do another layer here. Now, what layer is this? This is our crab extra. And then we'll call this layer here. That's good to go. Palette there. Okay. And then we'll take our background guy here, paste them everywhere. Actually, we're going to need to make our background go up more so I can see the colors here. Lower it down a little bit. And that shot looks mega detailed. Yeah. So the hard part's going to be, can we make it not mega detailed? I don't know, truth be told. I think, in fairness, maybe we can go for 48 by 48. In fairness, because I definitely don't know if we can make it in 32 by 32. I think either 48 by 48, or rather, yeah, 48 by 48, I think might be our better chance. 48 by 48, 64 by 64. Either or I think will work. We'll probably aim for 64 by 64 because that was the size I chose. So we'll do this guy here. We'll set this layer to be OCTOPUS Octopus here. Save that guy there. And for this guy to start out, I really like how the transition of color happens. So let me slide this guy over so I can see things a little bit easier. Make this guy a little bit smaller to make things easier for me to see. Slide this guy back over. So to start, there's kind of like a pinky coral color. Do I have any random pinky coral color that I can choose from just off of here before I try to eyeball it? Pinky coral, pinky coral. Ooh, that's a pretty nice pinky coral. It's a little bit too bright. Maybe just lower the saturation. So I'll grab this color here. We can go ahead and grab that guy there. Okay, pinky coral, pinky coral. Just lower down the saturation a little bit. I think that, yeah, that's pretty close, I'd say. And then it also seems to be the case that our background here needs to be a different color. So I'll just grab this guy. And what I can do is see about making something that doesn't feel, oh, you know what? Maybe we can go for something like the background where it seems to be like a dark green blue about, I'd say. Maybe there, you could say. Yeah, something like that I think could also work too. And then maybe we make it a little bit darker here. Darker, that way we can see everything that's going on. Something like, you know what? Actually, I think that's closer. Though it's a lot more blue. It's got like a lot more saturation. Maybe there, but darker. So maybe about there. Maybe a little bit more green. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we'll go with that color there. It's close enough. And it makes the colors pop out more. That was the only hope of doing that. So we'll go ahead and save this guy here. And with that said, as I check the contrast, yep, you should be good and fine to do. I'm going to make it, as I slide this guy down here, I think 64 by 64. Don't know if we can manage that, but we're going to try. The issue is that it also doesn't have what's called symmetry going on, so this might be a little bit trickier. But you know what? I'm up for the challenge and seeing if we can handle it. So, something I noticed right off the bat is that we can kind of make this to be a square idea. And the hope is that we can map it out. For example, this is kind of like a top middle center. So I might put it here because it's pretty close to the center. So if I can kind of just map out the idea behind it, the hope is that we can kind of translate it. For example, I think the head's a little bit too big here, so we might make the head a little bit smaller here. If you could be any animal, what would it be? Oh, that's a hard question. There's so many cool animals out there. There's animals that live forever. I think like a starfish. Octopus, definitely. Don't want to live as because they die so often. Human. Ah, that's a great one, Minoe. That's a great one. But don't you want to fly, huh? There's so many cool different birds and dogs and cats. I guess out of all, indoor cat might be the best money. Yeah, best sale for money, I'd say. We'll add in this guy here, and I kind of see it as an all humans can fly once. Oh boy, but I want to feel the flight by a lot. And let me do this here so you can also see what I'm going for. I see like a circle here, so I'll start off by drawing a circle here, and then kind of see a bit that kind of goes around here. So like kind of like a space, or not a space, but like a circle kind of going around in this area here. So that's what I'm looking to draw right now. And all humans can get on a plane. I want to fly without any machinery. I want to DIY it. I love my high level of sentience and emotional intelligence, and thank you very much. Yeah, see, that's the thing. High level of emotional intelligence and sentience. That is pretty important, I'd say. Pretty important. We'll add this guy around here, and what? No? Hey, what do you mean, pumpkin? We'll then go here, have it kind of come around, since we can see it kind of coming around here. Might have it go up a little bit more. But right now we're just trying to get the feel. I'm not going for anything specific at the moment, and I'm also not using the colors 100%. I'm really going for the feel. I'm going for the shapes. I'm looking at only the shapes at the moment and trying to get the general idea of everything before I start making things a little bit harder and concrete. So it's a thing of, okay, we know the head, maybe it comes up a little bit more, and kind of modifying things here and there. So having this guy maybe come up a little bit more up here because it's going upwards more. About here, I'd say. So maybe, yeah. Maybe we can bring it up a little bit more about here-ish, possibly there. And then we have this bit kind of come around and back behind the head. And this guy kind of goes around and down. And I think that works. Maybe we can say that this actually goes up a little bit more. So possibly we can say it goes here. And I also noticed that there is a little bit of space between our circle here and the very bottom. If anything, it almost looks like it's kind of going downward. So something like that, I'd say, a little bit more of. So I'm just trying to get the feel of it at the moment, not really going for a lot. So I'll have this guy here, I think, have it kind of come around and down. Have this guy go up and over a little bit more. Have it, I think, have it half. Yep, those are words 100%. We'll then add this guy here. And then we'll save it, and we'll keep going. So this is 64, or no, that's not 64 by 64. That's 64 by 64. Okay, we'll copy this guy here, slide you over, and actually, yeah, you're more so that. There we are. Okay, just keeping in mind. Now, for our tentacles, this is where things get a little bit tricky. Can we do any sort of shapes or lines or anything else? I do see some patterns going on, and the thing is, we're not going one-to-one, and those punchy crabs are really cool, though. I know that there's, like, the mantis shrimp, I think it is. That's a pretty cool creature, you know, being able to punch, like, immediately. That is super duper neat. We have here, this guy kind of goes there, there, and there, and there. So what I'm trying to take note of, at least in the moment, are where are we seeing things that are going up? Where are they going below? Are we seeing the limbs twist and turn? What I'm noticing, at least, is that this seems to be the bottom. So there's a bottom bit and a top bit. And if I had to describe it, this is a bottom bit here, so all of this here would be considered the bottom bit area here. And hi, Zakode, or Zakodo, I think, Zakad, maybe. Welcome back in the stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome back in. I hope your insert time's on here. That's been lovely so far. I'm seeing a side here, and then there's the other planes kind of going along this way. So I'm trying to think to myself, what areas am I seeing? For example, here, I kind of see this bit, and it seems to be twisting, more of a twist, because we don't see it here, so it doesn't go straight down. It kind of twists outward, and then goes this way here along this line. So what are we saying exactly when it comes to the octopus? That's what I'm trying to think of, at least. So we kind of have this bit here. Maybe we can make this guy go a little bit smaller here. That way we have more space to work with for the tentacles, as I do want to see if we can draw suction cups. That's also another want. I don't know how well we're going to do, though. I'll grab this guy here, then we'll just do random colors for the tentacles at the very moment. Actually, let's go up here a little bit higher, that way I can see it. So there's a lot of kind of tentacle going in, let's see, this area here. So this section is one tentacle. So I can go ahead and see if I can draw that. If I go for draw here, and wow, Iris has artist eyes. That's really cool. Oh, you're very sweet, no? Oh my. We'll go here. We'll go for, I think, oh, how about blue? Blue should work fine, I think. Can you see the blue? Blue's not very visible. Let's go for like harsh blue. Blue, like that blue. That's actually purple. Let's see. What about if we were to do maybe green? Green, how's green? Can you say green? I can't say green, that's for sure. What if we do white? Aha, white's very visible. But what I'm looking at here is, can we separate this guy into different sections? So we know that this is one tentacle, this is another tentacle, then we have another tentacle about here, we have another one about here, and we have another one about here. That's a little bit easier than trying to draw the tentacles from the very start. Maybe we color them in. And hi, Typhling. I think it is, right? Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And hi. I always love hearing you talk while arting. It's such great commentary while I work on my own stuff. Well, how lovely to hear. And I do hope you have a very productive work session as well. I just noticed that the octopus is actually like, yeah, it's like orange, pink. And maybe it's mid-transformation, but that's why I like this art piece here. Or art piece. I like this photo. It technically is an art piece, but I like this photo. Oh my. So we'll see about separating it. We know for certain that there's a bit that comes right here at the very front. So we'll see about, okay, that bit maybe goes there. Maybe then have it go here. So that's kind of that part of the tentacle there. It kind of goes outwards, but I can see that being an area right there. Something about that. I can see that being the case of. We also have a few other areas. So let's see if we can map them down. There's that bit there that kind of goes, and it also goes a little bit more narrow up here, I'd say. So probably maybe something like that more. And again, we're not going from one-to-one, we're just trying to get the idea down. So then there's kind of a flat guy there, and then there's kind of another guy here. So maybe we have another guy about there and there. And then there's a little bit that goes behind here. So that's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. And then we have this bit here, and then there's kind of like another kind of corner piece about here-ish. So I'd say that lines up just about, if I had to guess, something like that there. That's close enough that we can get started with doing other things. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, copy you here. And this is where I would start to think about now adding all of our other extra bits and seeing how we can add those in. So for example here, just making sure we're staying in 64 by 64, what I'm going to do as I zoom in this guy a little bit so you can see it a little bit clearer, now I would add the tentacle pieces. Let's do blue. Blue here. Yeah, that's a pretty good blue. So for this guy here, we know that it kind of goes down and it has a wraps around. So I'm thinking at least probably, let's see. This bit here kind of goes down. So possibly we could say that bit there, and then kind of cut it off there. That's the next shape I'm seeing. So let's see about having it go here and then probably go down a little bit here. So that bit kind of goes down here. That bit goes down there, and then this kind of bit goes down here. So probably have that bit go down here, that bit go down here. I'm realizing maybe we don't have enough space, but that's okay. Right now, we're just sketching. We're in the modifying phase. So if it is the case that we need to go a little bit out of the outline, you know what? I make the rules. I can break the rules. It can if need be. Also nada. We're all good. So then I see a little bit of curving bit here. So a little bit of like maybe a curl swirl and like another block about here, I'd say. Kind of like a block goes there. So we could see about adding, and this is where I would see about adding a different color just to make things easier on my eyes to see. I would add maybe like a block here, block here, block here, and a block here for the little curl that we'll add afterwards. So something like there, I think, is our first guy, maybe a little bit shorter here since we do know it has a little bit of a curve, or curl rather. So that can go there, that can go there, that can go there. And then there's also a bit underneath here that we can worry about in a little bit. What I'm seeing next is a bit that has like a circle. So like maybe that can go there. And then we also have a line that goes straight down. So straight down guy with a circle. Make rules, make rules, break rules, Eris! Yeah! Oh my. Well then add into this guy here. So it's a different color, so let's see blue. How about we do like yellow, orangey color? Yeah, you know what, let's go for orangey color. I do like orange and blue. So now for this guy here, we know that that's a big circle. Probably, maybe we could say it's about that big. We know it goes off to the side a little bit more. We do want to have space for our other bit underneath. So I'll do maybe about that color here. Then we'll go for like a yellow or lighter color rather. And we'll have this guy, actually you need to probably go up. Now I'm looking at it here. Probably go up about there-ish maybe. And then we can see about having this guy go down here. So probably up there and, oh, wrong color. Have it go up here and here. And reference to save me, Aaron music video. What do you mean exactly by that one? We'll add in here and then add this guy kind of going down here as this goes into its little loop here. So we'll add that in. The contrast on these two guys, not too good. So maybe we can up it to make it a little bit brighter. So maybe like that up there. Yeah, that works. So there's like a little bit of a spirally bit here. There's also like a little circly bit here, I'd say. So we'll add a little bit of a circly bit as well. Maybe we'll go for like a third color here, different green. Have it kind of be more of a circly bit about there, I'd say, possibly. About there-ish, I'd see about. So erase this guy here, erase this guy here. Have it go in a little bit about there-ish, I would say. Have that other guy. But again, just planning things, plotting things out. This won't stay. This is just temporary. So next thing I see is this guy coming outwards. And another little circle here. And it's a parody song. That's the main line. Aaron, save me, Aaron. I see. Oh my. There's another little circle here. And then these guys come all the way outward. So we can see about having, maybe we can do black to show that, hey, look, this is a smaller circle. So probably that's a good enough circle size. We put this guy, I'd say maybe we can do here-ish. And then we can see about adding another color. We'll just do blue since it's already here. So we'll have this blue kind of go around and down, and this guy's going all the way around, so possibly we can have it go swirling down here, so something like this can go. And repetition, Eris! Oh my! We'll have this guy go outwards a little bit since it's wrapping around. We'll have it do that thing there. And actually, you know what? This also looks like a darker area over there, which is neat and interesting to think about. There's like a half circle going on here, and then this guy kind of comes outwards as well. So we can see about doing a half circle possibly, like maybe something here-ish, so something there, and we'll see about adding in a half circle about here, maybe there. It kind of looks like it goes that way, so we'll keep that there. And then we'll add in another orange, since orange is available to us. And this guy here looks like it just goes up and over, so we'll see about doing up and over about here, possibly. Can always be changed, we're just mapping things out temporarily. So that will go there. And then we're missing one more area, which is the back bit here. It looks like some kind of cloud! I mean, that's pretty accurate, right? The bits everywhere. We also have two bits back here, and this is where it might get a little bit tricky. We might just, a little bit tricky, you say. Might just make that a block for now and call it there. So we can see about adding in this. Actually, we haven't added in that part. Never mind. we have all of this coming in, and it seems to go a little bit above our curl, so we know it can probably go about here-ish. And given that we do have more space available here, I can also see us going over by like 1, maybe 2, about here-ish, since we do need to add an outline. And so we'll have this guy going here, have it kind of go back a little bit more, and then have it go all the way back to where it was, which is this part here. So maybe we can have it go there-ish, and yeah, we're just testing things at the moment, not really doing permanence. It's not about being official at the very moment. So we'll do about here, I'd say, and about here, and then kind of do there. I think that works fine. And then lastly, we're going to need those back 2 guys, and as I said before, we'll keep it simple for now. Temporarily, we'll just make them blocks. So there's a block kind of going under here, and then a block here. And then the block kind of goes underneath the head. So, oh no, actually it doesn't go underneath the head. So that's something to keep in mind. Kind of goes back here-ish, I'd say. And it has a lot of a line. So we'll have to keep in mind that. And again, the thing of, doesn't have to be super duper accurate, just has to feel right. For example, I might take the head up now that I can see that there's a lot of space going on between. I might bring this head up to be more here. So we get that line, or hold on. We get that line going here that I see going on here. So I might have this guy go up and over, a little bit more over here. And then that kind of leaves us an area to go up maybe here or down. We could also just make the head bigger. That's also an option as well. So something here maybe, have it come down and have it kind of come over more. So possibly we could have it go here and here. Could definitely be that there. And that's the start. That is a beautiful creature right there, I'd say. Oh my. Alrighty, with that done, let's go ahead and move this guy over. And now we can take our reference and we can modify it. So I can go and lower this down on the opacity bit. So that way we can still see the areas and shapes. And this is where I would want to start adding our outlines and other details. So I might see about adding in, we can see about just doing black outline for now and go from there. So we'll add this color. Oh, hold on. Are you part of the octopus layer? You should be a part of the palette layer. You should be right there. There you go. So we'll do this guy here, maybe a darker outline, or yeah, darker outline, like maybe this guy here. Does that still work? Is that too different? No, I think that darker outline still works. It's not super duper dark. We could always make it that color, but I like that dark color there. Okay, so for our head here, what we can start off by doing is possibly seeing about, as I make sure that we're on the right layer here. Oh boy, let's go ahead and have this go as, I think, flat here. Possibly we'd go about there-ish. We can maybe have it go up more there. And then we kind of have it going here. So maybe actually use this color here and have it come around and down. So something like this guy here. And what I'm looking at now is I'm trying to get an idea of the, what's it called? Not the shapes, the shadows. Highlights and shadows. Where are we seeing a highlight and shadow? Where are we seeing different planes connecting? So if I grab this guy here, we slide it over here. That way I can see things a little bit more. If it lets me, at least. Click on you there. No. Click on you here. Can I click on, lovely. Okay. And then can I click on all of you guys here? Yes, okay, good. So I see a highlight and a shadow. That's what I'm really looking for at the moment. So even if anything, we might even just grab another color here for our highlight. That way we can see things. And I definitely don't like that. So let's see about sliding you over to here and here. That's way too saturated, even for me. That's way too much. I can see that being okay. That works out a little bit better. So we'll go back to our octopus here, fill that in, and then we know for certain that there's kind of like a big shadow here, and then there's like the circle here, and this is why I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know if an hour and a half is enough to finish this guy here, and I wanted to look at all the references. This is why the bigger pictures at least take so long, and you think to yourself, man, I have made a commitment I cannot agree to. Oh boy, I'm thinking maybe we can make the eyes this big, possibly. We have it come about here, and then we can have the little circle here. So possibly about there, I think could work, and then we have this guy come back a little bit more. Possibly go there. And I've heard this music before, but I can't remember what it is. That music was Super Bell Hill. I'm guessing from Sonic, if I had to assume as much, or Mario. It's got the Mario look to it, so my guess, Mario actually. Probably Mario. We'll go up here a little bit more, so possibly go up, let's see, have you go here, have you come around a little bit more, have you go around a little bit more here, there, down a smidge if I have to guess. And let's just modify these guys. We're not worried too much about the process. Well, we are worried about the process, but we're not worried too much about the overall feel. For example, I see that the eye is higher than the other eye, so let's go ahead and add that eye. Make the eye a little bit higher than the other one, possibly like this here could work, definitely. There's not a lot of space between them, so I'll keep that in mind as well. Maybe slide you over to about here-ish. Oh, yeah, I think that works. Now, the question is, there is kind of like a straight line here. You can see this little straight line here. I can see it being not so straight. Maybe I say one singular line, but I can see that also being a singular line here. And then there's kind of space that's coming from below. So I might say, yeah, probably you go here. have this guy come outwards a little bit so you kind of go in between the eyes. So I'll leave you as that there. I'm also not zooming in by a lot because I don't want to get too lost in the details, especially right now when we're just still blotting things in and trying to get a good feel of everything. So I might add that in there, add that in there. And actually, maybe we see about doing modify you there. Have you come up? Yeah, but where's the rest of your circle? Is that the circle? I think that's the circle, right? That's the rest of the circle. So we just move you to there by like 1 up more. There you go. And then have you come here, and that would go there. Lovely. Okay. And I think as well you would fill in a little bit more, so probably you would merge in there too. That way it's not too one-to-one. And then having this line go all the way down. That's what I'm saying. So I'll go ahead and do a draw here. And what I'm noticing is have this guy wrap. Oh, hold on. Wrap all the way down, around, kind of go around, but I'm ignoring that bump for now. What I'm seeing mainly is that. I'm seeing that line there. Is that what I'm seeing for here? It kind of goes flat down a little bit more, so I might have to make this head go down a smidge. It's got a lot of space already, which is good. Probably have to do something about here-ish, and then we have to do about here-ish, maybe a little bit more a back area on the head. So it's going around, it's going over, and it's going down. So this is the down guy we're seeing. So that's pretty accurate, yeah, I'd say. Maybe we can move this guy in a little bit more, about up here, have you go around there, have it kind of go down here, and go down, yeah. And have this guy come down like that there, kind of come up there. Yeah, I can see that being the case. And then this guy bit here is like a little bit of a triangle, it seems like, something like that, which is not going on at the moment. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do an outline here for the eye, and then we'll see about adding in this guy here, and let's see about adding in all this smidge area. So for the moment, we can just have the outline of the, oh, the eye's so silly is a thing. We'll do this guy here, this guy here, this guy here. This guy should go up by a little bit, so hopefully it goes down a smidge there. Yes, it does. Lovely. Then we'll have this guy kind of go up as we're doing the outline a little bit. We're cleaning things up, not 100% at the moment. This is still, I would call it a sketch, as it's not super duper clean. We're just getting the more solid feel of it. So I'd call this like, this was the sketch 1, and this is the sketch 2 version of it. So we'd have this guy, it seems to come more directly more so like that maybe, but again, just trying things out at the moment. We have then this guy go down, and it's coming down all the way from here, and it's going kind of like that, I'd say. Now the question is, do we want to follow the rules or follow the lines more? Have it something like that? I think that could work. We have a line coming down here for that one edge of it as it's going downwards. I do like the look of that. And then we have this bit here that kind of goes, let's see, diagonal, maybe something like that. That could definitely work. We could also kind of go by 2, which I do enjoy going by. 2 is more of the game here. So like the 2 there, and this is where it would kind of have that long triangle at. So I think that works. I do think that works there. So this guy has a side, and then we have the area in the back where it is part of the darker part of the tentacle. So we could also add that in, but first let's see about adding in, as I close this guy here, copy you here, save you here, if I can grab you in here, and we were to take a look at this specific area, it looks to be the case that this is coming towards us. So this is the side. It's going down side, and then this is the tentacle part. So it's a little bit tricky to see if I had to describe it. And this is the thing about tentacles too, is that you could definitely draw circles and tubes, and I think that's what we might do, but I also want to take a look and see if I can understand what's actually going on. What I'm thinking is, there's this box, then there's kind of this box, and it might have been a bad idea to choose white for the color in this area. So let me see if I can grab a different color, like green. Here, I think green makes it easier to see. No, that green definitely doesn't make it easy to see. Maybe blue, this bright blue. Yeah, okay, bright blue. You can kind of see, hopefully, the idea of the box is going along as it's kind of going around. So something like this is what I'm seeing. It's twisting around, that corner bit slowly coming towards us. And then when it's here, it's more so, I think, coming more so like that there. So it's kind of going around, and then it twists and goes down. And if I had to describe it, these are the corners that I'm seeing go there. There we are. The corners being attached as it's twisting around and down. So my hope is, and I'm just wondering, am I going to have enough time? I don't know. So we'll copy this guy here and then paste you to be here, like that too. And, oh, actually, undo. There you go. Paste in there. There we go. So with that said, I think in this case, it could be a good idea to do a little bit of a, what's it called? I don't remember the word. Something like, no, don't remember the word at all. How unfortunate. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to make sure that all of this here is the underneath of the eye. So I'll fill this guy in because this is underneath it. all underneath it. This is the shadow part I'm looking to add to. This is also going to be underneath it since this is underneath the head here. So underneath too, you will get the underneath treatment there. There you go. And a great example of cube vision right there. Cube, zoom, enhance, zoom, enhance. This is also where the circle would go. We might be able to add that in. The circle bit here right below the eyes. And actually, look at that. Is that enough space for the circle? Or are our eyes too high again? We could always lower our eyes down by like 1 here. I think could definitely work out. And then we can have this guy go up here, something like that. And now we can have our big circle guy possibly come about here, or maybe we can have it kind of go here, 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 like that, possibly. And then this will be like a white section, so we can go ahead and just color this white for now, temporarily. But it does have, you can see, it's not just a line, it's got a bit of shaping to it. So maybe what we can do here at first is see if we can describe this area here, where there's a separation by this little ear, right? That's what it's called, an ear. So we'll see about adding in this bit here. And the thing is, this is highlighted, and this is, I would say, is the darker bit. So what we might actually do is see about making this bit here brighter to show that it's the side, and this part here, the darker version. And wait, the part of the head that's above the eyes doesn't look like it lines up with the one coming on the right under the eye. Could you elaborate what you mean a little bit, Noi? I am all for curiosity. I also want to make the eyes a different color. I don't like how they keep being a different separate one there. Oh, also let me make sure that this guy here is more so like that there, and then maybe more so that there, that there. Yeah, that's a little bit more better. That's definitely, I think, a lot better, possibly. This guy here, then we have that there, yep. And then we have this bit here, so this is the outer edge. And what I might actually do is just make this a different color. Maybe we could go for orange here instead. Like a brighter orange to make it easier to see what's going on. And might need a light pointer for this one, not gonna lie. I will see, especially since next week is a celebration, how difficult is it to set up some sort of light thingamajiggy, not light, pointer, I wonder. Oh boy, I'm going to add this guy in here, and then we're going to add in this guy here, and then we kind of have, and this is where I'm thinking at least a different color might work out temporarily. So we might go for the orange that we see here, if we can, as colors are also a thing that is important to note while you're doing all of this, but we don't have the luxury of color right now. But we can make sure that things pop out more. For example, this guy here, he needs to be either darker or brighter than that pink. I'm thinking at the very least probably darker, so maybe we can go for more of this guy here. Is that dark enough? No, it needs to be darker. Something like that there. Yeah, that can work. That can definitely work. So I'm thinking at the very least we can have something like here, possibly here, here, here. And we'll just make this double-sided. We won't add the edge yet, but I'm going to do, I think, something like this here and have it kind of go inwards here as it's going in and around. And then we have this guy going downtown as it's going to the other areas. So I can kind of see this guy having another triangle. It's kind of like a triangle that goes inwards here, about there. And then this triangle bit goes here, which is another dark area, it seems like. So I would see kind of maybe like a triangle here, something like that going there-ish. And then we can fill this in. This then seems to be a part of a dark side of the guy. So we might just make this darker here instead. Add this guy in here. And then see about maybe making this guy kind of go outward a little bit here, about maybe there. But I kind of like the idea of maybe having it come across more so here-ish. Oh, hold on. About there-ish, like there. And the line under the eye towards the outline part, if you draw the outline upwards from the under eye, it doesn't line up with the outline coming down from above the eyes. Do you mean to maybe make it look down like that? That there instead of up, making it down? The line under the eyes towards the outline part, if you draw the outline upwards from the under the eye, it doesn't line up with the outline coming down. Oh, you mean this bit here? Yeah, it doesn't line up. That was intentional, as I didn't account for that. But we can definitely fix that. That's an easy peasy tweak. All to do that is we just fill this guy in. This is all, I think, 4, so we can fill this to 4 possibly. Have it then go up here and have it go more so like that there. And then not moving the eye, but the forehead. Ah, interesting. Do you mean having the forehead go back more? That's definitely something that we can do. I think maybe the tilt is off. So if we possibly do this guy here, and yeah, whatever you're doing right now. I see. Well, thank you for pointing it out. Let's see. Let's add all of this here, add all of this here, add all of that there. And then this guy here, let's also round it out a little bit more. So possibly have it go there a little bit more. Have this then go there, and there. That way it goes around a little bit more. Have this guy then go in here, fill all of that in. We're about to cover it. And have this guy then go about here. I think probably there. I was thinking going upwards might be your best bet, but it looks like maybe it's going downwards and I just mistook it. The thing is, we could also just go straight. Straight might be your best bet, but I do like it going off center a little bit. So maybe we go off center by a little bit. Maybe we have it come outwards like this. I can see that being the case too. And then we have this guy going maybe here, here, and here. And yeah, that looks like it lines up better now. Thank you, yeah. Beforehand, I didn't line it all the way through, so that was eyeballing it, so that was intentional, yeah. But it is always a good point to notice and point it out too, as that might not be intentional. Words, I can do them, definitely. And for here, I'm thinking at least, maybe we can grab the orange again and have this guy go up and over. And this is where I'm not too sure on if I want to do outlines or not, but we can definitely see, not outlines, color. I do start to do color at this point though and see about doing upwards, below, things of that nature. So this guy kind of goes up and down. This guy then also has a darker color. So I might think to grab this guy here, just go up a little bit more this area here. Maybe that can work. That definitely doesn't work against that guy here. So see about that color there? Does it? Yeah, it's good. So I'd see about possibly doing this guy here for that area. Maybe having this guy as our official outline color for that orange bit there. Having it come outward there, having it come down and out there. Possibly we can see about having it go out there, but I kind of do like that. And again, this might be a thing of just doing it a little bit later. I do like the idea of possibly having it come around and then maybe have this guy go outwards, downwards there a little bit more. Possibly something like that. I like a little bit more. Then we have this gray guy here. Maybe we can go for a little bit of darker gray. And again, I'm checking to see how close the values align as we don't want to do something too similar. So I might grab then this guy here and have this guy go here. Colors there, they're decent enough to stand on their own, so I think they're okay. But you would add in this guy here. Maybe this is where you would also add a darker outline because I don't actually like it. I think if anything, you would add the darker outline here against the edge, but not the actual corner. So I might actually just grab that bit there and make this guy the darker portion. So you would have this guy here as a darker portion, it seems like. So this guy here would be the darker, the darker shading about here-ish to leave the eye. And I kind of do like that. That does feel like it is part of a circle at least. Some sort of circle bit as the eye is supposed to be, I think, yellow. And then we have this bit here, which would also seem to be the case of adding to here in this area as it's coming upwards. So possibly we can do something like that there. I don't know, it doesn't feel right at the moment, but that's okay. We are still trial and erroring things. We can have this guy go up here, and if it is the case that we get to like 440, there we are. We will take a look at other artists' references. That way we can still get a look at everyone else's things. As, again, I know that this is going to take longer because it's bigger, but I'm also enjoying myself, so as long as we're doing that. And it is still a study in the sense of I'm comparing and contrasting. I'm spending this time actively using my resources to try and understand things by a lot. And Averick, speaking of which, indeed. So we kind of have this guy going here, and I like how it kind of goes outwards and down. So something like that I think would go there. Maybe then you have the bit that goes darker here. So this would be our very dark colors. We have a lighter color. Do we have a lighter orange like that there? I think would be a lighter color. Yeah, can we go with like a paler lighter color? Like that. I do like that. I think that looks a little bit nicer. Something like that there for our brighter color. And then we have this guy here, and this guy would have a little bit of a lighter color as it's kind of going downwards. I kind of like that as it's going down. And then this guy here would be probably that pink color, and then this guy here would be our darker portion here as it's going down in space. You can even see about having it kind of come down here as it's going to be probably a darker orange as it is in the area to be. And then this guy here is where I would struggle a little bit, and I am going to struggle a little bit here. But I would think to do something like this here, and then we also know that this bit here is all part of that area there. So we can go ahead and fill that in. We can also go ahead and fill all of this in too, since this is also a darker area about here-ish. And then this guy would be a shaded darker, gray, shaded darker gray about there-ish, as the outlines I think can also be removed, possibly, in the sense of having this guy down here be a darker outline, and then all of the orangey whitey bits. And the thing is, as well as that, because of the way the octopus is colored, I have made this super hard on myself. I always say to I like difficult pieces. That's, you know, want to talk about finding things you realize about yourself? That's what I've realized. I like difficult pieces. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and back to here. We'll go over to here, and then we'll have this guy go back a bit to there, about probably there, and there. Go in a little bit here as it's coming in from the side. I do like the idea of having it more circular as it's going there-ish. And then the pink, you would have like some sort of, what is it called? Not blending. You would do dithering or something of the sorts about there, I'd say. have this guy go here as it's going up, and then you have it come down a little bit, so probably here, here, here. But the thing is, it's so small that it's not actually that wide. If anything, it seems to be the case that it's a little bit less wide over here. So we can see about having it come inward a little bit here, maybe about there and there, have this guy kind of go down a little bit here. I can see this guy going upward here, like that. Possibly, maybe. That guy goes up, then this guy goes up. That guy goes up here, that would be removed. And that is 4, so I think that's okay. We add the eye here as it's getting added, and this is why I'm thinking at least. Maybe the underlined bit for the eye, not too good, but I like how it adds a little bit of shading, or shadow. I like how it adds shadow, so maybe we keep it. There's always keeping it now and going back for it a little bit later. So we'll erase this guy here, erase this guy here. Have all of this as the other areas that's coming around too. So that bit can go there, that bit can go there. As it's going around and kind of being a little bit circular in that size there. And I would see about maybe making it shorter or taller, but for now, this is good. I think this is fine and a-okay. And just to give our guy a little bit of sentience, let's see if we can add like a little lightning bolt there. There we go. Little bit of sentience there. That way it's not too dead looking. Oh boy, with that said, we have this bit, and I won't draw the spikes. So stay away from drawing the spikes. That'd be already difficult. So stay away from the spikes. Also, ad break. So before I forget, let's also have the ad break go on. So I'll add that guy there while the ad break is going. Now then see, we'll see. As I get a little bit of what here. Tasty, tasty. Water has indeed been consumed. And let's see. Yeah, the lines are better. Yep, looking great. I see. Thank you as well, Noi. Thank you. It's looking great already. I definitely think, the eye's already pretty fleshed out. I didn't want to do too much on the eye, but I wanted to make something feel as if it is trust the process. That is the entire thing. Greatly trust the process. Let's see. With that said, let me slide up here a little bit, sit up a little bit more, and do that. Okay, we're all good to go then. With that said, I am excited for this, and as I said before, I think we will continue doing not specifically octopus, but there's so many other animals that are sea creature related, and I think it could be fun to turn Bobby into a Pokemon as well. That'll be a lot of fun to do too. There's already a lot of water Pokemon, and funny enough, or maybe ironically enough, I don't sea animals. Don't really do a lot of them. So I think it could be fun to delve into it. And speaking of water, do you think fish don't see water just as we don't see air? You know what? I think yeah, because when you're wearing, when you go underwater, you see, after a while, if you have your eyes open underwater, your eyes adjust to the water. And then when you go up towards the sky, or not sky, but when you go into the air, your vision is blurry, you can't see. So yeah, I think they see it as well. And then when they come up, they need glasses. I could definitely see that being the case, looking through water and seeing things. But the thing is, eyes of different creatures already, they're wild. For example, may I point to the dragonfly eye. Hold on here, I just want to show you. Dragonfly eye, it is a sight to behold. Here, our copy image, there we go. Do this here, there we go. This. Look at all the little dots. Now, how do you think this creature sees? I couldn't even begin to tell you, but it just looks so pretty. I can't say that. Copy image here. There we go. Place that into there. Like that there. Yeah. There we are. Something like that there, something like that there. The eyes and the 100 eyes, it's 2 eyes, right? It's just different. They don't have 100 eyes. It's, I forgot its name. There's 100 eye, not mosquito, dragonfly? 100 eye, compound eye. Compound eye. Is that what it's called? Hold on. Compound eye. A compound eye is a visual, hold on, let me just, a compound eye is a visual organ found in insects, crustaceans, and some other animals that is made up of many tiny independent visual units called I don't know how to say that. Omenitidbia. Just so we're on the same page here on what word I'm trying to pronounce and I don't know how to do. Oh boy. If we click on here, our ad break's already up. Hold on. Huh. Well then, welcome back from the ad break. Oh boy, hold on. That. How do you say that? Omenitidbia. independent visual units called ommatidia. Each ommatidium acts as a separate mini eye with its own lens and light-sensitive cells. Oh, it really does have 1,000 eyes. Combining inputs to create a mosaic-like view. How interesting. We were talking about eyes, specifically dragonfly eyes. That's how we got here. Big brain time over, though. And this list I can word and speak properly. Maybe I just choose not to. Have you ever thought of that? Oh boy. Let me click back into here and let's go back into our little octopus here. With that said, I would like to see about maybe making this guy a darker black outline here and ears, yeah! Oh my, I think that darker color could work. Maybe make it a little bit darker so it feels like it has a place in everything. Yeah, I like that darkness. And then I would see about maybe making it all here, here, and here, and then this guy here would go underneath, as this is the darker part of the white. So this more so would be our outline for that area. There, I could see it being the case of. And then this button here, we could definitely make it more of a darker black or brown and not black. Like that there, yeah. And then we could see about maybe making it now that color there. So this is more so what I would do for the very tippy tops. I would also see about doing it for this specific part here in the center edge. Maybe we can see about having it kind of come inward. But I do like the, tricky. For this part here, I would see about not doing that. I kind of like the idea of having it more so like that. I think that looks a little bit nicer, but I like how there's also a little bit of a highlight. So maybe what we do is actually is just have this kind of come inwards a little bit, have this as this color here, and then have this guy kind of come inwards a little bit there-ish. That could definitely possibly work here. The thing is, the eyeball already is already not very visible. So I think that works. I think that can work somewhat. I just don't like that the corner is not visible. Something like that there, yeah. The corner looks a little bit off. It's just like shifted over. So maybe we just, oof, like that there. No, that won't work. How can we fix it? It looks like something's off. Like this corner should be removed. But then I remove the corner and something's off. Maybe if we copy all of you and paste you and we flip you, does that at all copy paste flip? Oh, hold on, flip here. Like that there. Does that at all fix it? If we add that into there, right, that, and then we add this guy here, and then we add this into here, and then fix it to be there and there. Yeah, like that. Hi, AB Amp. AB Ant. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back into Fish. I hope you're doing well. Let's see, add this guy here, add this guy as the entire outline here, and then have it kind of go over and around as it kind of goes downwards about here and here. Have it then go there-ish, and we'll have the guy over here at the very least have like a more brighter area as it's going around, which means we can add this guy here for the outer area to go down at and not do too much, so I'll just add that guy into there. There we are, and perfect circle. Yeah, I don't know what it was before, but now it feels nicer. It kind of looks a little off because the eye's a little bit bigger than the other one, but you know what? Potato. We'll go ahead, and I think as well, I think it may be nicer to have this as the underneath, but I don't know. I could not tell you. Maybe we can have this guy here kind of go underneath there. That way it looks like this is all of the eye, and that way it maybe makes more sense. So we add this guy here like that there, add this guy here, and now the underneath doesn't look as odd, and this is just the eyeball socket. And it's called perspective, duh! Oh, mine, I was just about to say. Let's see, add that there. Yeah, perspective is weird. It's a weird thing, I tell you. Super duper weird. We can then see about adding maybe an at circle there, add that circle there. You know what? I'm thinking too much about this. Let's just continue with where we were doing, where we were going. Have this guy as a little circle here. I can definitely see that being the case of, yeah, okay, where were we? So now that we have taken the artistic liberty of making that entirely black, or not black, but white, and we could also in the future make it more gray like that there, but we don't have time for the future. We're living in the past. That time is now, man. Let's go ahead and let's have this guy go down. Let's then have it as a little bit of a brighter color here, and this guy should, you know, actually, I was saying here how I wanted to do the bit that goes around first, but I think our main guy that we should pay big attention to is specifically this guy here, this guy here. They're like the biggest guys, so I think they need some extra attention. And what we'll do to start off as well is we won't worry about it being pink or not. We'll keep it to orange to make things easier to understand what's going on. So we'll keep this guy here as orange, and it'll also make it easier for Bobby too if we keep it as orange. That way we don't have to worry about changing the colors too much. So actually, if we are going to keep it orange too, then what we can do is have this guy as that color here and have that guy as that color there. And then we can also just do all this guy here and fill this in, grab all of that to be this color here. Hold on, that there. Yeah, that looks, you know, actually, I kind of like the pink outline. I'm digging it there. So we'll dig it there. And then we'll do this guy here. We'll have this guy, I think, come over and down, something like that. I think looks a lot nicer. And then we'll have this line here. So this guy kind of goes inwards here, and then there's a bit of a spiral. So we'll see about adding that spiral in, something like that there. Fill that in, have it kind of come inwards. And this is where we'll start to add in more details as we're going along and moving right along. So we might have this guy go in maybe here, go in here. As it's going in, this bit kind of goes up a little bit more, about there-ish. And then this bit also here comes in more. So it becomes its own highlight eventually. So we can kind of see about adding in that as well. Having it kind of escape outwards. So that can kind of go in there. And then we know for certain that this bit here is going to be all tentacle, or all highlights rather. So I can kind of make all of this here. And so we'll make this light. And then this guy here will be super duper dark since it's going into the depths here. So we'll save this to be our dark color here. Hold on. Save this to be the dark color here at the very least. And what is that white circle part of the octopus anyway? Not the sections, I mean, the one in the eye. From what I heard, I think Nima said that it is the ear, not the ear, maybe the ear. Either the ear or like the ear hole or something, I think. Not too sure, I can't quite recall the details, but that's something similar to what I was told that I can't remember at the very moment in time. Oh boy. But like the something ear or air hole. Let me remove that guy here, remove that guy here, actually remove that guy here, kind of have you go up here a little bit. And this is where I will also add the outline in, and this guy here needs to go down, so it needs to go down a step in color. So this is where I would wonder, do we want to add our down step in color about here as it's kind of going back in time? Or how can we do that exactly? I think this is a perfect time to use an outline. And hi, Jum, welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. I hope your day's been well so far. And with how you drew it, I somehow imagine it's like a flashlight or something. Oh boy, hold on. Well, we can fill that in now so it's not as bright, and then have it kind of go in where it's something like that there, that there, that there. There you go. Hopefully that helps a little bit more, not feel like a flashlight. Oh boy, maybe have it kind of come in there. There we are. And then have it be the case of, let's see, have it maybe go there. Yeah, okay. And then this guy here, now is the time to add an outline. So I'm going to add a sort of circly outline, I think, around here. Something like this here. And the hope is to go for round. We're going for a round outline for this bottom piece right about there. So we'll go for a round about here, here. Have it go erase there. Have it do that there. Have it do that there. And then have it kind of go around. And this is where highlights become an issue. Where we could do something, have it kind of go around and over. Something like this go here, I think could definitely work. And then it's got to go around, over, and down. That's the tricky part. But this bit here can get highlighted, which is the good news. And we're also going to need another highlight. So what I'm thinking is, at least, this bit here is our tentacle highlight. And this is for anything that's in light. So this all here is coming up. So it's going into the light here. And this guy as well can have a little bit of going into the light action. So we could possibly get away with doing something like this here. Have it come down here. Have this all the way come around here. And we'll add in these circles afterwards. Right now, we're just going for the tentacles. If we have time, hopefully we can get to the circles. But right now, I'm worried about tentacles. Perhaps it's because it's a perfect circle and the other one is a bit in perspective. Do you mean this bit here, at least? Possibly, no? Or what exactly? Or the flashlight. The flashlight here. Oh, yeah, it is a perfect... It's not a perfect circle in here, is it? Like that there. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit better. Yeah, it's not a perfect circle here. You are correct. So add this guy in here, then add a guy here as it's kind of coming around and down like that there. Yes, the flashlight! Then we have it come here, and there we go, down here. And we'll have it come down about here, I'd say. And oh, make sure that's not filled in. And this guy kind of goes all the way down. So we can kind of have this guy go as it's going downwards. Then it can come this color again, like that there, and not there, and not there. And then this bit comes down and around. So we can kind of have it go around about here, I'd say. Maybe come about up here again. And this guy can kind of go over as well. So we can kind of have it come downwards a little bit. And I'd have like a line here at least. So actually, let's erase all of this here. And let's have it come as a line. And I mean a line as in all of this here looks like it gets shaded about there-ish. So possibly we could do about, oh, hold on. Oh, no, that's right. Probably there and there's like a 2-color outline then. Possibly there-ish, but I can't really see anything. I see highlight here and then kind of like a medium color. So it's not super duper dark is the thing. It's like a medium dark. So maybe we have that as the darker color about here-ish. And then we have our darker color which is this guy here, and then this is our darkest color, which is our outline. So if anything, I'm thinking darker color here, and it goes into a brighter color, so possibly about, well, actually, let's go over here and finish this bit here, which is like an area kind of going over to this side. So possibly we can have it kind of come outward like that there as it's coming out, and then have it kind of go around and wrap around as it's coming in other areas. Possibly have it go like this guy here, have it go down a little bit here, and then have it come upward. So it's going down and then it's coming up here. So we can have it kind of maybe go for a bit there, and then we have this bit here. And the hope is that the different colors will help it not feel too different. So hopefully we can do something like that there, and then maybe we can have it go here. So the hope is that it makes it look like it's kind of wrapping around as it's going in space. And you could also see about also adding in this guy coming outwards and make it look like this is going back in space. That's an idea you could do too, though I'm not too sure how well that looks. But I do like the little point, so maybe we keep it. Maybe we keep it. The thing is, because this guy is coming kind of like down and then around, I'm also inclined to do this. That way this looks like a little mini highlight. And I would also think to make this guy our down guy since it's below, and I think that's good to go. This guy then is all going to be filled up as this color. Well, actually not this color. It's going to be a different color, but that color works for now. All of this becomes that color there. I'm almost inclined to make this color more so like that there, and then have it kind of go over there a smidge and have it kind of come down there. Like that, I think looks maybe a little bit nicer. And these are just things you could do technically speaking, I mean. So we maybe see about also adding this guy here as a line, but I kind of like it not going as a line, though it kind of looks like a club in a way if you don't do a line. So maybe what we can do here is go for really dark in this area, and that super dark color is already pretty close. But I'm thinking at least we can make this guy our darker color, our darker outline, but not our darkest outline, and have it kind of go down. So kind of go down a smidge here. I could see that being the case too, so maybe it can now look like it's kind of going down and around in time as it's going across. Maybe we can have it go back a little bit more and have it go a little bit more squiggly about here-ish. I could see it being the case as well. So maybe we have it go down about here and then here like that. I could see that being, yeah, I like that. And then for this guy here, I would want to add a highlight. I'm not sure how to, but that's okay. We'll add a guy here because it's going back in time, so probably go back there. But it's kind of also the very top, very top of it. So I could see it also being the case if you would see about adding in it only here and here, like a sort of ribbon feel where this guy is going up and down and up and down. That could definitely work, and especially as the thing is, issue is I'm making a different tentacle than the one that's here. That is not at all what that tentacle is doing. So, right, we need to pay attention to what it's actually doing. In this example here, this is the bottom, so that's one side here, and then this is the other bit. That's important to remember. So, right, keeping to the idea of what's going on actually here, let's just do only a darker side for this bit, since this bit is coming around and down. So something like this here is what I would do instead, as it's the highlight part that's coming into our face. Something like that there, that there, that there, that there. There we go. Okay, just keeping it in mind. And then this bit here is also coming to be upright. So yeah, that looks good. We could also see about making it that bit there. Maybe we can even see about having it kind of go around here as it's going up and over. I can see that being a case too. I'm trying to keep in mind, hey, remember, you're doing this tentacle but this way. The whole issue you have with tentacles is that you don't know how to make them move in space. That was the whole reason behind doing the study. So let me make sure I do the purpose of the study. So we'll have this guy then go here, have it go here. I do kind of like that bit. I think it's cute. So we'll keep it as that. And then what we can see about doing is for this area here. Yes, so we have this guy here, and this is where I'm thinking at least we could have it go down the side, and then we can kind of have it go here so it's higher and light as this bit here is kind of going in this area, and then this area here is kind of going in that area there as it's going outwards. So this kind of gets stretched out and it kind of goes in the circle here, so we'll add our circle outline. Definitely can do very easily, so we'll just do this guy since it's already a little circle, so we'll add a little circle here. So add a little circle about here-ish, and anyway, the princess talking to herself to do whatever she's doing. What do you mean, no? Or the princess talking herself to do whatever she's doing. No, I don't know what that means. We'll add in this guy here then, and we'll see about adding in our line going underneath. And I kind of like the idea of it going down a little bit, so maybe we can do either that, or we can also see about doing that. I kind of like maybe doing this here and then this here. hopefully to make it look like it's coming outward from the side. And this guy can, again, here, that's going all the way down. So this guy's actually kind of coming around a little bit more and has more definition. So we can kind of make it go around a little bit more. And hello, cute yapper. Hello, Grummery. Thank you. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And the point of drawing tentacles, something or the other, the octopus. Ah, yes. My goal of today. I hope your insert time zone here has been what that V-Rex. That's what you said to call you, right? I think. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but welcome back into stream regardless. Welcome back in. I hope your insert time zone here has been lovely so far. We'll add in the sky then, and then we'll see about adding in the sky around downtown as we move on along. It's gonna go here, and the sky then has its own place at the start here, and this is where I would think about adding in another line about here. Possibly something like that, and then erase all of these guys here. See about going up by like one here. And then we can see about doing this guy here, and then having it kind of go up here and up here, and maybe having it come down from there. I think that's a good start. And Rex is indeed fine, and I don't know how you get that much energy always and have to evacuate from my house because of the fires here in Spain. Oh no! I do hope you're able to stay safe, and thank you for coming. I do hope, again, you're able to stay safe. That's priority number one here. Fires are no fun, that's for sure, and see photosynthesizes. Oh my. We'll go here then a little bit. And then I'll see about adding in our lighter bit. So again, I'm making our light parts our tentacle portion. So I'm going to keep with that idea by making all of this here tentacle, and it goes all the way down here. So this goes there-ish, like that there, and then that would go up here, so something like that there. And this is going to be then our dark area here. Then this guy, I think, is going to be filled in, possibly like that there. I also like you kind of coming over a little bit because I like that a little bit more. And there's not enough space going on here. That's what my issue is. You need more space. You need more movement. Move your body. And takes some light, and she gives it out. It's a equal exchange here, right? I'm not selfish. I would never, except maybe if it's a certain snack. But aside from delicious snacks, selfishness, never, nah. We'll see about adding in this guy here, and hope you're doing fine. I am indeedy. Today's going wonderful. It's always a fun day when I get to do a little bit of studying, so I'm having a lot of fun here. We add this guy in, and then I think we add in, because this guy is kind of coming outwards, so you're kind of wrapping around as you're going for this kind of long bit. So actually, truth be told, you're going to be this outline here, so you get to be this bit here. All of this guy here, you're a darker portion. And then we'll fill in all of this with this color here. And then we'll fill in all of this with this color here too. There you go. Okay. And then what I'm thinking is, at least, this guy here seems to have a darker outline. So we'll see about adding in possibly more so darker outline here instead. And then that gets a bit there. And then we see about adding in more so of a line here. So that's like a triangle there. And then this bit here is also like a triangle kind of going on here. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the triangle bit I'm trying to show off, and I don't know how well it's going. The thing is, it's looking like an octopus, so I have done the bare minimum. Accomplished! We'll add in this guy here, add in this bit here, and I don't like how straight it is. So let's see if we can round it off, or rather make sure it's kind of going around a little bit more. So possibly we can do something like this here, and add these bits here so that it doesn't feel as though it's going directly around areas. And then we can see about having this guy here too have a darker portion. So we can see about having it have this bit here as it's kind of coming around and down. So you're going around that area there. And this guy is also having a bit kind of pop out. So if anything, actually, let's see about doing that there. And then having you kind of go out here as you're going outwards. You're going in that direction. And we can also see about having that guy go in that way. And then we can see about having it go inward. So something like that I think is a little bit nicer. And then we'll see about that square. Now, I'm not sure about this guy. I'm thinking at the very least it's probably going to be a thing of just choosing. So for now, I'll make this guy this color here, and we'll call it there. Yeah, you go there. We can always come back. This is just a point of temporarily trying to see what feels nice. We have this part that I remember we have to do something like here, and it goes up and over. Let's go ahead and add this portion here that kind of goes up and over about here-ish. And we'll see about adding it up more here because that's kind of more where it is. And then we'll see about having it kind of come all the way over here as if that's this side. And we'll see about having it go there. This is then where I would add in kind of the outline to see where we want to actually go in space. And since this is an orange pop-out bit, I'm actually going to do this bit here, kind of hopefully to show that it's popping out. So possibly we can do here, that, there. And then we do this guy here, we do this guy here, there. So it's not as sharp as it's going around in areas, but I think it's too wide. I do kind of like the sharp bit. So you know what? I take it back. We do a little bit of sharp. And then have this guy kind of go around and have it open up to this bit here. And have this bit kind of open up. Now the question is, for this area, I'm thinking at least, we have this guy kind of come outward here. So something like that I could see happening definitely by like a lot. And then we have here, because yeah, it's all of this space here that I'm seeing for this space here. It's kind of a little bit more back. So I'm seeing, if anything, it looks like it goes here, but I don't know if we can add that. We can definitely modify it so we can start adding it. So for example, what I'm thinking is at the very least, we can see about adding in, we'll start off by fixing this area. So it's going to be this darker color here, just as a reminder. And this guy kind of has the bit that's coming around. So you can kind of have that guy go down. And this is where I think at the very least, this guy can kind of come up and over. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to go over here a little bit as our circle kind of can go diagonal. More so like this is what I'm thinking. Up and over about here-ish. And then we can kind of see about moving this guy here, moving that guy there. And then this bit can also come diagonal there as it's going up and in its own area. So we'll leave it to be. And I'm actually realizing, that's lighter bit, that's lighter bit, that's lighter bit. So actually, you're going to be darker bit here along these areas, and then you're going to be lighter bit here as you're going along in space. But these guys actually don't map up, and that's what I'm not happy with. So that's why I'm thinking at least we can make it go over a little bit to make it look like it's kind of mapping up a little bit more or something. This would go maybe down by like another 2, 2, 2. And that 2 is nowhere near R2. And to get it near R2, we have to go over by like a good bit, like up here, possibly more so there-ish is the 2. But that's not enough space at all, not one bit. But maybe we can make our circle smaller. That's an option too. So let's see. If we just grab this guy, also before I do this as well, let me copy this and then we'll undo all of that here. That way it's not moved over. Then we'll grab this guy here, slide you on over and down like this here. Then save this little guy there-ish, paste it to be there, and then like that there. Okay, and then we have this guy here, this guy here. There we go. And with that said, we have you kind of go over here, up and over. Now, I'm thinking at the very least we have it kind of go out more. So have this guy kind of have, oh no, that's our bit that connects, isn't it? Yeah, that connects there. And I'm thinking at the very least, maybe we have then our little guy down here go over by like a little bit more about here as it's kind of wrapping around, and maybe have it go down, over, and then this is where our bright bit comes into play at. So something like this here. And hi, Jack. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. Nothing like seeing sea abominations at this time of night. You see? Oh boy. We'll go down here. Then we'll go down here and have it kind of go over as it's coming in this area. I think as well, possibly have it go down about there-ish. And then we can do this here, There we go. Okay. And then we'll do this guy here. And that can kind of go upwards, possibly about there-ish, and see about having it go upwards a little bit more about here, up here as it's going up by like 2, and then this probably will go by up by like 3, and then we have that decline that I'm looking for. And now we can have our bright orange guy come out here. So all of, wrong guy. Bright orange guy come all the way out here like so, and have it come out like that. There we are. And then we can have this guy come out again, have it go out here, here. If anything, I think we could add more oomph to this area here. He looks a little skinny in this area, which is not good. Not what we're looking for at all. A little too skinny. And sadly, my eyes don't want to see anything but zzz right now. No worries at all. No worries at all. I hope I can catch the ending, but maybe not this time. I hope you get some well-deserved rest. That's super important. Way more important even. Rest, I get it. Get knocked out by sleep. It's not a threat. Sleep has to come for you eventually. Welcome it with open arms. Embrace it. Oh my. We'll go up up here. Have it kind of go up and over then here. Have it then go over here. And maybe more so like this guy here, I think. And then we can see about having it kind of come over here. And then have it kind of come down here and there. And then have it go there and there-ish. I think is a way better look. And then our circle guy can still be a little circle guy. And if I rest, I'd never be here to stream. Well, you know, it's in my best interest to say good, but I like the idea of healthy sleep schedules. They're very important for you. So even if your attendance here would suffer, I'd rather you get better sleep. And it's the weekend, plus I'm still under 20, I can still afford it. Use your youth wisely. That's all I can say to that. Oh my! OMG Squeed! Hi Voxel! Welcome in the stream! Welcome in and welcome back! I hope you've been well so far. Indeed, Squid! Sea animal! Isn't it adorable? Sea Squid! Let's add this up a little bit more here. I think we could see about doing something like that there-ish. Then seeing if we can remove that bit there. The circle kind of not does circle things. Maybe if we remove this guy here and put that there and there, possibly like that. Yeah, like that. Okay, have it go here, then kind of have it go out here, and then have this guy as the darker color go here and here as it's kind of merging in together and kind of trying to decide, what do I want to be in life? You can be anything as long as you put your mind to it. I'm thinking maybe something like this here, and then maybe something like, maybe that goes there. Yeah, like that. And yes, 11:29 p.m. Whoops, 12 p.m. I can never remember AM versus PM. I also love healthy sleep schedule, but here's for example, healthy. Hold on now. I can let you know right now, my sleep schedule was awful. It has been on and off ever since getting a kitten. It has no longer become awful, but the sleep schedule is 2 a.m. to 11 p. Yes, 2 a.m. to 11 a.m., which is 8 hours of sleep. 11, 10, 9 hours of sleep. That's pretty good sleep. And my number key is kind of broken. Don't worry, my mind key is kind of broken. Oh boy, I had to decide there for a second on quick maths. Add that there, and hi Agape, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been well so far. Let's see, go here, add a little bit here, and it's 3:30. Yeah, for me it's 4:30 at the moment. Do you mean your sleep schedule? Oh boy. Oh my. We'll have this guy here. I do kind of like how it's diagonal though, that's the thing. I like how it kind of goes inwards. And you know what, that's not too bad. I guess if we do like that there. Yeah, we'll keep it, and it's midnight, yeah. I know the difference between noon and midnight, but I never can tell the difference between 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. I think AM is morning, PM is night, but like with measurements, my understanding of time is not a thing. Non-existent. We'll do this guy here, I think, then maybe we'll do this guy here. I kind of like maybe going down by like 1 and 3 in the morning. Yeah, 3 a.m. I've been thinking of starting to use military time. Maybe that would help me remember how to do things easier. But I don't know, military time, it's tricky. Like 20 o'clock, I know it's definitely 8 o'clock, and then I kind of go from there. If it's 21, then I know it's 9. If it's 19, then I know it's 7, but I base everything off of the 8. Let's see, down there, and then we have you go here, but we know this is super small, so we can kind of make it a little smaller here, a little bit more teeny tiny, about there-ish, go about here, maybe see about going even more over here-ish, about going there, and kind of doing something like that, I think. Maybe have it even go over, yeah, something like that, I think. Maybe we can see about having it kind of stretch over here and have it erase there. I do kind of like that. I think that works for a little circle. And I actually have my phone set to military time right now. Yeah, I think since I am having since I'm having a bit of a struggle with time and dates and places and names and locations, maybe military time would be a good help, actually. Oh boy. We'll go all the way up here then, and then we'll have this guy go, I think, over here, not do entirely outwards. I kind of like it going out that way. I think that's neat. And then we fill all of this in, and then that guy goes into this guy, and then he looks nice, and he thinks to himself, wow, Iris, I like the way you feel, and I think it's adorable. So we'll do that there, and then lots of this light bit is coming into another area. And you know what? I thought a light orange, maybe here we go with the pink for the underside. I do think that could work. For example, maybe we have a very blush pink for the underside. That way we can still use the, what's it called? We can still use blush pink, like a lower blush pink. Blush pink, like more so, yeah. Maybe a little bit more pink. Not too hard on the pink, not too hard. A soft pink, soft baby pink. Like that there, up a little bit more for like a rosy color. Yeah, soft pink. I think instead of the orange, that way we can still tell the underneath. And not always, if I recall. And it's all right. I have problems with direction and intuition. Intuition's a good one too. And dates too. I see. Well, welcome to the military for the US maybe, but isn't just normal time for the rest of the world? I have no idea. Could not tell you. And my country just uses both. Let's see that there. And just that people call it military time for some reason. What's it called in other places then? I'm curious. And it will do here. This guy here is also our pink, so we can make this guy a little bit of a brighter pink maybe. And remember, we looked at it before with the crabs at least. Brighter, maybe more saturation could also work. Maybe we can make it also whiter. It's okay to have light highlights. I need to remember that. It's important to remember that. And now that also allows us to do a darker color here for the bits at the bottom. I like a little bit more saturation, a little bit more. You can double dip. It's all right to double dip. A little bit more saturation in there. Okay, go back on the double dipping. I actually think that's fine. And then we'll do this guy here as an underneath and fill that in. And then we can now fill this guy in as our darker orange. So now we can get the best of both worlds. For example here, now this can be a bright orange, but that kind of looks, nah, I take it back. You're gonna have to be either lighter or darker. So possibly like that there can work out fine. There's that color there, that color there, that color there, and then that there. Okay, hold on, we'll make it go over like a little bit here and fill that in to be that color there. Okay, that color, and then that color there. There you go. And most countries use 24 hours, but most former British colonies use former? Interesting. That's neat to know. We'll add in this guy here, and then for this bit here, that'll be our underneath. So that's what we're looking at for that guy there. And then what I'm wondering is, for this bit, should we just add this as the darker outline we can see for that area? That way it kind of looks like the tentacle part. I kind of do like that. I think that's neat. And now we can see about adding in this bit too as our lighter part for that section as well. And we can see about maybe even making this guy also that darker tone here. But then for this tone, because it's a lighter area, we can see it as the lighter bit there. I kind of like the lighter pink. I think the pink helps it feel different than it has been. And having this guy here, now the colors are a little similar. Don't get me wrong there. It's a little too close. So I might see about doing that there, and then we can see about either making it lighter or darker. If we make it a little bit darker and do this color here, how does that feel? It feels too close to the other color. Maybe if we use this color here. No, we can see about doing this pink color, and then if we go down a little bit and we go down a little bit more to here, about that color, definitely not that color. More saturation, definitely. I do like the pink color though. I like the bubblegum pink. That's a little bit too bubblegum. Way too much bubblegum. And okay, but they had gotten to like 24 somewhere, or they had to have gotten it. Maybe from like sundials, possibly. We'll go here. Oh, that color there, possibly. That color there, that color there. That doesn't go darker though, because it's a little bit brighter. So maybe have that kind of go down here, maybe up there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do like that. Okay, and then we'll just have to make this orange color darker. It's just a thing that has to happen. There we are. Okay, I like that by a lot. There we are. Speaking of a bubble, indeed, bubblegum pink. I do like me a bubblegum pink. I think that can work. It's not a lot of contrast, which is okay. Maybe, for example, we can make this guy a bit of a softer orange to contrast everything else, but I don't like the way that looks or feels. So maybe we can go for more of like that color there, but it feels too soft. I like this as it is. And it's weird, but every former British colony country would also just happen to have here at 24 hours collectively and not 12. And then we'll have this guy go here, and have all of this go here. And then for our darker colors, now we can show them as our darker parts. So for example here, now I can properly show that, hey, look, this is the darker part of our orange. Or hey, look, this is the lighter part of our orange. So now hopefully it allows us to do different things such as this bit here, and this bit's coming out. So we can now have that area there as the lighter part of the tentacle coming out, and then that's the bottom part. That's why I decided to go with the pink. I thought the pink would be nicer to feel. And if that's the case as well, I think this guy should go in as like a wrap. So possibly kind of go down and around a little bit more, probably go maybe there-ish, kind of sort of like that there. Yeah, like that. I think that works out a little bit nicer, something like that. And then we can have this guy kind of go in like that too, so it looks like it's kind of going around and downtown about there-ish. And if we have that go there, and then probably that goes there and there, like that. Yeah. I could see that being the case. Possibly. And also Mexico uses 12-hour clocks too. Ah, I learned so much on these streams. It's lovely. And then we have this guy here, which is all it seems to be tentacle from this bit here. And all that tentacle goes about all the way up here. So we can go ahead and fill that in to be that there. And also move this guy here since it doesn't need to all be tentacle underside. And then we can add this guy here and here. This bit here, because it is the underneath, can also be part of this guy here. And then we can see about adding in our outline here, so kind of going down here, and then we add all of this guy here. That can also be that color there, since that is our darker guy there, 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 and there, and there. And again, like what we did before, we can always make this guy too our lighter color. So this can go here-ish, like that there, and all of these guys, since they are the brighter portion. And then what we can say is that there also is a little bit of darker pink in this background, which I really do like, and I want to see if we can get the idea of. So I might see about adding in like this bit here to show that, hey, look, this is part of the little octopus leg too. So something like that there would show it coming underneath. And I feel like 24-hour clocks make more sense, but I'm just used to 12-hour clocks. 24-hour clocks I've had make more sense. I understand them a lot more usually. We'll add in this guy here, and I actually think this guy would go darker underneath. But I don't like how this color here meshes too well. So this might be a case where we see about going for like a darker pink just to have a difference between these two guys. So maybe we can go dark for this bit underneath. So something like this here, that way it doesn't feel too similar to each guy here. So something like that I think would work out well. And that way we're allowed to use our darker pink for the bottom of this guy now. And add this guy bit here and that bit there, and add maybe a little bit here. That way it kind of goes around. And then we can see about doing, that's good. One day just means that the Earth rotates one time. Let me save this guy here. We have that guy go there, that guy go there. There's kind of this bit that's underside, technically speaking. So I'm wondering, do we want to add this kind of area that goes underneath and kind of have this guy also go underneath? So like do this guy here and have it kind of save as it's going underneath. So it's kind of sliding inward, outward. And then this is the light bit here. I can kind of see it. And rotation was told by the position of the sun, if not studied by telescopes. Yeah, it's so neat how science has grown. I can't say that one for certain. We have this guy go in here and then have it kind of go in here. Have it kind of go up a little bit. Possibly there and there and there. There we go. Okay. And then we have this guy kind of go up and over. And as it's kind of actually going over, I guess it would go underneath, wouldn't it? So wouldn't this guy also get called underneath? So something like this here as it's going under and turning and spinning. So maybe something like that would be more so what's going on there. Possibly. Maybe. And I think we found the equator first and then they determined it from there. I could not tell you history. Oh boy. We go here and we go here then. And then we go here and then we go here. And then maybe that there. There you go. Okay. And with that said, that's this area. Just the draft done. Let's see. There's still time. We have this area here, which should be a lot easier now because we have the bubblegum pink. So I'm thinking at least we can leave all of this guy here for, let's see. All this bit here is definitely the tentacle part. So we can have this guy come over and down. This is then going to be the side of our tentacle that we can see. So we can know at very least that this all here is the side of it. So it kind of gets the portion cut and then has it come down here. So you can all get something like that there. And then you can have it kind of come down here. And then from down here, what it seems to do is a little bit of other things, a little bit extra. We have it fill in here. I don't know why I'm doing it that way. But colonization is 24-hour standard. Let me go back into here, go back into here, go back into here. And this guy then has to be, yeah, you're kind of darker here. And learning how to draw Pixelart, you are already so good at it. Thank you, Mr. Mash and Gash. Thank you. I had to start somewhere. I'm learning as we speak right now. I'm paying really close attention now. We aren't doing as much comparing and contrasting as I'm used to usually doing. I think just because this piece is so big that I'm not doing as much one-to-one look, but we really took a big look at the crabs earlier, so I'm very satisfied with how today's going. I'm learning a lot. I may be doodling and drawing a bit here and there and doing a lot of doodling. But I'm learning, as you can see. It's been a lot. It's been very enjoyable. I can't say that much. And I appreciate the compliment as well. Let's see as we go down here and have this guy slide down. It seems to be the case that you kind of go underneath and you kind of go here. And does the 24 hours come from Egypt? Go down here, go down here, go down here, paste this into there. As this guy goes in and you kind of go in there and there. And then let's go here as it's kind of going. This is the dark bit here, and this kind of goes inwards. So you kind of go down there, and then this is where we get the darker color at. So this darker color kind of gets slid down, maybe about this, like a little triangle here, about just about there-ish. And then you have this kind of going up and over. So then we can kind of have the curl going over and around about there, like that. There we are. How to draw a Pixelart fish stream, but no fish? What do you mean? This is, I didn't say fish. I maybe said fish. So let me just make sure. You saw nothing. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and go back to here, and then let's go ahead and just have this guy go curl over and over like that there, and then have this guy go over here, since this is all, actually no, it's not all tentacle. Never mind, this is all like orangey bits, so actually we're good. We'll have this guy go here. This is all the side pieces that are getting kind of transformed, and if anything, it's actually going to be this here, and then all of this is going to be our top bit, so it's kind of like a mix, a mesh of things going on together. And so YouTube came 25 and trade spread into Europe, and Europe spread it to the world. Have it go here then, and have it go here. I kind of like the idea of having it come outwards like a little bit, like something there, and then have it come downwards here, and have it kind of paste in there and paste in there. This guy here, the outline is very thin, so I want to pay big attention to that. And I trade around to the colorization, sounds way better. Let's see, go there and there, have it kind of come down there and there, and then that's the underside, so we can have it go there and there, streak, be rather pressing. Yeah, speaking of history, I'm trying to focus on the squid. Let's see, go down to here, go down to here, go down to here, that bit there, I think, and then we can have this guy kind of come around here, possibly like go there-ish. Yeah, I think that can work out a little bit better. And then have you go here, and then we'll have all of this be our orange outline about here-ish. Maybe have it kind of come down here, kind of come down here then, and then No worries at all, Alien, no worries at all. Thanks for chatting. I hope you have a lovely lurk and can get something done, and maybe that something done is simply rest and relaxation. In that case, I hope you already are having a great time doing so. So we'll have this guy go down here, and then we'll have the highlight bit go up here, so we'll have all of this is this area. I turn my lights off, or I'll fall asleep, or if I turn my lights off. Oh no. Oh my. We'll go down here a little bit, and then we'll go up here. That's 4, so really it's like 3, 4. I'm gonna make this 3 instead, so we get 3, 3, 3. So 3, 3, 3, and then we'll have it go down here a little bit, 3. Maybe now we go for 4, or actually, you know, I'm gonna go for 3 and then 2, and then something more so like this here. The thing is, that's a lot of octopus bits here, so we might actually have it stretch over. And then this area here is an underneath area, so we might just have it kind of go down here. And I don't know if we can get this octopus done now that I'm seeing all the things we have to do. We won't be able to flesh it out, but we can at least, I think, finish it. That's the good part. And we have this guy kind of go all the way up to like this area here. So it's kind of going up to this bit, I think, up here, like up there. And then we have you kind of go down here, there, and there. Oh yeah, I did want to take a look at, oh boy. You know what, I think we can possibly finish this in enough time. So we'll finish this, then take a look at this, the other things, and then I wanted to show you some cool pixel art I found online. I spent so much time gathering it that I just wanted to show it to you super duper quickly and finish it in like 30 minutes. Yeah, stream is ending soon, so it's all good. Yeah, finishing is not going to happen. I know that much for sure. I just might keep working on it after the stream. Maybe that's what I'll do, as I do want to finish it. It feels as though I'm getting super duper close to being done with it. It's just a matter of going over it over and over again, which is painful, but I'm enjoying this. It's relaxing and it's been very informative. We'll have this guy go down here then, and this guy here can kind of go here. We'll have it kind of go down, I think, and have it kind of go up and over. Maybe more over here, yeah, and then have it kind of go over here. And then have it go, save this guy here. Have it go then down over here, have it go by 1, so have this kind of get removed. Have it then kind of go, I do like the curve idea, so maybe we do curve here. Something like that, and then we can kind of clean up the curve, so maybe have it kind of go here, here, here. Have it go then here, have it then go kind of here, 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 here. Kind of go around these areas here, like that. Nope, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And she could have done it in 10 minutes, but she's showing us how to do it properly. Well, no, hold on. I couldn't have done it in 10 minutes. I can do a lot of things, and I won't downplay my ability, but my effectiveness, I guess, well, you could do a lot of things, but how well you can do them is another story. Oh boy, let's make this guy a little bit bigger, I think. Possibly like this guy here, like that. You know what? I think that's okay. And then we'll have this guy go here, and then it's now kind of having that arch, but I kind of like the idea of maybe having it go, how can we do this? Maybe have it kind of go 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, something like that. It looks like a lump. We don't want a lump. That is not what we're going for. That's why I'm getting a little bit confused. How can we go for non-existent lump? Lump's not what we're aiming for here. Do like that maybe, and then maybe we'll have it kind of go inwards more, and then have it kind of go inwards more, so something more so like that. No, I don't like the lump, so we'll remove the lump a little bit back here, back here, back here. Okay, like that, and then this guy now goes up 2, up 2, up 2, and then you go by like up to another one, and then probably down 2, and then this guy goes here, and then now we get the darker guy all the way down here as we move this guy all the way to the bottom bit here, which is super duper dark. And then we have all of this guy here, and we can definitely add a little curl here. So the curl can go about here-ish, and I want to see if we can just keep to that 32 by 32. So I'm going to slide this guy over, and then we'll see about doing this bit here, like that there, and do that there. And I do like the idea of doing some sort of point. Though the point's gonna technically have to be about there, isn't it? And then we can have the pink fill in as that little curl goes in. So this bit would go in, and then maybe that would go here and here. Definitely could do. I kind of like the idea of maybe it going over a little bit more. So we'll add this guy in a little bit more, I think. About here-ish. And then see about having it go up here, possibly, to make it not look so dramatic as it's going up and down. Have that guy kind of curve in a little bit more there. Then we'll have this guy go inwards, possibly have that kind of have that curl there, have this guy go over a smidge, and then have it go down, and have it go here, have it do all of these things here, and do the little bit two here, have all of this guy, and then have this bit here, and then have this bit here, here, and here. All of that can definitely do, and then have it kind of go out a little bit more since all of this isn't pink. It's just a little bit of something there. So more so, have a kind of line of pink, a streak of pink. More so, I think is more important to do. Then we can kind of have this bit going over and outward, so I think that's okay. I kind of like the idea of this also being curled a little bit more, so I might just remove that there to give it a little bit more curl. As I said before, I would want to add more detail and other things, but we don't have time for that. So I'm going to settle with just it being a good sketch. So we'll have that guy go here and here, as that guy's going around. Then this bit here is all pink coming around in downtown. So we'll have it be all pink here, all pink. It's also a lot of light pink into dark pink. I'm saying pink here. So all of this is all pink, and that's going to be an outline there. So we're going to make sure you're all outlined here, and then outline going all the way around to here. And then we have it kind of going upwards. So this is where I would think to add like an upward guy kind of going up there, maybe, possibly. And then we can see about adding in a little bit of like an orange outline bit, possibly there, and there, and there. It's coming outwards, so something like that there. And ad breaks in 11 minutes. Oh boy. Oh me, oh my. I'm enjoying myself so much. It's hard to want to just end it. We'll go then here and here and have this guy go up a little bit more. And then we'll have this guy go in by like a little bit here as it's going inwards about there-ish. So something like here and then there. Yeah, maybe have it kind of come in here a little bit more. Have it go inwards here. And I heard 24-hour stream. That's not what I said at all. I mean, look, I have my limits. We've been over this. We just got over this. Oh boy. You know, I don't know if Chapel was here, but I was asking him yesterday how he does his streams for so long. I think he did a 7 stream yesterday. I fell asleep during it, but the idea of streaming for a long amount of times, I've been told at least, that my stream, what's it called, fortitude maybe? My ability to speak for a lot of time means that I run out of energy fast, which I can definitely believe it is the friends he made along the way. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and fill this guy in here. All of that gets filled in about there-ish, and then we can do this here. So it makes me wonder, could a stream be done with not much yapping? Could I endure not yapping for like an entire stream and mostly being silent? Oh boy, it's been suggested before that I stream the commissions or something else, and the issue is that when I draw in my free time, when I draw in my pastime, usually, as that line also doesn't line up, that's not good, usually I sing while I do my art. That's the best time I'm most effective, when I can sing musicals. So it's a thing of, I don't think I could ever stream just working, because it would just be singing. I wouldn't be able to focus on talking to chat, singing, and it would be copyrighted too. It's the issue. Oh boy, let's go here then and see about having this guy go up and over. So something like here as it's going up and over and down. And all of this guy, actually, you need to be skinnier. If anything, either you need to be skinnier or your head needs to be moved. All of this kind of has to go up and over, something like that there. And you would just need to split the VOD at least for Twitch. Yeah. Oh my, I don't care what YouTube does. Yeah, YouTube definitely doesn't like copyright. I do know that much for sure. And we go up here, over here. If Eris doesn't speak, all of us would be reminded of the world without Eris. Oh my. Let's go here, up here, have this guy kind of go over and over and out. Something like that. I'm thinking at least over here in these areas, kind of like a little bit of that. And then we can go ahead and do something around here, kind of do that there. There we go. Okay, and then we have this guy go over here and then kind of go here and like that. I think kind of having it go around. I would want to add maybe another bit more of definition up here, and I would also want it to have it come up a little bit more as it's coming underneath. But there's a little bit more kind of going on other side from the underneath other side. On the other side. Let's see. Do you hear? Possibly have you kind of come up and over, and then kind of just have you be friends over here. Don't you want to be friends? Friendship is great. You'll enjoy it. We'll go put you here, I think, instead. Have this guy round out a little bit more, as I do like the roundness of it. So we'll see about making this a little bit rounder because I don't like the way it looks on the other area here. So roundness, possibly have it go a bit here like that. I kind of do like that idea. If we do possibly have it go this way here, yeah, that looks way better. Okay, and then we have this guy go down here, fill this guy in here. This guy would definitely have to get removed. Possibly we could even remove this bit up here and have it remove also here. Yeah, okay, hold on. Have you go maybe around here. Possibly have you go upwards more. Maybe if we move you up here. The issue is that the roundness looks nice, but it's not round in other areas, so we kind of have to modify it. For example, maybe we put the roundness here and here, and then we have it go here, here, and then all of you guys go there. Yeah, I like that. I think that can work. Have it maybe come around here as well, so we can see that the fact that all of this is supposed to be front and center. So about this here. So all of this. Now, the granted thing is that because of the way we have it, I don't quite like this. I think if anything, maybe we could do partially up here underneath up there-ish. So maybe we could do something more so like this down here, and as in 6 minutes, it doesn't even feel like 11 or 5 minutes has passed, because I think that's 11 right math, and have it kind of come down here. And oh, your pixel art looks so great. Thank you. Ailtrix, possibly. Thank you. Go here, do a little bit of these guys here. Such a shame. At least I'll be prepared next time we do the sea animal study to show you all what I was talking about, what I meant, all the lovely Pixelart I was able to find, especially of squid specifically. And I really want to take a good look at squids again. I do think I want to just draw more. I want to draw more Bobby, but in order to draw more Bobby, I have to be able to draw squid, which is difficult for me. So I'm hoping at the very least that this guy here would be a good way to get me better at it. But as you can see, I haven't drawn many squids. So how can I get lots of skills? That my skills have not been paid. So let's see, do that there, I think, and add that there. Probably remove that there, have it kind of go down there. I would make this guy longer, I think, but we kind of have to squish him, so it's okay. He gets a little squish, he'll be fine. Have this guy go up, and then this guy here actually has to go down more so here, I think. Kind of go over here more so and have this guy kind of have more space. So more so like this, I think. And if anything, I would want to see about adding a darker spot. About maybe here. Here would be darker. So I would want to make this guy like darker, but I don't know if we have a darker. There's this outline darker, and then I would want to make this guy darker, for example, here because it's the side. So I would want to do something more so like this here because it's the side, but that doesn't quite feel right. The bottom being darker makes a lot more sense, so maybe we just kind of have to do this guy here as a darker portion. But you know what? Keeping it simple, keeping it super simple. We don't have time for super complicated. And so we'll go up here, we'll add this guy in there. Then since this guy is spinning back into space, we'll also add the darker portion. This guy here too would get a darker bit. I think about here possibly, as it's kind of spinning outwards. So maybe you would see a darker portion about here, maybe about here as it's going up, and then have you kind of go here and here as it's spinning around. So maybe you get all of that there and there. And I was about to say Babby. Bobby, Bobby ads. See, this is the thing too about streaming for a long amount of time, is that my mind starts going bleh. Let's see, we'll add this into here, and then yeah. I was about to say, I think Bobby and Gabby the same breath. Oh boy. I'll do this guy here, go up a little bit more, about kind of up there. And then lastly, we just need the other two. Do we technically need the other two tentacles? Psh, I think we could survive without the other two. Octopi do it all the time, don't they? I don't think they do, but don't they do it all the time? And then we'll up this guy over here, since this bit here is more so what we're supposed to see. So about here, I'd say, is the rest of the bit. And just realized that tomorrow's is my anniversary. I cannot lie, but I forgot how I came across the princess. Oh, how sweet. No, does it actually let you know the anniversary? Oh, that's so neat, and it's so nice to hear. I'm glad you've been keeping count, and I'm glad you stuck around for a whole entire year. My goodness. Let's see, here, have this guy kind of go around. We'll then have the outline of the pink go here. I would also want to make this guy like bigger, like probably bigger, like that. Yeah, up the outline here. There you go. Up it. You should be a bit bigger, something like that there, and then up there. There you go. Okay. Purpose, things. I was focusing, wasn't I? Add this guy then here, and add this bit outline here. Outline. You know what? That can definitely work. We'll add in that guy there. I then think we can add in a more so of a bit here. Have it kind of go inwards here, so this guy is going in for the underneath. So you kind of work something like that there. There you go. That works fine, I think. Have it kind of go there. Yeah, actually, I like going upwards maybe a little bit more. So something like that. And then that goes there. Yeah, I like that. And there is the symbol of liberation. I clicked my username in the chat. Oh, I see. The flashlight looks so natural now. Thank you, Noi. Thank you. Hold on here. Following since July 26th. Oh, I see. Oh, that's so neat. I don't ever click on the profiles. I should do that more often. Let's see. Have you go here, do that here. And then we have this guy. And I want to do a little bit of separate. Actually, no, it goes over top. So if anything, it's actually going to go more so something like this guy here, and it's getting removed, it's getting blocked. So we can kind of have that go over, and then have this guy go underneath as it's kind of sliding over top. It's going over. That's the hope of showing off this bit. So we'll kind of have it go, I think, sideways like that bit there. And then this is also the orange bit. So it's kind of like maybe this goes here as it's kind of going over, and then we have the bit going here. And then we can add the orange area. So about there, there we go. Okay, and then we add in this bit here, which kind of goes down there more so. So kind of have that bit go there. And then this area also gets a highlight because it's going over. So if anything, actually, do we want to do a highlight for that bit? I think you would do a highlight for that bit. If anything, I'm thinking at least you would do something here. So this would be, no, actually, no, I take it back. You would do a highlight, I think, here because it's going up. I don't know. You know what? Fine. We keep it as it is. We go up here then, and we do two. Like, I think probably that could work. And then we have the outline go over, and then we have it go down all over again. So that would go down here, and we have it go all the way here as it's going into space again. And this space is actually not going to be space. It's going to be wrapped around a little bit, and not actually a little bit less. There we go. And then we have the side of this guy going down and over, and this is where so many things. There's not enough space going on here for what I would like to do. Add start in a minute. Okay, we will see if we can add this little guy here. And I think I'm just going to have to do something like this and then add in darkness in the areas and then see, hey, look, this is dark part of the squid, don't you know? And I'm thinking something like that there, add that there, add some of these guys here and here and here, and then we go something like that there, maybe add that in kind of here, and then we go here, kind of sort of, and then we can do this guy here and have it kind of go down, maybe kind of go down there. Yeah, kind of sort of. I'd be okay with this, though. It looks like it's going forward, and I don't like that, so we'll come back after the ad break, finish up this portion here, and then we'll look at everyone's art. And then there's one specific squid I want to show you from a game, Octopus Traveler 2. All right, ad break, go! Engage! Oh my, I can say that unfortunately didn't get to do too much as I would have hoped. We did, and I think, again, it's most likely because of just the size of what we chose. I say we. This is all on me. I have to face the consequences of my actions. actions, even if I don't want to. It's just what has to happen as I add a little corner there. Actually, you know what? I like the little pointy bit. It's interesting how it goes from this to this, isn't it? Hold on, if I zoom out here, there we are. Flashlight before, flashlight after. A little bit of a smidge of a change. It also seems to be the case that the octopus has like a yellow eyelid. I don't know if we'll be able to add that in. And I know at least for Bobby's eyes, he doesn't get a little yellow eyelid slit, or he doesn't get a little squiggly line slit. Nah, he has a little Pac-Man eye. That is one difference for Bobby versus actual squid. I thought before about giving him little lines, but he doesn't look as cute without them. He's got the little Pac-Man eyes look so derpy. What is he without the little Pac-Man eyes? He would no longer be Bobby, he would be Steve. That's the difference. I'll be excited though tomorrow to start working on the game again, the tutorial. We're getting super duper close with finishing it, I say, and then if I had to guess, I'd say probably 50%, 50 or 40%. That's not super duper close, but in actuality, but it's close in my heart, and isn't that what's important here? Let me get a little bit of water, and then if you still have time, I'll do some stretches here and there, and then we'll go and see what else happens. So I'll get some water here. Water has been acquired. It is delicious. And I wonder, what do any of you have plans for the rest of your Saturday? I'm gonna get more artwork done and things of that nature. And then there'll be time to maybe do some relaxing and chillaxing. I can't say as there are a few announcements I have to make afterwards, but we're coming up on the stream break. Yeah, I have been streaming consecutively, mostly every single week, unless I'm sick. Unless I'm sick or there's like a doctor's appointment. So I've been very consistent, at least I would hope to think so. And I only take a break at the end of the year and towards the middle of the year as well. And we're coming across that break where it's not even I'm sick, it's just getting to not do stream, and it's going to feel super duper weird. But I'll be excited for it because that means I can, well, there was a cat cafe, there's still a cat cafe, but it's only open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the times they stream. So it was like a mad dash to the cafe an hour before stream, stay there for like 45 minutes, and then mad dash to just do the stream again. So maybe I'll get to visit it. Though, good news is that no longer do I have to go to the cat cafe in order to view cats. I have a cat cafe in my bedroom, and it's great. And yeah, it's supposed to be my co-op weekend stream bit. No idea what games we're gonna play today though. And if enough people show up, yeah, it's Outlast Trials, Lethal Company. And if not enough people, then some party games. How fun. Oh wait, I completely forgot. Do you stream? Let me click on your username here. Let me pull that up so I can also take a look at that afterwards. Outbreak is up though, so shall we continue and bring it around town and bring it home? Hold on, let me click on this guy here so I can get a good look. Outlast. I see. There's also Dud Game. I haven't heard, and there's Move or Die. I haven't heard of those games before. They look scary. At least the Outlast and the Hunt one do. The Move or Die one, it sounds threatening, but it sounds cute too. Let me go ahead and let's just quickly see if we can finish up this guy here-ish. Something there, I think, and then we can see about adding, and yeah, so for this guy, what I would want to do is I would want to make it darker. So I'm thinking at least we can have a bit kind of come down here and go down, and I want it to be separated so that you can tell what is what. So I'm thinking at the very least we don't do it directly there. We set it apart and have it go down here. So it's a very small circle. And I'm thinking at least this will make it easier to tell that this is a separate tentacle entirely. You could even, oh, I forgot about that tentacle. You know what? That tentacle doesn't really exist, really. I mean, technically, I think we could just really quickly do like a circle here, and then we could call it there, like if we do this here, that there. You know what? Maybe we don't. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty neat. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that there, and I think we will save it for there. That'll be our octopus. There we are. And Move or Die is literally if you stop moving for about 3 seconds consistently, you explode. The old hidden tentacle technique, like hiding hands or feet. Exactly. I regret nothing, and I am ashamed of nothing. With that said, let's take a very good look at everyone who's been doing things on Discord. If I click on this guy here, click on this guy here, you should be able to see it. If I do exclamation Discord, if it happened to be the case that you did some pixel art of some sea animals you'd like to share, feel free to post it on the Discord as I bring you back into our planning screen right here. And shamelessly hold you back. Exactly! I agree 100%. Who needs shame? Psh. What you'll do is you'll go here all the way to Pixelart Study with me, and you can see that there's a ton of previous study with me we've done. So if you ever happen to do tomorrow a lip study you'd like to share, feel free to post it here, even if it doesn't get shown. Even if its stream's not going on, the idea is that we can kind of do a melting pot, a mixing and mashing of ideas here. And you can see we've done mouth, bows. At the very top, you'll find the sea animals. So if you have smart, you can post it here. Let me just double check to make sure I don't get spoiled. Scroll all the way to the top. I think if I open in full post, oh no, I get spoiled again. Okay, now we're good. And my number, Fangs 007. I love Fangs. Ha. Well, I can say no. I don't know if you know this, but my mouth here. Hold on. If I just hold on. Let me just hold on. Okay, wide. That's my attack. Too long. There we are. That's all I wanted to do. Here. Wide. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and let's take a look at everyone's lovely art, shall we? Fangs! Yeah, I got all sharp canines. Let's scroll down here and we have a sunfish. Oh, sunfish are adorable. I think this is lovely. Hold on, let me get a reference of a sunfish just so we're all on the same page here. How cute this is. Sunfish. It's like a flat looking fish. It's cute. Let me go back to here. Let me click on this guy here. Let me click on Pura. Hopefully it is enabled onto here. There we go. Sunfish. Take a look at this adorable little creature. Okay, this may not be its best shot, but trust me, it's adorable. Hold on. Let me get something more flattering. Oh my. Here we go. Something a little bit cuter. This is definitely cuter. I like how you did the blue and white for like the blue body here and the white bit at the bottom too, and the little fin as well as the little mouth. I like how you paid attention to the mouth. And look, I bet the person who pixelated the sunfish is cool and awesome. I agree. Yeah, cool and awesome. I like how the mouth is eternally open. I think you did a great job, baby, at encapsulating that, but also doing a mouth open. I wonder if that's just... It is! It's adorable! You can't tell me this isn't! I see, that's very important. It's always surprised it exists. Oh, that's so cute. It's so big in this picture, but mine... I think you did a lovely job. Let's see here as we go to the next one. We have crab from Wackages. Look at this adorable crab. I believe you only use 4 colors. This is what he was talking about earlier. I think it's the pancake crab. It looks like a cute pancake. And you also did the dots I was talking about before. And I can see little eyes. The fact that you did it in only 4 colors is very commendable. And I wonder, is this 16 by 16 or is it 32 by 32? This feels like possibly 16 by 16. If so, it's so tiny, it's so cute. Pour some syrup on that. It really looks like a pancake from the top too, which I think is a lovely touch. And on oats? Oats? No, not oats. No oats. No oats. No. Pancakes and waffles only. And I forgot to send a picture of my reference. Well, APN, if you want to share, by all means, feel free to. I think you did a lovely job, Wackages. And well done. And are we evolving 20v20? Oh! That's fancy, or not fancy rather, that's experimental. And a hi, welcome back in. Are we evolving into crabs? The ultimate, the optimal creature? We can do a little bit of a dance here and there. Oh, Bobby is airs his deaths. Sadly rushed, but maybe I'll finish it tomorrow. This is so neat, isn't it? The little tentacles. I have to do more pieces like this. This is so lovely. I don't think Nema's here anymore because I believe packing for... I don't remember the location. The packing for somewhere with water. I like the purple and the green, and I like the blue as well, and how at the very bottom here you have the depths and the tentacles curling. I think overall, even here, it's kind of like a canyon, and as you're going deeper into it, it gets darker and darker. It's such a nice effect. And did the princess just half read 2 different sentences? I confirm, nor did I, as I see the little bit of Discord. There you go. And that looks like an Eldritch Abyss. It is! It's a Bobby, apparently. I think this is an adorable picture of Bobby, if I never seen one. So well done, Nima. Well done. We have next up here, Ame! And is Discord the sorting image, or is it really OAN? I don't think it's the sorting, as much as I can tell it. Oh, look at this little guy! You know, ever since Bob Bobby existed. I can't see any other octopus the same. And they all just look like different colors of Bobbies, or maybe like a different, like a sibling or a relative, a distant cousin. This is why, let me just double check here. Ame, I think you did a lovely job, especially for the fact you used red instead. I like specifically the eyebrow line. It really makes it look like it's got a little eyebrow. And here how you have the dark bit underneath, and how you have the shiny bits for the tentacle portion as well. And the bit up here too. It adds a lot of detail and color change for once. Yeah. I think it's lovely. I think you did a great job. And let's see here. I think there's another horn too. Yeah, indeed. Oh, hold on. That's adorable. Look at him. Be amazed. Look at the little eyes rotating. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing his best. I like the way the little, what's it called? The tentacles, how they're going all over the place. Well done, Ami. Well done. I like this too. I like the action behind it. And then we have here, oh, hold on. Is this a Bobby lurking in the depths? And you're seeing this from overhead. And then these are his tentacles peeking out of the water. And then this is his eyes. And then this is the, what's it called? The shadow here. And then maybe these are the tentacles underneath. I can see it 100%. It was just a fun perspective. Yeah, that's always a fun thing to do. Perspectives are great. As a that was not a word. Some constructive criticism. I feel like the red octopus has too many colors and it feels a bit noisy. And unless criticism is asked for, we don't give criticism. Sometimes the whole purpose of a person's art style is adding a lot of colors. So unless criticism is requested, criticism is not given. Yeah. No worries at all though. No worries. The thing is, it's like some people want to just draw for drawing's sake and some people just want to learn. So rather more, maybe that's something we can do. Maybe we could say like to put like a star or like your own art or something of the case. That could be a good thing to do. Like a, hey, I want it to be criticized on stream, so put like a star beside it. That could work. I think that could be a fun thing to do. There's a lot of like different tweaks I think could be enjoyable, but thank you for that one. That's it. I like here how it's going up and over and the perspective on this little guy too. Well done. As well as, oh, I see, from a song I like. Oh, that's adorable. I don't want to play the song in case of copyright, but I'll look into it later. This is adorable. Good morning, Mr. Sunfish. How cute. Oh, I might have to take a look at that a little bit later. And I can see, the blue inspiration and the little mouth open. It's very important. And mostly because it won't be withheld in creativity unless it's a very specific object. I do not follow Pixar perfection or a bit of science. I thought you said you do not follow no perfection. This is why stream can't go on for long. I lose my ability to speak properly. That said, thank you all for participating. I think you did a wonderful job. If you haven't already and you're in the Discord, I would suggest heading over to resources, specifically questions, and voting in the vote. If you haven't yet, it happens next week and it will end tomorrow, the vote. And what we'll be doing is, one, we'll be doing a draw together palooza. Draw together is where, if I can grab this guy here and just very quickly show you, we draw on a big old screen here and we do different themes every 20 minutes. The themes are randomized and suggested by all of you. So the first option is to do 2 draw togethers in one weekend, as draw togethers are done once a month at the start of the month. So 2 draw togethers during the week is an option, as well as, hold on here, playing Minecraft mini-games is also another option we can do for the celebration. Or we could also do Mecha Chameleon. I can mess that all up. My words. Mecha Chameleon. There we are. As an option as well. Well, I only usually play Pixelart related games. Since Mecha Chameleon is an art game, I thought it would be acceptable to make an exemption. There's also the idea of going back to my old art, taking a look at it and trying to refresh it and look at it over, or other ideas too. And pronounce Mecha. Mecha. I believe it's not Mecha. Yeah, I've heard it's Mecha. I think it's Mecha. Mecha or Mecha? I'll have to double check in and see. I know it's not what you think it should be pronounced, if I can remember. Yeah, it's Mecha, because it is Japanese, if I'm not mistaken, and there's me and there's cha as like a thing. So if it's Japanese, then I think it's Mecha. I'm pretty sure. So it's like me, yeah, me. There's math. There's math. That's math. Ma, me, mu, me, mo. Yeah. And I thought it was Mecha. Yeah, I remember there being a thing where people talking about like GIF versus GIF. There's a whole thing, and my favorite genre, Mecha. And pronounce Mecha. You didn't drink your 12 ounces of water. That'll be added next next week too. I'll add all the new redeems and things of that nature. That said, currently at the moment, Mecha's winning. So likely what's going to happen next week, if it does not get voted against, is we'll be refreshing some of my old art as well as playing Mecha Chameleon for the additional 2 streams. So that'll be a lot of fun. That's because you probably spelled Mecha wrong, did I? Stream's over. All right. Tomorrow we'll be working on my game tutorial, and as I said before, next week will be celebration. So not much studying done, lots of fun and focus. And Mecha would still would mean like super or something in Japanese. No, I think so. Don't quote me on that. I'm still learning Japanese. I remember it being a different language that word was chosen for. Oh my. That said, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always fun to see if we can find someone to raid. Someone new and someone who's doing the same thing that we are. Since we did Pixelart today, we'll see if we can find a fellow Pixel artist. So the idea is that we can find new people who we haven't raided before, see what's out there. It's like Pixelart of the day, doing like a raid of the day, streamer of the day, trying to find people who are new. And if it's the case that I can't find anyone new, we'll go with a good old reliable. But raids are always a lot of fun. And I used to raid Eris Ezra. I made it into these end credit scenes. I fell asleep, but not today. Oh, welcome, and I love you again, Noi. And as you're a bundle of joy, please never change. Thank you. I do appreciate that as well. It's very sweet of you, the Voltic Ace. If you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. I'm going to go to the end screen, and if you stick around on Twitch, we're then going to come back from the end screen, and then we'll see about doing a raid. That said, if I don't see you all next week, if I don't see you all tomorrow, maybe I see you the week after next week. That's a thing. And the next day, and the next day. I hope you have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day.